me listening to people as opposed
Ah, yeah, YouTube will usually do it'll alternate between gallery view and speaker view. So if
okay.
people are talking, you'll see who they are, but sometimes it'll just do gallery and you'll have multiple people talking. So yeah,
Right.
yeah, you can check it out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, hopefully between those two, we'll have one that's less me nodding and smiling and hearing other people's voice.
Yeah, it's called that a reaction video.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have a whole reel of reactions. Although, I mean, the audio is also very good and can stand alone on the podcast. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's see. Almost time.
All right, so this is one of our first merchandise things we can do with the temple is these handy dandy tapestries of various sizes
Yeah.
that can be behind Buddha statues or other statues.
Yeah. And yeah, all the conversation we had about iconography and everything immediately applied
Yeah.
to merch. Yeah.
Oh, my dog is molesting me here.
Yeah.
Now say again, you're going to a podcast event this evening, Dustin?
We did that last night.
Okay, how was it?
It was terrific.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah, it's a podcast called How Did This Get Made, where they watch typically bad movies, and then there's a conversation about it. It's sort of like Mystery Science Theater, except they're not watching the movie as they talk about it. It's presumed that it's already been material that they've covered, like everybody's watched the movie. And so they kind of break it down.
So they'll just show clips?
Well, sometimes they show clips, sometimes they don't, because it's a podcast. A lot of times we don't really show a lot of clips because it doesn't translate.
Yeah, right. Okay. So it's just talking out. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good stuff. Very funny. Okay. Should we just go ahead and do it? Do you want to wait a few more minutes?
No, I think we can go ahead.
Cool.
I can hit record if you're ready. I'll hit it.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I got it. Let's take care of this other device here. Got it. All right. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Dustin Fockler. Thanks for joining. We're going to do a 45-minute postural practice this morning, and with the intent of a certain degree of kind of bringing everything online and energizing, but without the intent of really like ramping up our nervous systems and our energetic systems. So we're actually not going to start in seated meditation today. We're going to start in a reclined position. So you'll come to your back, and with your knees bent, the soles of your feet on the mat, your arms are out to the side. You're very much just dropped into the ground from your waist up. Go ahead and bring your right ankle to the top of your left thigh as if you were sitting cross-legged in a chair. A little bit of a flex of your right toes back toward your shin for just a second, and then kind of release it, just to sort of reset it in a more neutral posture. And here, without necessarily going into a meditative state, I'm going to pursue, let's do 4 rounds of deep breath on this side. So deep, but not forced. Go ahead and draw it in. And release it. Starting to bring your attention to your sensation. There we go. discomfort and comfort. Tightness and ease. After your last round of breath, go ahead and switch your leg cross. So bring your right foot back to the ground, bring your left ankle, left outer ankle to the top of your right thigh or knee. And the same little maneuver there, flex your toes towards your shin and then relax them. We want something shy of like a flop. So your toes aren't dropped forward. From there, 4 deep breaths. Expanding your abdomen into your pelvis with your inhale. Your last breath, uncross your legs, bring both feet down to the ground. Knees are still bent here. We'll do some leg pull-ins. So go ahead and lift your right leg up, bring your knee in closer to your chest, not necessarily compressed in yet, be kind of easy, but find a place where you can wrap your fingers around your shin or your knee. It might even be the back of your thigh if things are pretty tight here. Going to ease into your lower back. Take a breath in. Exhale, compress your knee closer into your chest, your thigh into your abdomen, creating some restriction of your breath with your right leg, and then 3 deep breaths. Breathing so that you put your abdomen, if it's in contact, in kind of oppositional contact with your right leg. Forcing your lower back to sort of expand with your breath in. Redirecting air into your pelvis. And then release right leg. And we'll take the other side. Bring your left knee in, wrap your hands around your shin. Breath. Exhale, bring your knee in closer. Find some compression here and move 3 breaths through. You feel some pressure into your pelvic floor as you draw breath in. Your last breath, bring your left foot back down. Knees are still bent, soles of your feet on the mat. And we'll work with a kind of subtle movement to begin with, which is just a pelvic tilt. Now, when I say tilt, you're going to be tilting the top of your pelvis up toward the ceiling as you breathe in. So you'll create a little bit of a back bend, some space between your lower back and the mat. Your tailbone, the other side of your pelvis, will tilt down as you breathe in. Then as you exhale, you'll round your back down, tilt the top of your pelvis toward the mat, bring your belly in a little bit, your tailbone will turn up toward the ceiling. It's kind of a subtle movement here, and go sort of stage by stage, being gradual and deliberate for 4 rounds. Inhale, tilt up. Exhale, tilt down. 3 more rounds on your own breath. As you exhale and tilt your pelvis toward the mat. Draw your belly in just a little bit, pulling your belly button toward your spine. 2 more rounds here. Now we're going to do a little bit of an expansion of that movement. Take your knees out, the soles of your feet together, so your legs are in what's called a butterfly position here. Bring your hands behind your head with your fingers intertwined. So your elbows and your knees are in kind of similar positions here, sort of dropped out to the sides. We'll still do our pelvic tilt, but as you tilt your pelvis down and introduce that back bend, you'll also press your elbows and your knees into the ground. Realistically, your knees probably won't touch. And then you exhale, bring everything towards center line and lift your head and shoulders just a bit. Squeeze in, belly in. 3 more rounds. Inhale, lower everything slowly. Press, tilt pelvis up. Exhale, start to tilt it back as you bring elbows and knees in toward the center and compress in. And starting to work your sacral chakra and that energy line, opening up your lower back. After your last round, come back down with your knees bent, the soles of your feet on the mat. Take your arms out to the side and goalpost them. What I mean by that, bend your elbows so that it's like your arms are a goalpost, your hands are pointed up, the backs of your hands are on the ground. And from here, take a breath in. Exhale, rotate your arms so your hands come up and move forward. So now they're in reverse. Yeah, your elbows and your triceps stay in contact. Inhale, reverse that motion, lift them up. Little bit of pressure between the backs of your hands when you get there in the ground. Exhale, bring them up, forward and down. 2 more revolutions like that. All right, now let your arms come out to your side. We'll do some ab work and then we'll move into more standing stuff. So from here, let's see, go ahead and bring your hands behind your neck, fingers intertwined. Lift your feet up. Knees are above your hips. The angle between your lower legs and your thighs is 90 degrees. So it's like there's a box there. And your toes will sort of flex toward your shins for a moment and then come to a rest. Just make sure that they're not flopped forward here. It's going to shift your center of gravity. It's not super helpful. All right, from here, we're going to do some heel strikes. So with your head and your shoulders hovering above the ground in a low stationary posture, take a breath into your belly. Hold the breath and press your lower back gently down toward the ground so your ribs are in, your abs are on. Then exhale, bring your bent right leg down toward the ground, striking your heel on the mat, pull your belly in. Inhale, lift. Exhale, tap left. Heel moves down, same amount of time as it takes your breath to travel out. Inhale and lift. Exhale, tap right, drawing belly down as you bring your heel down. Inhale, lift. Exhale, tap left. Lift. Tap right. Lift. Tap left. Keep your lower back in contact with the mat, if that's anatomically possible for you. Lift up. Tap right. Lift. Tap left. Lift. Set everything down. Feet are on the ground, knees are bent, arms relaxed down. And take a breath here. And John, if you have a block, go ahead and grab it. We'll take a block bridge. You're going to bring it between your thighs. Let's do it on its medium setting. So you'll be looking at it like it's a paperback book. Yeah, between your thighs, creating a kind of X where one of the lines is your thighs, the other line is the line of the block. Yeah, so you've got this perpendicularity. How's that? All right. Feet are as wide as your knees, toes are turned slightly out. Take a breath in. Hold the breath, squeeze the block gently and press your heel centers down into the ground. Exhale, lift your hips. Toes and toe beds are light on the ground. They're in contact with the mat, but they're not where your pressure is being directed. That's your heels. Turning on your glutes. Take 3 deep breaths here. After your last breath, slowly lower your hips down, move the block to the side, pull your knees in toward your chest, squeeze in and rock gently left to right across your lower back. Head and shoulders are down on the ground. This is easy. You're just releasing your lower back after that back bend and integration. Then you'll rock forward and backward a couple of times on your mat so that you can come up to a plank posture. Now, we're going to do some breath work in our plank, which means that staying in the knee up version of your plank is not as important in this particular situation. So feel free to lower your knees. But when you set your plank up, do lift them and set it up so your hands are underneath your shoulders, your feet are at hip width, and you have length in your entire body here. So you're not necessarily in a kind of pre-down dog position. If that's unsustainable, again, bring your knees down. We're focused on pressing in to your thumb, your middle finger, and your pinky down into the mat as we take 4 deep breaths. So press down and breathe in. Exhale, ease a bit. 3 more. One more breath in. Exhale, press back to down dog. So if your knees are down, lift them up, pressure back your way back into this forward fold, back lengthening posture. Press your hands down and forward. Ideally, in that transition, your hands and feet should stay in the same position they were with high plank. That's how you set the distance between your hands and your feet. Now, take a breath in and out. Lift your right leg up behind you. So you're in 3-legged dog. We won't be here for super long. Stretch your right heel back and breathe in. Bring your right foot forward into a runner's lunge. So you'll start with your left knee lifted. You can bring it down if that's not sustainable. That's totally cool. But if you're in the full lunge, make sure that your hips are level with your right knee or above it, not below it. So we're not dropping down. We're here to turn on your psoas. Press into your feet and breathe in. Exhale, pull your belly up. Another. Belly in. Now lower your left knee. Lift your torso up. Lunge. 2 sets of breath pulses here. Press right foot and left lower leg down and breathe in. Exhale. A little bit of ease in your pressure. Re-engage. Breathe in. Exhale. Hands come down to the mat again. Step forward and fold. Half lift and fold. Come all the way up to mountain and breathe in. Fold. Half lift. High plank. And step back into your plank posture. Lower your body down. And take your arms all the way out for a long cobra. So you're stretching your arms straight out in front of you like Superman. And then pull them straight back 4 inches toward your shoulders. Just so you have some play room with your elbows. Then come back to a rest position. Breathe in. Exhale, press your hands so that your chest, your elbows, forearms, triceps lift up. And then use this pressure down and this pulling back motion with your hands to traction your spine, creating a bend in your mid-back. 2 deep breaths into that bend. Again. And exhale, lower down, press back to down dog. And we'll take the same sequence on the other side. Lift your left foot in your down dog for a 3-legged dog. Come breathe in. Exhale, bring it forward. Runner's lunge. So we're lifted and engaging, grounding through your feet. Press down, breathe in. Exhale, ease, draw your belly up. Again. And as you exhale, bring your right knee down. Lift your torso up. You're in your lunge now. Inhale and come up. And out. 2 rounds of pulses. Press left foot and right lower leg. Breathe in. Exhale, ease. 1 more. Press and breathe. Hands down. Step your right foot forward. Fold at the front of your mat. Lift. And fold. Mountain. Fold. Lift. High plank. And lower. We'll take another belly back bend here this time. We'll take your cobra, but a little bit closer. So your elbows are almost in a sphinx position. They're not underneath your shoulders. They're in front, but they're not quite as far out. Come to a rest position there. Breathe in. Exhale, press your hands, lift and traction your spine. Lengthening, drawing your belly up, 2 breaths. Exhale, lower, press back, downward facing dog. Okay. Warrior 1, right side. Step your right foot forward. Your hips are going to be squared off toward the front. So, right knee is bent. Right toes are pointed forward. Left hip is off to the side here, but not opened back like in Warrior Two. Your right heel's down, right knee is soft. So you're pressing down and forward through right leg, down and back through left. Bring your arms up so that your elbows are at your sides. Your palms are rotated up toward the ceiling, and we'll take 4 rounds of bird wing. So from here, breathe in. Exhale, open your hands out to the side, squeeze your elbows in. Inhale, come back. Exhale, open. Inhale, center. Exhale, out. Center. Open. Come back, breathe in. Relax your arms. Open up to Warrior Two. So now you will open your hips. So there's a line from your right foot that moves through your right leg into your right hip, out your back hip, your left hip into your left foot. So this line, yeah, good setup. Okay, you're opened out. Now we're going to compress your left shoulder. There's a few different ways to do this. We can take eagle arms if that's available, but there's nothing super perfect about it that privileges it. If you're taking that, you would take your left arm, your back arm in, bring your right arm underneath it so that your elbows are stacked and you're clasped. You can also just reach your left hand forward, bring your right arm underneath your elbow so that you're compressing into that left shoulder. You can also just bring your hands to your shoulders. Maybe you can set it up so that your left elbow is on top of your right forearm, so there's a little bit more compression, but this is fine too. You just want to close your chest off a little bit, and from here, in your Warrior Two, we'll bring 4 deep breaths. Expansion in your upper back, creating a little bit of space as you breathe in between your shoulder blades and your spine. Two more. After that, release your arm bind. Straighten your right leg out. Give it a little bit of relief here. It's been bent into a lunge for a while. And come into triangle. So now you're bringing your right hand down to thigh, knee, or shin. Don't worry about the depth here. Right hands to right shin. Left arms up. Your arms that were compressed are now opened out. You're lengthened on the back of your right leg. 4 breaths. Press into your feet. Take your gaze to your right foot. Really press into your right foot so that your right glute kind of comes online to support your lower back. Breath in. And now just bring your left hand down, bend into your right knee, and come to a high plank posture. From there, breathe in. Exhale to lower all the way down to the mat. And then take a cobra here. Set yourself up. Breathe in. Exhale to press and lengthen. Again, using your hands to pull your chest forward. 2 breaths. In. Exhale, lower and press back to downward facing dog. see what kind of time we have here. Okay, now, warrior one left side. Step your left foot forward. We're setting our warrior one up again. Opposite side, left toes forward. Right foot is just scooted directly back, still in track with your right hip. Toes turned out, heel down for bird wing. Elbows in. And actually this time, let's go ahead and take your palms so that they're facing one another as if you're holding a gift or something. Same motion, just different arm rotation. Breath in. Exhale out, squeeze in. Inhale, center. Exhale out, keep pressing into your feet. Right knee is soft. Out. Center. Out. Center. And relax. Open up into your warrior two. Left side, so left toes forward, right foot is perpendicular. You're bent into left knee, your right leg's extended back, but you're still soft in your right knee. From here, we're going to compress your right shoulder. So again, same options. You can bring your right arm under, or your left arm under your right so that you're squeezing in an eagle. You can reach right arm forward, bring left arm underneath to just squeeze in. You can also take your hands to your shoulders with your left arm underneath your right, or whatever, just as long as you're closing off in your warrior two position. And from here, 4 deep breaths.
It's part of the conference, honey.
Do 2 more breaths. Then release your arms. Maybe rotate your shoulders a little bit and move into your triangle. Straighten left leg, so lengthening out the back of that leg. Arms out, then bring your left hand down. Long straight line here from the center of your right heel through the crown of your head. So again, not super worried about depth. Take your gaze to your left foot. Press your left foot down and forward, right down and back. 4 deep breaths. After your 4th breath, bring your right hand down to the mat into your high plank posture. From plank, breath in, lower all the way to the ground. Take your belly back bend, your cobra, whatever it looks like. Lift, traction, breathe into mid-back. Belly draws up, breath draws in. Exhale, lower, press back to downward facing dog. Okay. Now, step your right foot forward so that you're in a squared off lunge. Your left knee is down. So you got this setup here where left knee is directly underneath left hip and right foot's underneath right knee. You can bring your left toes under if you like. might make you feel more stable. It certainly does that for me on occasion. We're going to take a little bit of a back bend from this position, but we're not worried about taking your torso backward. We're worried and interested in lengthening up and opening your chest. So your right hand will rest on your right thigh. Your left hand can either come behind you so that your left palm is against the top of your left glute at your lower back here, but not pressing into your lower back itself. You can also bring your left hand behind your neck into what's called half brain cradle so that you're tractioning your neck, like you're grabbing it, lengthening. Either way that's comfortable, press into your feet and just focus on lengthening your torso, opening your chest toward the ceiling, coming into this lengthening back bend for 3 deep breaths. Press your left hand against your lower back if that's the position you've taken. Open your left elbow out if you've taken half brain cradle. Last breath here. Exhale, ease your way out of the back bend. Be careful with your neck. Then take your hands down to the mat. Walk your right foot out toward the side of the mat. Both of your hands are on the insides of your feet now in contact with the mat. Walk your left foot back. So you're in a deeper lunge here. You can stay here and press into your right foot as you breathe in. You can also lift your left knee. So it's kind of like you're in your runner's lunge again with your right foot out. We'll take 3 breaths, pressing in to whatever's in contact with the mat as you inhale. Exhale, bring your belly up. 2 more. Last breath here. All right, then keep your hands where they are. Just take your right foot back. Come to high plank. Then press straight to downward facing dog. And we'll take half camel on the other side. Step your left foot forward, right knee down. Set up your squared off lunge. Left hand's at rest. Right hand is in the same position that you took on the other side or a different one. Depends on your shoulder openness, your comfort level here, the integrity of the posture. And again, just lengthen your chest up as if you're tilting your rib cage. 3 breaths. To your 3rd breath, ease your way out of the back bend. Bring your hands down to the mat, walk your left foot out, and then walk your right knee back so that you're either in just a deeper lunge with your right knee down or you're in this version of a lunge. 3 rounds of pressing into left foot, both hands and your right foot, knee and leg, if they're in contact as you breathe in. Exhale, drop belly up. 2 more. Then step your left foot back to high plank. Breath in. Exhale, press back to downward facing dog. Press into your hands and re-lengthen your lower back. All right. Now come to your back. And come back to the position that we did a lot of our early work in here with your knees bent, soles of your feet on the mat, arms out to the side. And we'll take a supine twist. Cross your right leg over your left. Scoot your hips to the right. Drop your knees over to the left. When you get there, tilt your pelvis so that your tailbone is kind of directed toward your knees. Has a tendency to point in the opposite direction, away from your legs, which creates more of a twist in your lower back. We want it higher up, closer to your ribs. And there, take 4 deep breaths. After your 4th breath, gently come back to center, uncross your legs and reset your hips. We'll take it on the other side, left over right. Hips pick up, move to the left slightly, knees drop to the right. And again, your pelvic tilt. Take 4 breaths. After your 4th, again, come out with ease. Uncross your legs. Draw both knees into your chest. Your head and your shoulders are eased down on the mat. Your tailbone, your pelvis stays in contact with the mat, so you're not lifting it up. Just draw in gently. Rock left to right a few times across your lower back, your sacrum. And stretch your feet out. Set up for your corpse pose. Your feet are about hip width, maybe slightly wider. Toes fall out to the sides. Arms out to your sides with your palms rotated up toward the ceiling. Now, if that's not super easy for you to maintain with your hands closer to your hips, you take your arms maybe all the way out to like a T posture here. Close your eyes. Turn your weight over to the ground. Let it sink in to what's below you. Take a breath in. Let it out. And rest with your eyes closed. Keeping your eyes closed, roll to one side. And carefully press your way up to a seated position, hands at rest on your thighs or knees. Take a deep breath to intake your practice. Release your breath. Slowly open your eyes. And that's your practice. Thanks, John. Thanks everybody who showed up and will show up. We'll continue on with the conference. Appreciate your presence.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Justin.
Thank you.
Good way to start the day.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah, thanks. That was nice.
Okay, so we have a 15-minute break, and then we will have the Peace Education Anti-War Ministry panel, I believe, is up next. So that will be at 10 a.m. Pacific.
Okay, great. We'll see you then.
Cool.
Okay, Addie, just a minute. I will be with you.
Hello, Lotus.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Alan. Come on, Addie. Okay. Treat, come on. So how are you doing, John?
I'm good. Just did yoga with Dustin this morning, and it was a nice session.
Yes. Hi, Alan. How are you?
Fine. You look the
Long-
same as you did 20 years ago.
I beg your pardon, didn't hear you. Go
You
ahead.
look the same as you did 20 years ago.
Oh, thank you, Alan. But not true. Listen, how are you? It's been years since I haven't seen you.
I'm fine. I'm good.
John Allen was the executive director. Excuse me. I'm just seeing him. Yeah. Alan, do you remember my partner, Ann Rivero?
Of course.
Hi,
course.
Alan.
How are you?
Good to see you. I just wanted to take a peek and see you again.
Yeah, that's great. It's great to see you. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Take care. Come on, Addie.
Yeah. John Allen and I, Alan was the executive director of Buddhist Peace Fellowship for many years. And I harassed him for a couple of years during that time. So we are old friends.
Okay, great. Very good to meet you. And yeah, I like a lot of what Buddhist Peace Fellowship has done and stood for. And I haven't interacted with it directly, but I know it's out there and I'm glad that it's there. So
It's kind of out there. It's not so much out there these days. I think they're sort of in hibernation, regrouping.
right.
Really?
Um,
Yeah.
But
That's what I thought when I
Yeah.
looked at their webpage. Yeah.
yeah, they're, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure where that's gonna wind up. My own connection with them is slender these days, but I do and would support them.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. Well, times are changing as always. So we never know where it's going. So listen, how's Joan Halifax? I haven't seen her in a while.
Joan is fine. I saw her online yesterday, and she turned 80
You're
last
kidding, my
couple
goodness.
weeks ago, and she's still, she's just gonna die in the saddle. She's really hard charging. Her energy is great, and her teaching is very good. And I've been working with her for about 10 years as part of the Upaya chaplaincy program.
That's great. That's great.
And yeah, she's doing really well.
Well, if you see her or when you see her,
will.
give her a hi for me.
I'll see her on
Uh,
Tuesday.
There is our friend Yuri. Yuri, thank you for coming. How are you?
Hello, I am fine, and thank you for invitation.
Okay. This panel the panel presentations will be recorded, and we have our own YouTube channel. So although there are not very many people that will be attending today online, there are a lot of people we're sort of sending this through many Dharma centers. So and other organizations that we're tied with. So hello, John, how are you? Can't hear you.
You're on mute, John.
No, we can't hear him.
Sorry about that.
Okay,
Should be good now.
good. So then we are waiting for Phil. So Alan, Yuri, John, Phil, and the Paul Freshman recorded his presentation because he has a medical emergency he has to attend this weekend or Monday, and he felt that he could not be with us. But so we will wait 5 more minutes and begin.
Is Paul's presentation before mine or after mine?
What do you want?
Actually, it'd be great if it were before, because I think he lays the groundwork for, or a place for me to take off from.
Okay, so we'll do that.
Yeah.
We'll do that. Paul is going to present some of the Buddhist teachings on nonviolence and pacifism. So he's a old anti-war activist and a Vipassana teacher in the Goenka tradition, which is a very famous meditation tradition.
Yuri, where are you physically?
I am in Kiev, capital of Ukraine.
You are in Kiev. Okay.
Indeed, yeah.
Where my grandparents came from.
Great. And are any memories about Kiev in your family, like photos or
Yes.
like
Photos. Yeah. Here's a photo. I can show you. I don't know if you could see it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it is great.
The baby on the lap is my grandfather.
Oh, wow.
And it's a photo studio in Kiev. You know, so this must have been about, this photo was probably about 1899.
Wow. Interesting links.
Yeah.
My grandfather was also from Ukraine, my maternal grandfather. Well, Phil is here also. Phil, where are you? In Bolivia?
Hello. I am, yes. Hi, everyone. Hope you're well.
So everybody is
Hello,
somewhere
Phil.
else.
Hey, Yuri.
We'll give it 5 more minutes. As I was telling Alan, and I think I told Yuri at some point, we have a small number of people who will be attending online today, but we're posting this in our YouTube and we're sending it to all the Dharma centers and to other organizations that we belong to. So we wanted to do that in this way. And so we have 2 or 3 more minutes. Strange for a Cuban, but we'll start on time. In my country, it was bad manners to start on time. So
Yeah, I live here in Bolivia. I'm a little bit used to that also.
So we will begin now. Welcome to the Anti-War and Peace Education Ministry panel.
Sorry, 1 second, Lourdes, let me hit the record button first.
Okay, okay.
Yep. Just 1 second.
And I will need the opportunity to make a presentation. So please share authorization to demonstrate the screen.
Yeah, I'll make you a co-host when it comes time for that, and then you'll be good to go. My dog is joining us as well. Hold on a second.
Oh, so lovely attendant.
He likes to be in the center of the action.
Okay, so are we ready, John?
Almost.
Let me know when. Okay.
Okay, and Lourdes, go ahead.
Okay, welcome to the Anti-War and Peace Education Ministry panel. This panel was put together by our small Dhamma Sila Parisa collective because, as you know, we all know very well, we live in times of both declared and undeclared war. And we wanted to have a conversation about this topic. And because this is also a Buddhist conference, Buddhist-oriented conference, although not all the people who are going to speak here today are Buddhist, we wanted to have some reflections on what the Buddha actually taught about nonviolence and pacifism. So we have 5 panelists, and I am going to begin by introducing the first one, who is Dr. Julie Shelesenko. And Yuri is talking to us from Kyiv in the Ukraine. He is a legal scholar who has taught at Krok University in the Ukraine. And he is the executive director of the Ukrainian pacifist movement. He is also on the board of directors of the European Union of Conscientious Objection, as well as on the board of the World Beyond War organization here in the US. And I could say many more things about Yuri. Yuri, thank you very much. I know that you're speaking to us from very difficult conditions, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart that you're here to talk to us today. So please.
Now I will share my screen. Are you see my slides?
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Great. So, dear friends, thank you for the invitation to this interesting event and for your care about peace in Ukraine. I am glad to meet you, to serve as a guest speaker and to share knowledge. I will start my presentation from this poem entitled Hope. Unhappy land, where songs of birds in spring are interrupted by a roar of flying death. Poor heart, stay calm and chirp with love and truth. Your tears and prayers make new life to blossom. Hearing this poem, you probably felt atmosphere in Ukraine after Russian invasion. I speak from Kyiv, capital of Ukraine. No explosions here now, but several months ago, the land shook and my home too, because of Russian shelling. It was a hell, and it is still hell in Donbas on both sides of the front line, because war is a hell. We reached the lose-lose phase of 30 years long escalation of conflict between Ukraine and Russia, as well as between the West and East. I use the term lose-lose phase, referring to Friedrich Lassel's 9-stage, 3-phases model of conflict escalation. In the struggle for peace, any form of violence is not allowed. Ukraine and Russia many times allowed violence in pursuit of so-called peace, in archaic understanding of peace, and it was ended badly. That's why we should avoid violence in our struggle for peace. Indeed, in 1991, after the dissolution of Soviet Union, both Russia and Ukraine preserved old-fashioned militarism, hoping to live in peace guarded by mighty armies. During popular unrest caused by pressures of Russia and Europe to choose exclusive integration with one of them, in 2014, both pro-Russian and pro-European circles turned nonviolent protests into violent power grabs, seeking the end of long-standing division in society. And then, instead of implementation of internationally recognized peace deal, Minsk agreements, both Russia and Ukraine resorted to military methods of pursuing appalling ethno-nationalist versions of peace. Attrition warfare still continues with a slow Russian offensive in Donbas and Ukrainian counteroffensive in Russia-occupied southern Ukrainian regions at the Black Sea coast adjacent to Crimea. Fighting around Zaporizhia nuclear power plant escalates the conflict. Even danger of radioactive contamination don't restrain belligerents. The war already killed more than 12,000 of civilians in Ukraine and forced nearly 13 millions to leave their homes. Nearly 7 millions went abroad. The war ruins cities and infrastructure, deprives people of livelihoods, food, education, and healthcare. Despite the suffering, people are highly mobilized in support of war effort by the propaganda, formal and informal coercion, such as persecution and forced disappearances of perceived pro-Russian figures, shutdown of opposition parties and media, persecution for evasion of military service without exceptions, even for conscientious objectors, handing out at public places to all able-bodied men orders to appear at recruiting centers, travel ban for males, and bullying for any expression of anti-war or anti-militarist views. Militarist policies curtailing democracy and civil rights face spontaneous, hidden, and passive resistance among the population, despite unquestioning Western support to President Zelensky. However, lack of genuine peace culture in civil society, media, and academia, absence of organized popular peace movement make rare pro-peace voices disempowered and marginalized. One of vivid indicators how deep our civil society is poisoned by militarism was a collective statement of Ukrainian mediators and dialogue facilitators who refused to insist on nonviolent conflict resolution, pledged to work for national unity in war effort, insisted on normality of hatred to enemy and inappropriateness of any dialogue between Ukrainians and citizens of Russia and Belarus, because, I quote, any contacts with people who represent the aggressor can't have a traumatic effect, end of quote. You know, before the Russian invasion, 22% of Ukrainians said at opinion poll that they are ready to resist invaders non-violently. But our militarized government done nothing to create infrastructure of non-violent resistance. No attempt of creation of civilian-based defense was made. President Zelensky announced total military mobilization of population for war with Russia. Propaganda called to trust army and enlist, and still after Russian invasion, new polls revealed that only 6% of population took up arms, while 80% of population resist the Russian aggression. Most of people, of course, do this resistance by non-violent means, such as activism, donations, charity work, and passive resistance. Unfortunately, majority of people in Ukraine trust the propaganda of war and the army, but with current authoritarian tendencies and cruel enforcement of military mobilization, it would change, especially if the military will dare to organize a coup. The most common type of nonviolent activism in Ukraine today is humanitarian aid and charities supporting the army. Of course, it is important work to help people suffering from war and to socialize internally displaced persons in new places, but it hardly helps to stop the war. It just a little decreases suffering, but allows perpetuation of war. When I read simplistic plans of peace in Ukraine, like winning the war or negotiating neutrality and territorial concessions, I want to cry, because people think the war could be ended without big changes in society, without getting rid of war system. It is impossible. Just impossible. Big changes for wars are possible. And since nuclear 5 states still block the ban of nukes, I am not ruling out scenario of achieving peace on Earth, through self-destruction of humankind. And by the way, nuclear winter will end global warming. Ironically, those who demand peace by victory at any cost, by engaging NATO into war, they take such a risk and they are mad. But reasonable people too sometimes think that we could achieve peace preserving nuclear weapons, military alliances and militant sovereignty, the borders and walls and barbed wire and gunned men in uniforms dividing people. Why we are not courageous enough to imagine the world without armies and borders, the world where territorial disputes are impossible because nobody can have absolute power on any territory. Big changes for good are possible and realistic. Without big changes, we will achieve nothing, and we need these big changes. We need to build nonviolent society. Militant leaders of Ukraine and Russia, along with their allies in the East and West, in their official propaganda are focusing on demonized images of enemy and unrealistic plans to end the war by complete victory. This narrative is obviously false and should be changed towards values of peace and justice to deal with misdoings on both sides by repentance, accountability, and prevention, to end the war by reconciliation. Without narrative of reconciliation with these images of enemy, war can continue forever. Worldwide peace movement could change the narrative by telling the truth, informing and educating people for peace, advocating ceasefire, peace talks between East and West, as well as between Russia and Ukraine, and systemic transition to economy and politics of nonviolence. Good examples of this work are diplomatic efforts of United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, humanitarian and spiritual anti-war initiatives, for example, of Pope Francis, and I know that in your spiritual community there are two peace builders aware about necessity of peace by peaceful means in Ukraine. Another example are reports of human rights violations on both sides published by United Nations Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights and Amnesty International, as well as idea for negotiated peace agreement proposed by experts in conflict management. For example, by Friedrich Glasl, or for example, by the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Since belligerents currently have structural and situational incentives for their bellicosity, these incentives should be removed or better replaced with positive incentives for peace process, appealing to hope for gains rather than fear of losses, because the war economy raised level of tolerance for threats and pains. Recent Istanbul Agreement on shipment of grain and other agricultural goods from Ukraine via the Black Sea shows that positive incentives like mutual interest in profit from trade are working, especially under international pressure of starving global south. This example, as well as example of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, showed that sane people of the world can raise voices, mobilize governments and international organizations to resist reckless militarist policies of great powers and war industries, hurting all humankind and endangering the common future of all people on earth. Western governments think that war could be ended with regime change in Russia. Russian government thinks that regime change in Ukraine could end the war, but such regime changes, if even possible, could not stop the war. Only profound global structural changes will do it. And I believe unfolding worldwide peace movement will cause necessary changes. Since political leaders do nothing to stop the war, no longer trying, many of them recklessly advocate escalation policies and militarism, we need to develop massive peace movement able to insist on sustainable ceasefire, comprehensive peace talks to achieve reconciliation, both between Russia and Ukraine, as well as between the East and West, and also necessarily insist on further universal transition towards nonviolent society. We should tell the truth to stop the war, because the truth is inconvenient to warmongers. For example, when United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights Michelle Bachelet and her team working at the field revealed the truth about war crimes and human rights violations on both sides of conflict between Ukraine and Russia, some officials on both sides reacted with anger and fury, but they will remember their shame and maybe will authorize less killings in future. That's how the truth works. It is a simple truth that war violates human rights, but this truth is inconvenient for warmongers. Therefore, we need to tell the truth to the power, even facing violence. And the truth is our non-violent power, which is a force more powerful than all armies. Both governments of Ukraine and Russia are not happy that human rights defenders reveal dark side of their self-proclaimed crusade, but they can't silence truth and individual conscience. They try hard. Thousands of protesters against the war in Russia are arrested and hugely fined. I admire courage of war resistors and conscientious objectors to military service in Russia and in Belarus. In Ukraine, people are bullied and persecuted for anti-war views. I admire a braveness of a student Elvira, who was expelled from university for protesting against the war, and still she says that her destiny and profession is to heal the people, not to kill them, and she just wants peace on our land. A pacifist Andrei Kucher and evangelical Christian member of the church Source of Life Dmytro Kucherov were sentenced to prison by Ukrainian courts for their refusal to bear arms, so-called crime of evasion from mobilization, with substitution of incarceration to probation. They could be conscripted again and face real prison terms, but they resist the war, bravely refusing to kill. Persecution of my friend Ruslan Katsaba for his 2015 call to boycott military mobilization is continuing, despite he already spent 524 days in prison before acquittal and quash of acquittal under far-right pressure and start of current shameful retrial. Ukrainian pacifist movement was born during street protests against cruel hunting for conscripts at the streets by police and military commissariats in 2019, and we continue our nonviolent actions since then. We had 2 online meetings after Russian invasion, including a celebration of the International Conscientious Objectors Day, 15th May. One of our new members is Oleg Sofyanik, swimmer and Soviet epoch dissident, who several times refused to serve in Soviet army. He criticized a lot the governmental ban for all men to travel abroad during martial law and compulsory military service. He calls it serfdom. And by the way, he lives in the city of Marganets on the other river bank of Dnipro, near this Energodar, near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. So now he hears every day this battle and of course danger of nuclear contamination in result of some reckless attack is not good experience in his life. We support anti-military petitions and humanitarian initiatives in Ukraine and with European and American friends. Peace building is perhaps the most important part of our work, oriented for future, and we work on it, maintaining a dialogue through meetings and discussion groups, insisting that peace, not war, is social norm. Another important part of our work is peace studies and education for peace and nonviolence. All of that is almost absent in Ukraine for now. Ukrainian pacifist movement organized several webinars on the human right to peace, human right to conscientious objection to military service. We spread the knowledge using social media and plan to launch educational courses. Also, we participate in relevant international research and education projects and networks. Traditional approach to prepare youth for participation in adult political life in Ukraine and Russia was and still is a so-called military patriotic upbringing. In Soviet Union, ideal citizen was seen as loyal conscript, obeying commanders without questions. In this paradigm, military discipline was a model for civilian life, excluding dissent from political sphere. Of course, any sort of conscientious objectors to military service, such as followers of the apostle of nonviolence Leo Tolstoy and folk Protestants, were repressed during campaigns against sects and cosmopolitanism. Russia and Ukraine inherited this paradigm and still tend to educate rather obedient soldiers than responsible voters. This inhuman militarist patriotic upbringing, along with conscription, military mobilization, and non-recognition of human right to conscientious objection to military service, is a root of problem, a root of evil. We need to replace militarist education with peace education, encompassing topics of global citizenship, social and environmental justice in the classrooms, in summer camps, and in every other suitable spaces, discussing human rights or sustainable development goals, training peer mediation and other soft skills of civilized social life. We should educate for peace next generation of the citizens of the earth, mother planet of all humans. Peace education gives more than hope. Indeed, it gives a vision that our children and children of our children can prevent fears and pains of today, using and developing tomorrow the best of our knowledge and practices of creative and democratic peace to be truly happy people. So goals of peace education in Ukraine and in Russia also today should be nonviolent atmosphere in schools, demilitarization of education and culture, teaching of all disciplines based on value of peace, and deeper studies of peaceful citizenship topics, nonviolent democracy. My dream is to create in Ukraine a peace research and education center as an academic base for seeking and advocating nonviolent solutions to end the war, for development of the culture of peace and pacifist movement in Ukraine in cooperation between local and foreign universities and societies of scholars. This practical work in future could help to emerge modern, comprehensive and plausible theory of scientific pacifism, which is desperately needed because artistic, philosophical, and religious responses to well-funded warmongering mainstream in many cases are not enough satisfactory for people used to critical thinking. And I strongly believe that universal transition towards nonviolent way of life should be based on evidence-based decision-making as well as popular literacy and awareness. Anyway, asking for example, entrepreneurs and business people for support and funding, we should have scientific evidence-based plan how it is intended. And of course, since markets in many cases are more resilient to systemic violence than populations in whole, we need to ask more people from markets, skilled organizers, to join peace movement. Worldwide solidarity of peace-able people is key for abolition of war. I expect more people will take the streets and virtual spaces throughout the world to protest against reckless and dangerous great power politics in such a massive peace movement like in the end of the 20th century when peace-loving humankind managed to prevent nuclear war. We should start to build peace with hope and knowledge, developing culture of peace and nonviolence based on fairness and happiness. It needs ecosystem of peace among people, markets and media, peace education for nonviolent citizenship, evidence-based and well-planned decision-making, engaging all peace-loving people, peace economy and pro-peace politics, nonviolent justice and security system based on techniques of peaceful conflict resolution. All of that should be created to achieve genuine peace, and no ceasefire will endure if will be agreed at all without this important work of establishing nonviolent way of life in every corner of our planet. I hope that with the help of all people in the world telling the truth to the power, demanding to stop shooting and start talking, aiding those who need it, and investing into the peace culture and education for nonviolent citizenship, we could together build a better world without hatred and alienation, a world where truth and love are great powers, embracing East and West. It is hard to imagine how lot of work it would take to get rid of war, to uphold human right to refuse to kill, to stop the war machine and to build peace, ensuring the big change towards nonviolent society. But all people in the world, billions of us, have a right to peace, and it is our common duty to build perpetual peace together. Let's make happen this great dream of many generations. Let's imagine and build our nonviolent world without wars. After this call for action, I would like to end my presentation with a short video clip about Ukrainian pacifist movement with music of Ukrainian folk song Moonlight Night. Sirens silent, stars are quiet, moonlight night, dreams are bright, no war, peace on earth. Future of dreams we are building together, simply refusing to kill. Loving each other, sisters and brothers, that's what we are and we will. Loving each other, sisters and brothers, that's what we are and we will. Let's drive away any fear, any hatred, building the peace in our hearts. Future of dreams we creating together, stopping the war just to start. Future of dreams we creating together, stopping the war just to start. Sirens silent, stars are quiet, moonlight night, dreams are bright, no war, peace on earth.
Yuri, thank you so very much. And I hope that people who are here today listening to this understand the difficult circumstances in which Yuri finds himself in putting out this message for peace and against war. We can speak about this here up to now, I think, without being arrested or bullied, but this is not his situation. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And this is a voice and voices like him that need to be heard here in this country, as well as in Russia, of course, because this country and, of course, the European Union are putting more and more monies into continuing this war, billions of dollars, which is also affecting poor people in this country and in other countries in the world. So thank you very, very much, Yuri. I deeply appreciate this. So our second speaker will be someone who follows some of what Yuri was talking about, trying to promote a culture of peace through peace education. And it's Dr. Phil Gittins. Phil hails from the UK, although now he is speaking to us from his home in Bolivia. And Phil is the Director of Education of the World Beyond War Organization. And he has received an incredible amount of awards for his work in peace education, including the Rotary Peace Fellowship, the Catherine Davis Fellowship for Peace. And let me just say a little bit about World Beyond War. It's a very important organization. It's an anti-war organization with chapters and affiliates in about 12 countries. And it bills itself, and I think it is what it bills itself, as a global nonviolent movement to end war and to establish a just and sustainable world peace. So without further ado, Phil, maybe you can tell us a little bit of what you're doing around the world.
Can I just check if you can hear me okay and you can see the screen?
Yes,
Yes,
I
yes.
can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for the invitation, and a big shout out to Yuri. I always love his analysis. They're so in depth, so to the point, so evidence based. So yeah, congratulations, Yuri, and thank you for sharing what you shared. And thank you for the invitation. So I was asked to speak a little bit about our work, particularly focused on peace education and particularly with youth, young people. So what I want to do in the time that I have is talk about a project that we did last year in 2021 with Rotary, and it's the first of its kind project in the peace building field. We brought young people and communities together from 12 different countries, worked with them throughout a developmental process. It had a two-pronged approach of education and action, and I'm going to say some more about that, and culminated in impact in these 12 different countries. So I'm now in the process of writing it up for publication in a few different articles. But it was really a win-win model for World Beyond War, for our partner organization, Rotary. Rotary is the largest service organization in the world with 1,200,000 members, and especially most importantly, young people who really had opportunities to bridge the too often gap between those that study peace and those that practice it on the ground. So that gives you a bit of an idea where we're going. In particular, I want to say something about the problem, why we put together this project, who was involved, what the purpose of the project was, what was the process through which we went about doing this project, what were some of the products, otherwise known as impact, proliferation, so how do we go about engaging more people to widen the sphere of the influence, and projections for the future. So we worked with 12 countries in 2021. We're now putting together another 10 countries for this year. Embedded underpinning all of this is an argument that I've made for many, many years. Engaging young people, equipping them with the tools, skills and support to both prevent war and promote peace is one of the largest, most global and important challenges facing humanity. Hopefully in the space of a little bit less than 20 minutes, I will try and explain why that is the case. But this project, it was both informed by a deeply personal kind of thing that I saw missing in the peace building field and things that I wanted to kind of experiment with. If we look at the peace building field, we see that there's many binaries between science and arts, scholarship, research and practice and activism. Theory, the theorists, the head people. On the other side, the practitioners, the heart, my background psychotherapy by trade. So we need to get much better at kind of engaging with people, the hands, the academia versus the community, academia versus industry. We need to get so much better at collaborating. Young people versus adults. We need so much more intergenerational collaboration where youth and adults can learn with and from each other. These ideas of global north versus global south. We need far much more cross-cultural work so that we can learn from each other as well. And then finally, this idea of objects. Young people are often seen as kind of the objects. So peace building work is done to them rather than seeing them as subjects and them doing actually the work themselves. So we really need to move, I think in a way, the whole of peace building can be summed up as how do we move from relationships of power over to relationships of power with. So I was really interested in experimenting with these kind of ideas. And I've been trying to do this even a long time before I got involved with peace work. The last 20 years of my life, I've been trying to practice a form of approach which relies heavily on praxis and which relies heavily on collaboration, on relational ways of working. And I really like this idea of Anthony Bing sums up what good peace studies should be all about. thinking our way into new forms of acting and acting our way into new forms of thinking. This is the justification for the project. And I've wrote about this, and here's 2 books, and I wrote recently something for the Journal of Peace and Conflict Studies about making this argument. We need to get so much better at combining thinking and doing. There's too much of a gap between them. But of course, it's embedded within a much bigger problem. And this is why World Beyond War exists. At least 180 million people died in wars in the 20th century. Now, according to the Institute for Economics and Peace, 16 trillion is the economic impact globally of violence. 10 trillion of that can be attributed, different people say different things, but to war. If we put that into perspective, 2 trillion is physically spent on military expenditure each year, and half of that comes from the US. That's statistically, proven. If we put that into to contextualize that, World Beyond War for a long time has been making this argument that 30 billion is needed to end starvation on the planet, and we have our billboards that say 3% of US military spending could end starvation on the planet. Well, what's the result of this overspending, this overemphasis on the war system that Yuri's done a brilliant job of kind of explaining? Well, we've seen a 340% increase in battlefield deaths in the last 10 years. We're now at a 30-year high in violent conflict around the world. And we now have 100 million plus people displaced. Of course, though the root cause of this displacement is the war system. 2 of the existential crises that we're now facing, nuclear apocalypse and climate change, both have their roots in the war system. The link with nuclear apocalypse is very clear, but not so much with climate change. Not many people, as many people know, that the biggest polluter and the biggest consumer of fossil fuels on the planet is the military, and particularly the US military. So if we want to make progress on that existential crisis, we have to address the military. So with that in mind, we started thinking of a project, what we could do. Here is a tentative kind of aim for the purpose, because it's always iterative, it's always work in progress. But I wanted to really develop a model for facilitating intergenerational cross-cultural peace learning and collaboration, and engaging young people in both the delivery and design, delivery, evaluation of peace projects. And we wanted to pilot it. So we piloted in 2021. So how did we do that? Well, here's something I've been developing for more than 10 years as a model for trying to get at some of these things that concern me. How there's this gap, especially in academia, that tends to think of kind of analysis out there. And it's very important to do that analysis out there, but less in terms of relational inquiry, much less in terms of turning the mirror inwards. So this model that I've been developing has been saying, actually, we need to look at both self-study, collective study, and systemic study. And I think we know research shows us that if we want to make progress on social change, we need both reflection, aka education, and action. One without the other is necessary, but not sufficient. So this is what the program looked like. I tried to kind of lay out. It's a 14-week developmental process with 6 weeks of peace education, and I'm going to say something about that shortly, online, and 8 weeks of action. But the action is really split up into different parts. They start with doing some research, then do the activism, and then try and advocate for the work that they've done. In broad sense, it's about supporting young people to move from objects, from projects done to them, for them, about them, to subjects, where the projects is done by them and with them. So we had 12 countries. Each country had a country project team. And the 12 countries were 4 from Africa, Cameroon, Kenya, Nigeria, South Sudan. 4 from Europe, Ukraine, Russia, very apt before what happened, what Yuri's been talking about, Serbia, Turkey, US, Canada, Colombia, and Venezuela. Each country project team had 14 or more people. 4 were adults, 2 were coordinators of the project, which found the funding. Then they recruited the other 12. 2 were mentors who worked with young people through this developmental process of 14 weeks to support them, to guide them, etc. And then 10 young people. The young people were age 18 to 30, and they went through this developmental process together. The idea of this community of practice is that we built in feedback loops, we built in opportunities to engage with each other and learn with each other throughout the 14 weeks. So South Sudan could learn from Venezuela, Ukraine could learn from Nigeria about the prospects and challenges of the work. We collaborated with Rotary on this wonderful first of its kind effort. And as discussed, the project was really, in its broadest sense, split into two parts: peace education, peace action. And I'm going to say a little bit about that now. So the peace education part engaged 140 people, so 120 youth and 20 adults, in a 6-week developmental online learning process. They spent between 3 to 6 hours per week, actually, online engaging with the material. So the young people were a whole mix. They had some people that had never really studied peace and conflict before, right up to people that had masters from some of the leading universities, etc., on peace and conflict, even PhD students. So we had a real good mix of students. This is another model, but if you invite me back, I can talk some more time, but another model I've been trying to develop around how to develop well-rounded and well-grounded peace builders. There's a massive overfocus on the head, which is important, intellectual intelligence, but we're not a brain on a stick. You know, we need to engage the head, the heart, the hands, what I call the knowing, the being, the doing of peace building. So this program was developed in that way. 2 weeks, we're looking at the knowing. And then this is introduction to peace building. 2 weeks looking at the being. I'm going to say something about these shortly. And then 2 weeks at of the doing, the hands. So here's the first 2 weeks to support them to think critically. We had 2 different modules, which were looking at core concepts. What is peace? What is conflict? What is violence? What is power? What is a systems approach to peace? A systems approach to war, etc. Revolving around our award-winning, this is World Beyond War's award-winning blueprint for ending war and establishing a just and sustainable peace. If I had more time, I'd happily speak about this in depth. Then 2 weeks looked at ways of being with self, so turning mirror inwards. It keeps changing for some reason. I'm not touching anything. It's the ways of being with self, and then another week, ways of being with others, drawing on ideas of non-violent conflict, non-violent communication, person-centered, my background psychotherapy, person-centered psychotherapy, etc., focusing, active listening, dialogue, and then 2 weeks of how do we go about designing, implementing, evaluating, and communicating a project? Here's an example of the online learning. At the end of each week, after reading all the material, they would be asked questions based on what they read, what they engaged with, etc. And it was a wonderful, so cool to watch. You know, Venezuela asking South Sudan questions, asking young people from Ukraine questions, Russia questions. Amazing. So, of course, education is necessary, but it's not sufficient. We need action, but we need education to help inform people in order to act appropriately. So both education and action are needed. So after the 6 weeks, they engaged in 8 weeks of peace action, where they designed, implemented, evaluated, and communicated their project. We use this mantra: youth lead, adults guide. It's a collaboration, but they both play different roles. And again, as we said, we built in these ideas of bi-weekly reflections where you know, the different countries could learn from each other about the great work that's going on in relation to intergenerational cross-cultural learning. We've said a little bit about World Beyond War. The material drew from both World Beyond War's material, my work, the best from peace studies, etc. World Beyond War, we've won multiple awards: the 2021 US Peace Prize, the Global Educators Challenge, etc. And we also give out awards as well. So if you know people that are working to end war, please let us know. Our courses, generally, we have people on our courses from, generally, not the Peace Education Action for Impact, right from the youngest that I know is 13, the oldest that I know 94, right from students right up to PhD professors. So if you're interested, please take some of our courses. We're running 4 this year, by the way, 6-week courses. So what were some of the outcomes of the Peace Education Action for Impact project? Well, it engaged 12 countries, it engaged young people and communities from 12 countries. In addition to Rotary, we had over 20 partner, locally embedded organizations work with us. Young people created, co-created, and implemented their own projects, 15 of them. Here is a snapshot of some of the impacts. We trained professors, mentors, researchers to work more effectively with young people. Here's an example of a country project team from Venezuela made up of both adults and young people. Here's some examples of some of the projects that they did. Each project was contextualized, so a project in Colombia will look different to a project in the US. Here's some examples of projects. In fact, actually, Colombia, they actually did 9 different projects because they had young people in 9 different departments. It was crazy, but amazing work. The US did a really interesting project where they did this project that's kind of mixed the arts and the science, where they took what they learned from the course and actually made an album called the Peace Accords, based on what they learned. Other good examples of projects: Nigeria wanted to address the issue of kidnapping, so they brought policymakers, police officers, young people together to engage in a dialogue. Another great example, Cameroon, conducted research and also advocacy, and actually they got a letter from the minister in Cameroon to congratulate them all on all their great work. So for the purposes of time, I'm going to go through this very, very quickly and finish, but here's the proliferation and end of project celebration, where the young people got to present all their projects. So the question is, what are the next steps? Well, here are some of the countries that we're in conversation with or that have already said we want to be part of 2022 project. So Ethiopia, South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, India, Pakistan, Iraq, Wales, Bosnia, Haiti, US, and Mexico. There's a breather. Just before leaving, I will say, if you have young people that are interested in engaging in work to oppose war and prevent and promote peace, then we have a wonderful youth network, which is deliberately designed to be co-created by, with, and for young people. So please send them our way if you have some amazing young people. Many thanks. And if you have any questions, please write to us. Here's my email. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much for the invitation. And congratulations for you all for putting this wonderful event together. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Phil. The impressive work that you and your organization are doing. And I think following some of the analysis that Yuri has made, I think it provides another perspective than the dominant perspective, particularly in this country, about what is happening around the world. So I'm wondering if anyone has any questions for Yuri or for Phil. Comments? Or like I used to tell my students, issues, protests? Okay, so we will continue with our panelists. I'm also very interested in not only the impact of war on people. And I agree with Yuri that sometimes the efforts just go into humanitarian aid, that although they're very, very important efforts, we need to also address some of the roots of war and also address some of the tremendous needs for, peace education. But I'm going to ask someone who is helping other sentient beings other than humans during war. And that person is a person that I have great respect for. He's a veterinarian. His name is John Geller. And he is someone who has developed a program in Denver that works with the animals that homeless people have. And usually when a homeless person has an animal companion, it's very probable that that person is the only thing that he or she has. And the same thing happens with refugees. And as having been one many, many years ago, I can attest to that. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Dr. John Geller, who's a veterinarian. He is the founder of the Street Dog Coalition in Denver, an organization committed and made by veterinarians who are committed to help the companion animals of the homeless. John just returned from the border of Ukraine and Romania, and he helped many of the animals that were brought in by refugees. I think in a few weeks, he helped about 600 animals. And I want to give him an opportunity to talk about these uncounted and forgotten victims of war and what he did there. So, John, are you around?
Yes, I am. And thank you for that introduction. I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. Okay, I hope everyone can hear me and see this okay. Thanks for the opportunity to be part of this very unique conference and conversation with this central theme of Buddhist thought that runs through it. And thank you, and again, thank you for the introduction. Our mission as a nonprofit in the United States was to provide free veterinary care to pets of those experiencing or at risk of homelessness. And in doing so, here's a good example of someone that we work with. You know, this person's committed to living on the street because he's got his dogs with him, et cetera. So he's not going through any doors, especially those like the ones behind him. And we now have veterinary teams about 50 US cities doing this kind of free work. It requires a lot of unconditional, non-judgmental acceptance and love to do it. We have a common denominator in that pet. These folks live with lots of stigmatization, isolation, social dysfunction. So we appreciate the opportunity to help them in any way we can. When I heard about what was going on last February in Ukraine, we just decided, our group decided we were going to get involved and kind of go international and kind of take this same idea and approach of helping people through their pets and see where it gets us. On the right here, you see a lady who's from, she is experiencing homelessness. She lives in Michigan, and on the left is a Ukraine refugee with her pet in our blue veterinary tent that we have on the southern border of Romania and Ukraine. I'll show you a few more pictures right on the Danube River. You know, those dogs could be litter mates, and those ladies could be sisters, right? They're both experiencing a lot of stress. There's definitely some danger involved in their lives, especially women living on the street, women traveling through forced migration. They're transient and they're homeless. So there is definitely some common denominators that we see kind of throughout the world in these pets. Well, Yuri talked about this a lot too, but you kind of see the stress involved in this forced migration that comes up suddenly. And certainly many of these people do have their pets with them, but many also had to leave their pets behind because they were too big to take. And it's led to a crisis in Ukraine, and Eastern Europe, which I'm going to talk about later. This is the border in early March. And this is far southeast Romania. Again, it's on the Danube River just before Danube River enters into the Black Sea. And so on the left, you see a lady that's just arrived. We did see a lot of smaller dogs like Chihuahuas. And of course, we saw mostly women and children. As you see in that picture on the right, they've just arrived at the Asachia border station. It's a ferry station, so people are coming across on ferry boats that come every few hours. And of course, now we're in eastern Romania, but many of the gypsy horse wagons we'll see everywhere. This is one of the first people I met. I connected with some Romanian veterinarians so I could work under their license and kind of make things legitimate. There's a lot of government oversight to veterinary work in Eastern Europe and Ukraine, as far as I know. And I met this Ukraine refugee, and of course he's older, so he's not being recruited into the war. His name's Victor, and he's with his dog Alpha. They've crossed the border, and now he's on the right. You see him talking to one of our veterinary team. Vladimir is a Croatian veterinary student that helped me with translation and vet work. And Victor is explaining that his van, which you see right behind him, is out of gas. He doesn't have any money. He's trying to connect with his family in Western Europe. And because he works on a Russian fishing boat, he has Russian credit cards, and all those credit cards have been shut down. So he's stuck, but he loves his dog like crazy. He showed us lots of videos of his dog, and you can kind of see the relationship just from looking at them. Luckily, we were able to scrape together some cash so he can continue on his journey to Western Europe. This is just a picture of what things look like when we first got there, and this map has changed considerably in terms of Russian forces taken over different areas. But here, this blue star is where we had our station. So we're way down that far southwest corner of Ukraine, but you can see that Odessa is not too far away, Mykolaiv not too far. So folks that are leaving those areas are going to be crossing through into Romania, most likely there. They also could go into Moldova. This was some sad news that came out while I was over there, but there was a large shelter, Ukrainian animal shelter, where the caretakers had to leave because of Russian missiles, bombings, and actually in war right on the ground. And 300 dogs were in this shelter, and 200 of them ended up starving to death. I'm sorry, deliver the sad news, but this reality of war and how it affects, as Lourdes mentioned, other sentient beings. And then the other 100 dogs that were left were not, because they were shelter dogs, were not allowed to cross the border into Poland. And so that has led to this crisis in Ukraine right now of a huge overpopulation of pets. And it's getting worse by the day. Just a little overview of what it was like at that border station. It was very cold. It was early March. It's wintertime, cold, icy wind coming across the Danube River. See this lady with her orange cat in the large warming tent where there was food, there was clothing, there was beds, there were a lot of kids there. They had play areas. And of course, folks are being helped in every way possible. Here you see Vladimir again. He's a Croatian vet student, but he speaks 3 or 4 languages, helping do an intake on this dog outside. Just a quick picture of kind of the stark coldness of what it was like, at least then. And now it's gotten to where it's extremely hot, and we're struggling with things like heat stroke with people and pets. But you can see that open air ferry crossing over from Ukraine. And so when the people and pets got to Isachia, they were very cold for the most part. And just an overview of kind of this very far corner of the world, very old hills, beautiful area. So many stray pets, and of course in Eastern Europe, especially Romania, and of course in Ukraine, it's true. So anywhere, if you're a veterinarian, anywhere you go, you're going to find stray pets, and you're going to try to take care of them. And here's a couple more of the Croatian vet students who are helping me, and especially helped me with their language skills. This dog on the right had been hit by a car, but was doing okay, and we gave him some pain medications, etc. We became known as kind of the blue vet group because we worked in this blue tent. Quite a few media came through, and we appreciate it because we were able to get lots of donations to cover the cost of this work. See the Romanian veterinarian Alex, who was helping me in that blue tent with a small dog from Ukraine, and then this young man with this cat. Both seemed to be equally interested and curious and accepting of what's going on. You can see concern certainly on the face of this Ukrainian pet owner on the left, and then some happy moments. We did see lots of puppies, and here I am with Vladimir and Anya, who's from Russia, but also a Croatian vet student and working in the blue tent. We're going to kind of move into some more serious stuff in a minute, but I did want to show you how this international village sprung up at this basically concrete border station. Folks would come up this ramp after getting off the ferry. They're cold. They get coffee and hot dogs and tea and hot chocolate. Here they could get food and sundry and clothing and toothbrushes and more food. I wondered, here's a small little Greek restaurant that sprung up. Of course, everything was free, and they were cooking amazing stews. And then here we had World Central Kitchen set up. And what a great organization, right, for this kind of crisis, serving free meals almost 24 hours a day. And everything was free. And I think that's an important thing to think about in terms of what would the world be like if everything was free. Of course, that's maybe not realistic, but I think it could work in many more situations than we might think of. And how does that feel? It changes everything. I wanted to just show you a little bit more about some of the other work that's going on in Ukraine. So we did end up treating, and it wasn't just me. After I left, we had 20 more veterinary personnel come to that blue tent, be part of the blue vet group, and we did treat over 800 pets. We provided them with microchipping, rabies vaccines, and maybe most importantly, a European Union pet passport so they could travel safely to Western Europe and even on to the UK, Canada, and the US. Although there's lots of difficulties getting pets into the US right now because of rabies risk. But we got involved in a project at Odessa Zoo. I showed you where that was. It's about a 4-hour drive from where we were at. And we've had a couple of veterinarians go to Odessa, and they found this somewhat lonely elephant. It's the only elephant in the Odessa Zoo. And Odessa is a small zoo, but they are bravely trying to keep it open to provide some normalcy for the folks and the families that are still staying in Odessa. And the other thing that's happened is the refugees have pretty much stopped leaving. They've kind of had it, and they said, we're going home and we're going to live with the risk of what's going on because we'd much rather be home with our family, our friends, our villages, places we're used to. So our work at the border has kind of stopped, and now we're refocusing on helping pets within Ukraine, helping Ukraine veterinarians, and also helping out at places like this zoo, and also the Mykolaiv Zoo, which currently doesn't have any running water, so it's all being trucked in. And we recently delivered a supply of medications to both zoos, including pain medications for Vindi. Again, this sole elephant who has left hind leg lameness. You can see she holds up her left foot almost all the time. So, and she shows quite a bit of signs of stress, and it may be also from being the only elephant. And ideas have been thrown about relocating her, or maybe bringing in another elephant into the zoo. I'm going to kind of close up, and I hope I didn't go through things too quickly, but I'm hoping to stay on schedule. But Mykolaiv, I mentioned, this is further east of Odessa, and it's right now is pretty much considered Russian occupied, but it is on the front, and folks are able to get in and out. But the mayor urged everyone to leave, and they haven't left. But if they did leave, they would probably come through our border station. I'm going to show you a video real quick, a little bit alarming video, but I want you to listen afterwards and to listen to some of the voices of the dogs.
We're not hearing anything now, by the way.
Oh, you're not? Sorry.
No.
Oh, well.
Yeah, you may need to stop your share, and then then click share again, and then there's an option to click that will say sharing the audio on the video. Or,
Okay, let me try that because I have a few minutes here. Okay.
Yeah, so you would stop your screen share, and then you would start your screen share again. And when you start it again, there should be a couple of little boxes to click.
Okay, I'm going to optimize for video click, and let's try this. Let's try this again. Oh, sorry. You hear that? No.
Not
It's okay.
yet.
Well,
Yeah,
obviously, what you're going to hear is obviously the sound of those explosions, and then you're going to hear barking dogs, and that's what I'm hearing on my end, at least. Just dogs barking from a distance, from close by, just all over. And I think it just kind of summarizes the effects of war on, residents of this world. And this is in the city of Mykolaiv, which has continued to endure multiple missile attacks that seem to be somewhat random and often are hitting apartment buildings. So the dogs are still barking. Since you can't hear it, I'm just letting you know it went on for quite a long time. And I'm going to move on to my final slide, and just really, I put some contact information up there. If anyone is interested in having some ongoing discussions. We are pretty busy in Ukraine right now. We have a doctor going into Kiev, arriving actually tomorrow morning, and the focus now is on sterilization. There is such an overpopulation of shelter pets and street dogs in Ukraine and in Eastern Europe that as they grow, there's not enough pet food for them, and there's going to be pets that are just going to be euthanized. They might be shot. They're going to die, and so stopping the exponential increase of pets is actually the current priority. Of course, taking care of pets that are injured in the war is also one, but very few refugees are crossing the border anymore with pets. So we have refocused our efforts in this way. Again, I wanted to thank for the opportunity to share some of this information with you at this really interesting conference.
Thank you so very much, John. I think some people wondered when I invited a veterinarian to speak here today, why I did so. And as I mentioned before, animals are the uncounted and unforgotten beings that suffer and are victims of war. And I think this is very important. I think it's also very important because what we know from a lot of research is that children that grow up with companion animals and who treat animals well, tend to be more peaceful and less emotionally traumatized. And so this is important in that way too. And as a Buddhist, it's important because we claim that we work for the benefit of all sentient beings, and usually we're mostly working only for humans. And I think that that's why we brought this into this topic. So thank you very much, John, for all the work you do and for the presentation. I would like now to I know that we're running a little bit late, but I would like to play, because Alan asked me to do this before he spoke, the presentation by Paul Fleischman. Like I mentioned before, Dr. Paul Fleischman is a retired psychiatrist. He is an anti-war activist, an old anti-war activist, dating back to activity against the war in Vietnam. And he is also a meditator and a teacher of meditation in the Goenka tradition. So, John, can you play his recording?
Greetings, everyone. We're here with Dr. Paul Fleischman. He is a, are you a retired psychiatrist now,
Yes.
Paul? Yeah.
Retired, yes.
Okay, retired psychiatrist and longtime Vipassana practitioner in the tradition of Essen Goenka. He's been an assistant teacher within that tradition. And so today he's going to be talking about a book he wrote a while back, talking about how the Buddha taught nonviolence, not pacifism. And so basically we get the chance to let him give a 15-minute or so Dharma talk on that book that he wrote. So thank you very much for doing this, Paul. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So yeah, please take it away.
Okay, now can I get rid of this thing here? There we go. Okay.
Sure.
So I've been asked to give this talk by Lords, who asked me to join the meeting that's coming up on the 15th of August, but some health issues are in my family and I can't be there on the 15th. So I'll talk to you now with some of the questions Lords asked me to address, specifically the difference between nonviolence and pacifism, the Buddha's take on that, and how the Buddha's take on that may inform some of our thinking, feeling, and actions in the contemporary world. So the topic is the Buddha taught nonviolence, not pacifism. When I refer to the Buddha, I'll be talking only about the Buddha as he is described in the Pali Canon. Of course, there are later texts from other traditions in Asia in which the Buddha may speak. But historically speaking, we tend to feel that something close to the historical Buddha is more likely to be found in the Pali Canon, the older texts from India, from about 500 BC. I'll be referring to the Pali Canon in general. There are some specific discourses in which the Buddha has conversations with a king. Let's remember that the Buddha was of the same caste as kings. So it's a caste-in-caste conversation. An aging king, who is the age of the Buddha, when this discourse takes place, the Buddha was allegedly 80. This king was allegedly 80, in the same age. They were old friends. And the king said, I feel that now that I'm 80, death is rolling in upon me. What an image. And the king is asking the Buddha, what should I do now that I feel my life path is short? And I, the king, have spent my life as an anointed, noble king, doing the right thing, that is, being filled with greed and the love of power, and protecting my country by expanding its boundaries and fighting wars. The Buddha never criticizes those comments. He doesn't say to the king, you shouldn't be expanding your territories and fighting wars. The king elaborates in great details. I wrote down the different kinds of wars the king fought. He fought battles with elephants, battles with cavalry, battles with chariot, battles with infantry, bribing, buying off other opposing warriors, and using his ministers to divide the enemy and conquer them. The Buddha never criticizes that. Instead, the Buddha's reply is, if you feel death is rolling in on you, you should practice the Dhamma in its fullness. You should stop doing harmful deeds and do good deeds, so that when you face death, your karmic suitcase is filled with good deeds. That's the whole reply. And this king allegedly adopts that attitude. The interesting thing is there's nowhere in the Buddha's teaching, contrary to very common modern belief, where the Buddha ever takes a stance against war. There was also slavery in ancient India in the Pali Canon. The Buddha never takes a stance against slavery. The Buddha never said that some kings should actually be queens and there should be female rulers. The Buddha is being falsely reconstructed as a modern progressive, as if the Buddha were voting for Bernie Sanders. That's not true, and that's not what the Pali Canon says. Instead, the Buddha taught the Dhamma and limited his teaching to the Dhamma. And the Dhamma is a psychological, spiritual, individual pathway that leads a person to the purification of their heart and mind, so they're less filled with the things the king said he was filled with, greed, lust for power, and so that the practitioner becomes more filled with metta, karuna, that is, loving kindness, compassion, and other parmis or virtues. So the Buddha limited his teaching to those specific features. When we use the word pacifism, we're talking about a social, political, philosophical action pathway that was designed in Europe in the recent hundreds of years, based upon teachings that allegedly were derived from the New Testament, but that heavily came from remodeling the New Testament from thinkers like Tolstoy and, of course, the many other Protestant nonviolent churches like the Quakers, the Shakers, and other German and Swiss sects in the 1600s and later, who developed pacifism. So pacifism was never mentioned by the Buddha. He never conceived of an organized social political philosophy of any kind. And he was a conservative. He upheld the social conditions around him, felt he was in the same inner club as kings, and didn't trouble or upset society. Instead, what he did was create an alternative society where people could step out of normal society, join the Sangha, which then was radically opposed to slavery, preventing women from meditating. The Sangha was opposed to preventing women, that is, it included women. There was some conflict around that, but we know very well that women became bhikkhunis, practiced Dhamma, became enlightened. That's all in the Pali Canon. And the Buddha also was for non-violence. So he wasn't for pacifism, social political activity. He was for non-violence, the individual stance against harm. And non-violence is one of the keys, or maybe the key, to the teaching of the Buddha, that all your, not only your actions, but your thoughts and your feeling states should also aim towards non-violence. So the teaching is heavily geared to the cultivation of mental states by an individual who can then affiliate with other individuals who cultivate that mental state. That would be the Sangha. But it is not a teaching about social and political philosophy as might have arisen in Europe in the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries, nor as what might have occurred in the United States. Now, another feature of the Buddha's teaching that is sometimes blurred by modern people who wish to find in the Buddha an exact model replica for how they themselves should live their life. So another way that that distortion enters in is the question of moral ambiguity. In the Dhamma, it says, don't harm others, help others. But in life, it's hard to know sometimes when you're harming and when you're helping. Let's take a few examples from human history where this becomes very blurred. Abraham Lincoln tends to be looked upon as a very helpful person. Undoubtedly, slavery would not have ended when it did without Lincoln. There are many ambiguities and complexities to that. He was not the total force behind anti-slavery, but he was the implementer of the war. And he took the very, very strong and difficult position of persevering in the war to end slavery. And ending slavery was Lincoln's very particular cause, even though he has made statements like preserving the Union was his cause. Those were political statements. His psychological impetus was to end slavery. So Lincoln's worst enemies were pacifists. Pacifists who existed in the United States in the middle of the 19th century because we had pacifist religious people like Quakers, Shakers, Mennonites, Amish. They were already present and forceful in American society, and they were opposed to warfare. And there were also pacifists who were not religious, but who were political social pacifists. And they were a problem for Lincoln since they wouldn't participate in helping run the war effort. In fact, they undermined the war effort. That's an example where pacifism and not doing harm are ambiguously related. In the mind of the pacifist, no doubt, not joining the war guarantees he will not do harm, he will not kill or hurt anybody, but also guarantees that slavery will continue. We have many other examples of moral complexity in our modern world. Another example would be World War II. There were some Americans, not many, mostly of traditional peace churches, once again, Mennonite, Amish, Mennonite, Quaker, etc., who were conscientious objectors in World War II. I have had friends, I say I have had friends, these people are now all deceased. People have to be a good 20, 25, or 30 years older than I am, to have been in the war, Second World War, or conscientious objectors. So almost all of them are dead. But I had good friends who were conscientious objectors in World War II, and I also had friends who were combatants in the American military in World War II. Well, who was doing harm and who was doing help? The soldiers may have felt they were not doing harm because they were fighting a war to terminate the death factories. And the pacifists may have felt they were not doing harm because they were definitely not killing anybody. I don't know which is right, and I can't use a little 15-minute talk to make any implications as to which is right. Instead, I want to say the Dhamma practitioner, the ordinary human being, faces problems of moral ambiguity that the Buddha's description of Dhamma 2,500 years ago couldn't possibly have taken into account. Therefore, to rigidly adhere to one view and to claim that it derives from Buddha is inaccurate. We don't know what the Buddha would have said to a conscientious objector in World War II or to a pacifist during the Civil War. And all of our lives filled with news, filled with information, filled with having read many books. Let's remember that Buddha probably never read a book. It was almost all verbal, oral teaching. It was quite limited. You couldn't go to a library, couldn't get a PhD and read 100 books. It didn't exist. So the complexity with which we see the probability of outcomes and the morality of outcomes that are probable is very different than are described in the simple examples of the Pali Canon, which say, do a kind deed, don't do a harmful deed. Therefore, our position as either Dhamma practitioners or as just moral citizens of the modern world is more lonely, is more difficult, is more complicated. I think that the position of Dhamma should teach us to develop a deep, sustained, introspective, self-questioning, self-enlightening practice that leads us to gain the intellectual, psychological, emotional, and moral complexity with which we can solve for ourselves these moral dilemmas that the world seems to put on our plate every day now. That's very different than having a particular moralistic teaching, such as is found in the Jataka tales. Do this one right thing, don't do this one wrong thing. That's why it's important to me that we keep in mind that the Buddha taught non-violence, not pacifism. It could be that there's a Dhamma practitioner, deeply sincere, deeply self-reflective, well-balanced in meditation, who might choose pacifism, or who might not choose pacifism, or who might choose pacifism when he or she is 24 and not choose it when he or she is 48, or who might choose it in this particular circumstance and not in another circumstance, regardless of the age at which one is confronting these issues. So the Buddha's teaching, properly interpreted, I think, provides us enormous commitment to nonviolence, the heart and soul of the Dhamma, and yet flexibility in application of that action into the many scenarios that our contemporary lives thrusts us into. There's a few great quotes. Bernard Shaw said, "Every important idea began as a heresy." Shimon Peres at the Nobel Peace Prize said, "If you're two people together, you're much more than two. But if you're one person alone, you're much less than one." So another part of our discernment that comes through the Dhamma traditions is the tradition of the Sangha, affiliation with others who share our mental state, who are developing as we are developing, and who can help us put our thoughts, feelings, attitudes, beliefs, and Dhamma insights into more effective action. Let's remember that the Buddha was very, very concerned with action. It was not only about mental states. So that if we could say the Buddha had two agendas that were linked. One is purifying our hearts and minds, developing metta, karuna, and allied harmonies, and letting go of aggression, pride, ego, passion, etc. But the other was implementing it in the world. A person who isn't acting in the world is not fulfilling their parmis, is not practicing metta, is not practicing karuna, and therefore is not on the path of Dhamma. These two agendas should be easy to synthesize. When we develop our mental states, we want to act upon them, and that's beautiful and should be easy. But as I've been saying, sometimes it becomes quite complicated. We develop a mental state, let's say, of wishing to express our metta, and we confront a moral ambiguity where it's not clear whether metta would consist of aggressive strength in physical action, of restraining, of violent opposition, or whether metta would consist of never using aggressive strength against anybody, even a violent bully. So the Buddha has placed us in a position to grow doubly, but has also left us with a set of discernments that is up to us and constitute our karma. That's why the Buddha did not say to the king, why don't you quit being a king? Or why don't you kick the ass of the other side? Or why don't you give up your army? Or why don't you use trickery but not military advice, military stances? Or why not use the military and not use trickery? No advice of that kind was ever given by the Buddha, including no statement about pacifism. Instead, the statement is, your fate rests upon your ability to live the Dhamma life, that is, to purify your heart and mind and keep it that way under as many circumstances as possible. It's up to you. So I think that would be the main message.
Okay.
Yes, I would like, Yuri would like to respond to Paul, but I would like, before he does that, for Alan to give his talk, and because I think he will relate it directly to what Paul has just stated, and then Yuri can respond, and then maybe we can have, if we still have time, some more conversations. I want this to be something that we deal with different things that are seldom talked about, whether it is in public venues or among Buddhists. So, Alan?
I would like to thank you
To do
for
it now?
opportunity.
Okay.
To say shortly.
Okay.
Very informative and elaborating indeed presentation of view, which is not, of course, only Paul's. Already acquainted with this view, but I strongly disagree with this idea of contrasting opposition between pacifism and nonviolence, and some sort of ascribing to pacifism some exclusiveness of religious character or cultural character. movement of all humankind, and many people of many cultures supported idea that wars are not a legitimate way to resolve international disputes or indeed the disputes within society. And pacifism is closely linked with ideas of nonviolence. We can and should achieve justice by non-violent means, and this is what people of different cultures like Christianity, like Martin Luther King, for example, said, and people who represent other cultures such as Mahatma Gandhi also said, and I think certain teachings of Buddha also, elements of this could be found. There are books about this and articles about this and so on. Now we more than ever need to strengthen unity of all movements against violence, pacifist movement, non-violent movements, to build peace on earth with based on mutual respect and understanding, not seeking some cultural exclusivity and opposing ideas which have common roots based on some eternal truth, different in different languages, but with common roots in our hearts, in our minds, and this idea of truth-seeking in pursuit of peace, not violence, not conflict, is indeed very important to resist war system, to overcome militarism.
I agree with you, Duri, and there are a couple of things I want to say. First of all, what the Buddha said and what was written down are two different things. That's one thing. And the second thing is that I do not believe that pacifism emerged as an ideology or as a philosophy in 18th century Europe. That's very, Western approach to the whole thing. But anyway, so hold it there, because I think we need to talk a little bit more about this. But I want Alan to talk about what he was going to talk about, and also perhaps address this issue.
Yes, thank you, I think. I feel
That's why we have Alan here. So.
like I'm diving into deep waters.
What else is new?
Right. So I want to share my background. So my background is coming out of the 1960s. And in the 1960s, I was deeply involved in the civil rights movement, which was essentially a nonviolent movement. And then in the anti-war movement, in which I began kind of in a nonviolent arm of it, and then took part in an organization that was advocating what they called revolutionary violence, which was civil disobedience bombing, not anti-personnel, but anti-property. And I regret that. I think that was a dead end. And I think that as a strategy, what it did was it caused the destruction of the largest student movement, nonviolent student movement in the United States to date. So I am not defending that in any way. For more than 30 years, during time which I was a practicing Buddhist, I've been a practicing Buddhist, And I've also been involved internationally, both with leading the Buddhist Peace Fellowship and also with International Network of Engaged Buddhists, which is rooted in Thailand. And in that context, have been deeply involved in issues in Burma and in other places. And those issues bring up a moral ambiguity in me. And this is something that I think Paul was speaking to. Contrary to what Paul said, actually in the Buddha's time, there were lots of terrible conflicts and lots of violent conflicts. And it is true that the Buddha never advocated violence, but nor did he generally speak to the condition of conflict between organized peoples, nations, city-states. And in fact, the example that we have, which is very powerful, is that in two particular instances, the Buddha intervened and negotiated nonviolently between his nation state or tribe, the Shakyas, and two other tribes which were part of a large confederation in North India. And in the last of those, he intervened 3 times. And finally, and each time, the combatants, they heard him, they were convinced, they stepped back, and then the conflict, the heat was turned up and the conflict was renewed, and they came back. And he did this 3 times. And after the 3rd time, he realized that the causes and conditions, or karma, if you will, were such that there was going to be a battle. And what he did in that instance was he sat underneath a dead tree on his Shakya land. And the king on the opposing side said, "Oh, that's such a," who was respectful, said, that's such a bare tree that offers you no shelter. Wouldn't you, why don't you come over here and sit under this flowering tree with, an effusion of leaves?" And he said, "It's precious to sit in one's own land." And he sat there, and he witnessed the battle and watched his people be wiped out from history. Now, that is a non-ambivalent, non-ambiguous stand for a nonviolent position. Not necessarily a pacifist one, but a nonviolent one. And it's very hard for me to tweeze apart those particular threads. He didn't speak to the tension between nonviolence and a kind of moral ambiguity. I feel that I wrestle with that. Maybe some of you do. Maybe some of you have actually resolved it categorically, which I fully respect. In 2014, I co-edited an issue of a Buddhist magazine called Inquiring Mind, which was on war and peace. And it was a very interesting, the keynote presentation was by quite a famous Buddhist scholar, Westerner, who had spent many, many years in Sri Lanka, pretty much in the midst of that civil war. And his name is Bhikkhu Bodhi. And the position that he took Uh, just find it here. It's interesting, and it was very controversial. And what he says is that the suttas do not admit any moral justification for war. Thus, if we take the text as issuing moral absolutes, one would have to conclude that war can never be morally justified. And one short sutta, this is in contradiction to something that Paul said, one short sutta even declares categorically that a warrior who dies in battle will be reborn in hell. And then he says, this seems inconsistent, however, with our present day norms, which recognize conditions under which resort to arms is permissible. Are such norms mistaken? And are they just further proof of human ignorance and moral fallibility? To some extent, I would say yes. And yet, as he points out, in the real world, the heads of state are hardly likely to adopt loving kindness meditation as their principal means of deterring aggressors bent on territorial expansion or domination. The question returns, while adhering to nonviolence as an ideal, how should a government address real threats to its population? And how is the international community to deal with a nation determined to impose its will by force? He says, the moral tensions we encounter in real life should caution us against interpreting Buddhist ethical prescriptions as unqualified absolutes. And yet the texts of early Buddhism never recognized circumstances that might soften the universality of a moral value. And what he comes to is, I would posit two frameworks for shaping moral decisions. I call one the liberative framework and the other the pragmatic karmic framework. The liberative framework applies to those who seek to advance as quickly as possible towards the final goal of Dharma or Buddhism, the extinction of suffering. So that is unconditional. There is no justification for any kind of violence, resistance, and so forth. The pragmatic karmic framework serves as a matrix of moral reflection for those committed to Buddhist ethical values who seek to advance towards final liberation over a series of lives rather than directly. One who adopts this framework would recognize that the duties of daily life occasionally call for compromises with the strict obligations of the Buddhist moral code. And then he argues that in time of war, the karmic framework can justify enlisting the military, serving as a combatant. And this is he asks, what would he have done in World War II? And Gandhi's prescription, which it's just horrible to me, is that holding to a inflexible position of nonviolence, the Jews should have proceeded in an orderly fashion to the ovens and the gas chambers, rather than resist. But the living issue for me is not so much the Ukraine. Ukraine just seems like a nightmare. And, to me, in Ukraine, and I don't consider myself fully informed, but again, as I mentioned to Yuri early, my grandparents came from the Ukraine, and they fled the Ukraine for the United States in order to escape conscription in the Russian army, which would have then sent them half a world away to a battle that made no sense at all between Russia and Japan. And so they came to the United States. Ukraine, what is horrible to me there to see is that I see it in a certain way as a proxy war, and that the Ukrainians are the victims. And they're the victims between, of a massive geopolitical maneuver between Russia and the United States, or the United States and Europe, whatever. And all I see is the pouring of billions of dollars of weaponry that do nothing but rain death on people who are living peacefully. They were living the kind of lives I might be living here in Berkeley. And I see no justification for that. So if there is a nonviolent strategy that would stop that, I don't rule out that could be. And I think that, we have the example in our world of what's called active nonviolence, which is a position that I fully support, which calls for non-cooperation, it calls for intervention, it calls for creativity, but it doesn't call for killing, and it doesn't call for retaliation. And you see this, Gene Sharp is really one of the foremost scholars of this, and he's laid out these methodologies in great detail, and they've been used in many places in the world effectively. And I would support that anywhere I could. And we have the example in many places. There's an organization called the Nonviolent Peace Force, which, nonviolence is really difficult. This is one of the things we think nonviolence is like, be nice. But actually, nonviolence calls for a stage of training that goes beyond what an ordinary soldier has to undergo. It's the same training. You have to put yourself in an area of conflict, but you're not going to pull the trigger. You're not going to drop the bomb. So this is something that I learned in the civil rights movement. One of the strategies was to recognize that there is conflict in a social system or between groups. And the role of nonviolence is actually to surface that violence in a way that causes minimal harm and no retaliation, that doesn't further the cycle of violence. But it does, and as we saw in the civil rights movement, we see in many places, it does call on people to have the discipline to endure the violence and to resist it and to keep coming back. This calls for incredible courage. And this is an approach that makes sense to me. The place where I have trouble, and this has been a circumstance for 30 years, and it's really interesting. I became involved with the democracy movement in Burma in 1992. Already, there had been a civil war in that country for 30 years. And there were organized armed forces of different ethnic groups. And they had my first visit was to a then liberated area along the Moy River between Thailand and Burma. And, really it was like walking into some movie about the war in Vietnam, like going to the jungle, and there were all these military camps, and in the background you could hear mortar fire. And while we were there, we were attacked with airplanes. And what I drew from that, my response to that was to provide humanitarian aid. That was one mode. It was also for those who are receptive to it to raise funds to support the teaching of active nonviolence. And I did that wholeheartedly. I raised money for that wholeheartedly. And I've done that in other situations in Burma in years past. But it was not to dictate to these ethnic groups whom I was visiting and whom I was going to leave for the relative safety of my country, not to dictate to them what tactics they were going to use. If they wanted to bring up that conversation, then we could have a good conversation. And the same thing is applying now. So we have a terrible coup in Burma that began in February of 2021. Already there's something like 25,000 people have been killed by the military junta. So here you have, this is not an invading force. This is this is one group of citizens within a country murdering another group of citizens within a country. And they formed a national unity government, which is a government in exile. And one of the things that evolved was a civilian defense force, which consists of basically ethnic militias, people doing pretty much small scale armed resistance. And I don't have the, I tried as long as I could over the last months to maintain some mental distance from this. And ultimately, I realized it's happening. I'm not, I don't want to support it directly. I would offer the same kinds of training resources as we have in the past, but I can understand the drive towards the resistance. And it's very interesting because it includes Buddhist monks. They are, it's heartbreaking to see them taking off the robes and picking up rifles. But on a human level, I can understand that. And one of the things that I've come to think, and this is something that we can discuss, is that my experience in this country and my experience in certain places is that there's a two-pronged strategy for that might lead to conflict resolution. That on the one hand, there are people who are sacrificing everything by taking up weapons and be prepared to die in that respect. And then simultaneously, there are people who are pursuing an active diplomatic dialogue. And that those two, I've seen it. I think we saw it in Northern Ireland, and we've seen it in other places. Those two work in some kind of very broad coordination with each other. So I don't present this as a Buddhist. I present this kind of thinking as somebody who has participated in our world over the last 50 years and is actively trying to understand what brings, I don't even know what to say, peace. Peace is a wonderful concept. I heard a really powerful news story the other day, just day before yesterday, about the Bosnia Accords, which took place in the 80s, which was about the tension between peace or peace with justice and harm reduction, the ending of violence. And harm reduction does not necessarily mean justice. And I don't know what's going to happen in Ukraine. I don't know what's going to happen in Burma. I think that what I like to think in terms of Burma is that sooner or later, there's going to be a revolt within the army, that there's no separation between people in the army and the ordinary citizens. And sooner or later, they will throw off their leadership. That's maybe a possibility. And it's happening. There are tremendous defections that are taking place there. Ukraine is an invasion. And how that gets resolved, I don't know. I worry about that. But, I fully support those of you who are working there who are committed to nonviolence. Because I think that the implementation of violence and weaponry is, all it does is bring death. It doesn't bring anything. It doesn't bring anything positive. So I think as my friend Bhikkhu Bodhi, by the way, that touched off a tremendous argument between Bhikkhu Bodhi and one of the other prominent monk in the United States, Ajahn Thanissaro, also a scholar, and Thanissaro took the really straight, principled position that did not allow violence in any mode, and Bhikkhu Bodhi was more. There was more ambiguity there, and the tradition that I come from, the Mahayana tradition, does not see things as binary, does not see things as, admits to the reality of moral ambiguity, and then posits the question, how should we live in the face of this? So I'm going to stop there because I'm really interested in the discussion. I know we have a live discourse that could happen.
I did not introduce Alan. I'm sorry about that. Alan is the head of the Berkeley Zen Center, former executive director of the Buddhist Peace Fellowship, and also the founder of the Clearview Project that does a lot of work in Asia, and particularly in Burma, now known as Myanmar. So thank you very, very much, Alan. This is a much longer conversation. And like I mentioned before, there's a lot of controversy about what the historical Buddha actually said. That's one issue. The second issue is that most of us here are, living in the country that fuels most of the wars that we're talking about.
Yes.
And what is our responsibility as Americans or as people living in the United States to deal with this situation? And I think that this is a much longer conversation that we have to have, and conversations like this need to happen. We do not have a lot of time here. I would like to offer Yuri the last word on this.
The next scheduled event is at 12:30 California time.
So we have some time.
Right. Yeah. This event, the schedule says we're supposed to end now, but we have 30 minutes of
Okay.
time, so we can
And
go.
he's the boss, so that's great. Okay, well, anyway, so if any of you would like to comment, and then I would like Yuri also to respond to Alan. Anyone else would like to?
I just like to posit a question, because I think that the burning issue here is really the Ukraine. And I'd like to ask, what does Yuri and what do others think is, how should we be addressing that, given that we are one of the nexus of the conflict here in the United States? How should we be addressing that in the United States?
That's good, good. Yuri, would you like to talk to us about that?
Thank you, Alan, for a very challenging question. And I also have a question for you. I put it into chat. Indeed, I found amazing your link with Ukraine. And I would like to ask where your grandparents dukhobors, because it was the most notable nonviolent community in Tsarist Russia. And by the way, in 1920s, 1930s, there was a community of followers of Leo Tolstoy in Russia and in Ukraine too. And there was Ukrainian section of War Resisters International in this fraternal labor communities created by followers of Leo Tolstoy. So I will respond to your question, and then it would be great if you say more answering my question. So how to address current crisis? First of all, since it is not a conflict just between Russia and Ukraine, international community can do a lot to address overarching conflict between the East and West. And in Ukrainian-Russian case, as well as in East and West case, the root of evil is ignorance. People just know very little how to resolve conflicts, how to transform conflicts without violence. Indeed, some contradictions and some conflicts in our life is inevitable. But from the example of nature itself, we could see that existence of very different things is non-contradictory. There is fire in reality and there is water in reality. There is some sort of mass in reality and there is thought in reality. And we could imagine some contradictions, but nature itself proposes to us example of this unity. And in human society, knowledge about better organization of human relations, we have a lot of knowledge collected in books, in some records of spiritual doings and social reforms, and records about successful conflict resolution without violence. There are textbooks, there are a lot of knowledge, but so many people are interested in teaching others. So dissemination of knowledge, development of knowledge is key for transition to nonviolent society. And then, first of all, this goal of nonviolent society, this vision of humankind as universal brotherhood and sisterhood, it is well known, but not many people think that it is realistic. They think it is some sort of fairy tale, but they don't think that achieving peace by bloodshed is fairy tale. But on the contrary, universal brotherhood and sisterhood is very realistic thing, because we see that people from different countries can gather even online. It is much cheaper than offline, and discuss. For example, people in Ukraine and in Russia who are believe to official propaganda, they think anyone from other country is enemy. It is impossible to have any discussion. But they are wrong, because I have opportunities many times to participate in discussions in peace building dialogue with anti-war activists from Russia. So people from Ukraine and from Russia and from many other countries can gather and discuss together common values such as peace, such as nonviolence, such as universal brotherhood and sisterhood. And we know that any attempts to make some sort of wonderful changes in social life, just eliminating those who are not like us, by violence, no good changes could be happened. And this idea of military victory is illusion. Only peace through dialogue, negotiations, conversation, finding a balance of interests is truly realistic. And this is very simple knowledge with very many proofs in historical records, in scientific literature. But this truth is not widely conveyed to people. So first of all, peace movement everywhere should tell the truth to people, should teach nonviolence, should teach idea of better life without borders, barbed wire, gunned men, and other things which divide us instead of help us to feel and to understand this is universal brotherhood and sisterhood of all people. And also, by the way, it is oneness, interconnectedness of all life. And you can express this not only in the spiritual terms. How to explain this to economists? You know, there is one world market. You can't divide this one world market on two rival markets, market of East and market of West, and put this barbed wire and gunned man between on the middle, because people will continue to have exchanges. They will use internet. If you will close internet, they will find other ways, and in all times it will be one universal market. And this one universal market needs universal governance. So, of course, time will come when we will have non-violent system of governance without hegemony, based on harmony, based on truth and love. So there are many ways to convey this knowledge and to develop this knowledge, because of course it is, as Alan said, it is not so simple. it needs a lot of skills of communication, finding common ground, and so on. This knowledge should be gathered, practical knowledge. People should be trained to find common ground and to resolve conflicts without violence. All of that needs a lot of nonviolent work. And in this nonviolent work is our hope for a better future. Victory in war is delusion. Peace work will create our future.
Thank you very, very much, Yuri. Thank you, Alan. Thank you to all the panelists. This conversation is not finished. We're going to have other sessions. I'm in touch with nonviolent activists in both Yemen and the Sudan, and they wanted to participate in this conversation. So hopefully we will have another conversation, including them. And again, be safe, Yuri, and everybody else. And thank you so very, very much for your attendance here. And if there are any other comments, like our boss says, you know, we have a little bit of time.
Yuri had a question for Alan, I believe.
I would like
that was the question.
to ask Alan to respond to this question about grandparents.
My grandparents or my great-grandparents who came over here, they were Jewish, not divorced. And you know, there were pogroms at that time in the early part of the 20th century, and it was pretty massive conscription, and so they moved at that time.
There's a large Tukabur community in Canada, actually in Manitoba.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, it's just a very interesting historical movement, the Tukaburs.
Mm.
And the Soviet government indeed in first years resisted this anti-Semitism, but then after Second World War, Stalin's government persecuted so-called international Jewry. There was a campaign against anti-Semitism, and along with Jews, also folk Protestants were persecuted. And also in 1920s, there was so-called campaign against sects. Punishment for example, belonging to religious organization with anti-war news was harder than punishment for some sort of anti-Soviet activities of conventional Orthodox Church. And Soviet government built relations with Orthodox Church, but always was not friendly to religious organizations who didn't support Soviet militarism and compulsory military service in Soviet army. That's why we need even now to resist this post-Soviet militarism, military patriotic upbringing and conscription, this root of evil in our culture.
Yuri, I have a question that perhaps I should have asked before. In this country, I mean, in the United States, there has been a glorification of the Zelensky government. And in my conversations with you prior to this session, you talk about a lot of bullying that takes place to people who don't want to go into the military and other things that are happening within Ukraine. And we don't have information about that. We have all the information about Russia and so forth that, you know, Putin and all his stuff. So I was wondering if you could briefly address how we should understand the situation in Ukraine.
Well, it is very interesting that both Zelensky's and Putin's governments are constructed politically very similar. And I am sure that some political technologies for building, for example, Ukrainian party of the powerful, this servant of the people party, it was built by the same political technologies as in Russia was built this political party, United Russia. And militarism and cult of leader is similar. So there is a difference because in Ukraine, this serfdom and slavery in Great Russia was not so strong, and people in Ukraine are more inclined to individualism, to private property. In Russia, this is not the case. But I think it is not so big difference to this political system. One most powerful party, one leader which advertised in media, and opposition is prosecuted by using legal instruments in cherry picking way, and so on. There is authoritarianism on the rise in Ukraine, and this authoritarianism is built in ways very similar to Russian, and this militarism is the main generator of authoritarianism, because people just are told we have a war. What civic freedoms you are talking about? And maybe Ukrainian people are more intolerant to corruption comparing to Russians, I grant it. But on other case, whole political construction of leader, his party, the military, cult of victory, cult of military, and of course this war against existential enemy, all of this is very similar to Russia and Ukraine, and all of this shows lack of culture of nonviolent citizenship, lack of independent and skillful self-organization in society. Also, interestingly, the civil society, by many forceful means, are very loyal to this populist nationalism of ruling regime. As I said, during revolution of dignity and counter-revolution, so-called Russian Spring, this quick proliferation of violence in Ukraine on both pro-Western and pro-Russian sides were led by Ukrainian nationalists on pro-Western side and Russian nationalists on pro-Russian side, and also backed by Russian military forces, of course. It is because nationalism, not civic literacy, not economic literacy, is the mainstream of in the center of school education, in the center of the messages of the media, and so on. So to change this wrong worldview of nation, the military in the center of the world, to give people more broad vision, emphasizing that you have families, you have future, you have this property after all, and you could and should grow personally. Your welfare should grow, and you should help your neighbors also to grow with you. You should help all living beings, not only your people and other people, guests in your country, but also animals, plants, environment. Whole universe is one great living being. This understanding is absent in the masses. Maybe on intuitive level, of course, anybody has this understanding, but development of this understanding is important. And with development of knowledge, with development of culture of peace, for example, according to a resolution of United Nations General Assembly adopted in 1999 on declaration and program of action in the field of culture of peace, developing education, peace education, human rights defense, and building civic society, not to support militant government, but to build better life and welfare of the people and nature. We should transform our societies from this outrageous and pitiful militarism to non-violent society, able to generate not suffering, but happiness and dignity of life.
Thank you very, very much, Yuri. So if there are no other questions or comments, I'm going to close the session. Thank you all panelists for very interesting discussions, interesting presentations, and we will be in touch with you. First of all, to thank you individually, and also to let you know some of the things we have planned with other nonviolent and pacifist activists around the world. And again, thanks very much also to those who attended this.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Everyone.
We'll have a short 8-minute break, and then at 12:30 we have a panel on psychedelic ministry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to meet you.
It was great to meet with you.
Thank you, Yuri. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll have a little bit of a break, and we'll recommence in about 8 minutes. Okay, we still have a minute or two before we're gonna start. But maybe Ferris and Chris, you may want to test to make sure everything's working.
Hello, hello, testing 1, 2.
Cool. We can hear you well, Ferris.
Cool.
I like the background.
Thank you. Thought I would spice it up.
Yeah, it looks nice. And let's see, there we have Chris.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
No
Yeah.
gremlins today. Okay.
Yeah, yesterday there was a sound gremlin in Chris's computer.
Oh, I thought you meant like little kids running around.
Nah. Chris is a hermit. He lives in a yurt by himself.
So it would be dwarfs, gremlins, fairies.
Yeah.
All sorts of woodland creatures around here.
Wow.
So we're just smoozing a little bit to make sure all the sound and video works, and then just in case any people might join a couple minutes late.
Hi, Elaine. It's nice to meet you on the internet.
Oh, you're Ferris.
I am.
You Ferris.
That's right. I forget. It's hard for me to remember when people have met or haven't met. Yeah.
I have not met Ferris.
Okay. So Elaine, this is Ferris. Ferris is Elaine.
Would love to have a conversation with you separately, Ferris, about your work sometime. Yeah,
Absolutely.
that would be great.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
Okay, feels like we could go ahead and start. So I'm going to press the record button, and then I'll give a little introductory spiel and introduce the panelists, and then we'll shift to Ferris giving a presentation. Or me having a conversation with Ferris. I think that was the plan.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay, so I'll press record. Okay, welcome everybody to the Psychedelic Ministry panel. So today we have Ferris Sukar. Is that how you pronounce your last name? Sukar?
Yeah, correct.
Chris Johnston and Elaine Dove, and myself as well. And so the format that we are going to go with is, first, I'm going to do kind of an informal interview / conversation with Ferris. And then we will shift to a discussion, more of a discussion after that. And so just to introduce Ferris, Ferris is a minister in the Dhammavinaya order, which is the order of the Mukti Vihara temple, which is part of the Dhammasila Parisa, which is the religious nonprofit that core folks organizing the conference have created, starting from 2 years ago when we had the original conference. And so, yeah, so we're still trying to figure out how to develop psychedelic ministry for Buddhist ministers. So the general idea of the conference in general is talking about Buddhist ministry and what are different areas that Buddhist ministers can be involved in. And so some things are kind of obvious, like teaching meditation or giving Dharma talks, or maybe even doing end-of-life ministry, things that you would normally think of Buddhist folks traditionally being involved in. But then we're also now exploring psychedelics as another area of ministry that Buddhist ministers may want to get involved in, or at least be part of the conversation of just the rise in popularity of psychedelics. I guess I'm mainly speaking in the US culture because that's where I am and that's where most of us are that are attending today. And so I thought the way I would like to frame it is more just kind of this conversation where I got involved in psychedelics when I was in high school and college. kind of informally, just as amongst my friends. And then I had some good trips, some bad trips. Overall, I guess a typical experience for someone high school, college in the US. And then I shifted over to becoming a Buddhist monk, and I was keeping very strict rules, which don't involve, as a Buddhist monk, you're not supposed to have any alcohol or any intoxicants. So that right away brings up a question: is are psychedelics an intoxicant, or are they a medicine? Should they be seen as something that goes with spiritual practice, or something that is separate from it? And how does that show up in terms of indigenous cultures making use of psychedelics as part of a traditional shamanic tradition? What is the history of Buddhism and psychedelics in general? So that's one question. And then, so I guess my point is I went into the kind of Buddhist don't take anything space for a long time. And then now, after being a monk and returning into the lay Buddhist world, I'm returning to having a curiosity about psychedelics in terms of just genuine curiosity of what is it like to take psychedelics and what happens when you take them. And curious just in terms of my own, exploring my own consciousness, expanding consciousness, also learning about different shamanic cultures and indigenous cultures and how they may make use of plant medicine. But then also as a Buddhist practitioner, who's someone who's engaged in meditation and engaged in traditional Buddhist goals of practice, how does the experience of psychedelics fit within that just traditional Buddhist practice? So I'm curious of just learning from different people's perspectives. So I've invited Chris Johnson on the panel because he has just a little bit of experience with psychedelics as a Buddhist practitioner. And so he could speak a little bit about how does he relate psychedelics with his Buddhist practice, basically. And not that he's an expert or some ultimate guru guide about this, but just he's a Buddhist who's got some interaction with both areas of experience, and so may have something to say about it. And then I've invited as well Elaine Dove onto the panel. So Elaine is a longtime Buddhist practitioner, mainly in the Tibetan tradition. And Elaine is also someone who has engaged in practice or training within indigenous shamanic traditions of theory and practice. But the ways that she's engaged with those are traditions or practices that are not making use of plant medicines as part of what they're doing when they're engaging in shamanic practice. And then Elaine has experience as a Buddhist engaging in what could be considered shamanic or yogic practice as a Buddhist. And then she has experience as a counselor working with folks, just seeing people as a counselor. So Elaine has a clinical license as a licensed professional clinical counselor. So seeing people as a therapist and just working with people, whatever issues they may have, coming to see her for counseling. And so then, so she has experience then of working with people that have gone through psychedelic experiences, and maybe she could speak to some of the pitfalls of psychedelic experience, or speak to maybe what in her experience has she found maybe has been useful for people and what has not been useful, or say in the context of someone working on trauma, how has psychedelics maybe helped or maybe not helped. So, and Elaine has shared that she herself has not taken psychedelics, so she's not coming from the perspective of someone who has taken psychedelics. It's more she's coming from the perspective of someone who's engaged in shamanic practice, and then engaged in Buddhist practice, and someone who's working with people who have taken psychedelics and working with them to integrate that experience. So my overall hope then is to have just informal conversation about all of our experiences and just having an atmosphere of open sharing with each other what our experiences are about this. So among our group, Ferris is someone who has been probably the most experienced as a, what's the term, a psychonaut? Is that, I believe the psychonaut is the term. So you have like an astronaut who's got experience exploring space through rockets. You have psychonauts who have experience exploring consciousness or exploring reality through plant medicine. And so Ferris, we can say, is a very experienced psychonaut, basically. And so what I wanted to do then is just start by having a conversation between me and Ferris of just asking Ferris his story about being a psychonaut, basically. So that's how I want to start our panel. And so we'll engage in that for, say, roughly half an hour or so. And then we'll shift from that to then having a more open conversation with the panel. So I'm going to see if do you know, Chris, is there a way to spotlight two people?
Yes, just I can do it if you.
Okay, would I make you a host and then that would?
Yeah, co-host is fine, or host.
Godlike powers, okay. Okay, Chris is co-host. Okay, so then I'm spotlighted and Ferris. Okay, cool, nice. All right, so just to start out with, Ferris and I, we have an interesting karmic connection. We're both born and raised in Texas. I was born and raised in Fort Worth. And Ferris, were you born and raised in Dallas or a town? Yeah, right. And so I'm 49. I'll be 50 in December. I'm a Sagittarius. Ferris, yourself, how old are you?
36, and I'm a Cancer.
Cancer, right. And for those of you who are into astrology, I have Pluto and Libra. I'm in the Pluto Libra group, and Ferris is in the group, the next generation down, which is in the Pluto Scorpio group. So if you're just keeping track of the astrological situation, that's more detailed there. Okay, so just to begin with, just an obvious, very first question would just be, how did you become interested in psychedelics?
It's been a long journey. It started off in high school, less intentional use, more celebratory use. I found that they gave me a new perspective on life and allowed me to take situations that I had been in and look at them in a different lens. It connected me to nature in a way where that led to my career path of becoming an environmental consultant. And over time, I found through research and studying and the psychedelic renaissance that was going on, and found that they can actually be very powerful tools if used correctly. They can also cause more harm than good if done incorrectly. So there's this delicate balance of knowing how to respect them and honor them the way that our ancestors did, while at the same time pushing the envelope forward in a culture and society where they're still illegal.
And can you speak then to the difference between celebratory use versus intentional use?
So celebratory is more, well, it lacks the intention. So when you make an intention, you're making the act sacred. And the energy that flows with your intention is different than when you're using them unintentionally or unconsciously. And speaking in terms of consciousness, scientifically there's two different categories of drugs and chemicals. So there's consciousness expanding chemicals and consciousness contracting chemicals. So the contracting chemicals are more along the lines of alcohol, cocaine, methamphetamine, a lot of the prescription pills, where they're dumbing down your reality, kind of fogging and inhibiting your process and functioning capabilities in your mind. And the expanding ones allow your sort of consciousness funnel to expand. So in our ordinary state of consciousness, it leaves out more than it takes in, because we evolved to only see a certain sliver of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is just the light spectrum. And on either side of that, there's the gamma rays and the radio and the microwaves and all the other ones. So what the psychedelics do is they open that funnel so that you're able to perceive more and pause. They call it the default mode network, which is like your regular programming. And it pauses that for a moment so that you can build new neural pathways. And when you're building those new neurons and they're firing together, they're wiring together. And that's where neuroplasticity comes in. So when you can take a break from your normal programming to assess things in a different way, most people who are experiencing depression or anxiety are really looking through a really small peephole at life itself and what is out there. And so with these chemicals, we're finding that it opens that funnel. So they're able to see and feel and experience more and take a different perspective on their problems.
Okay, and so then when I was in high school, my first few experiences were with LSD, and I have a twin brother, and he's more the extrovert and I'm more the introvert. And so he's the one that tried them first. And then he told me about it. And then later on, he organized another session, right? So the first few times was basically like we were at a friend's lake house one time. Another time we were at my parents' house, my mom's house, when they were out for the evening. Another time was at my dad's house when he was away on vacation. And so it was just, you know, a group of our friends just together, you know, in a house, basically. And so then when I was in college, then I did some trips that were on LSD and then some trips that were on mushrooms. So those were the two main psychedelics that I was introduced to and exposed to. And I guess in terms of like, was it celebratory or intentional? I think it was kind of fuzzy in between. Like, it's hard to define one or the other. So I'm just curious for you personally, when you started, what were the particular ones that you encountered? And then over time, how has that changed in terms of which ones you've encountered? And I guess the obvious next question would just be, you know, how have your experiences been similar or different? And I'm assuming there's a lot of variables involved, not just the substance you take, but the setting that you're in, the intention that you have, and things like that. So anyway, so first, just what's kind of the timeline of the different medicines you've encountered, and then how would you compare and contrast some of the experiences?
Yeah, it started off with psilocybin, the mushroom, and that was used mostly in a nature setting where you would really connect with nature in a different way. It's hard to put into words, but you would see, I guess, the Tao, like the way nature flows and the way it's all connected with the birds and the bees, and the fact that these trees and plants are emitting CO2 or oxygen, which you're breathing in, and you're exhaling CO2. And there's this like connection and cyclical synchronicity and symbiosis between yourself and nature. Over time, MDMA came around. It's a borderline psychedelic, but it has a stimulant property to it. But I would say for the majority of my life, it was psilocybin. And then in my early 30s, I found LSD. And the thing you need to be careful with some of these substances that are extracted in a laboratory is the quality of the product, which can be very far and few between, because the precursors and chemicals that you need to extract these chemicals are illegal. So a lot of these products can be made in labs that are underground that don't have quality control. Now with the psychedelic renaissance, there's a larger supply moving through the universities that are doing research. In terms of my experiences, a lot of the ones as a younger person were with my eyes open. So there was the patterns and the colors. And since psychedelics kind of turn up your nervous system so that all your senses are enhanced, you will see more, you will hear more, you will taste more, you will feel more. It was very open-eyed. And then after studying shamanism since my early 20s and seeing them used in a ceremonial use with ritual and intention, I found that with my eyes closed, you really see the power of the tool being used as a microscope, as an introspective contemplation type of exercise, where you're able to access trauma that's stored deep in your subconscious, that's driving your day-to-day behaviors that you don't even remember during your childhood. Or as Stanislav Grof puts it, the trauma, whether it's ancestral and passed on, or whether it's trauma that's come on during childbirth, or trauma that you've attained during your childhood and adulthood, a lot of that is repressed. And it's what's driving our actions and our behaviors and our thought patterns, and we're not aware of it. So I would say that's kind of where it's gone over time.
And so you're saying then that shift to the internal experience with the eyes closed is like getting you deeper into your psyche. And by getting deeper into your psyche, you're uncovering past wounds or past unresolved experiences.
Mm-hmm.
And so then it sounds like then part of the skill of being a psychonaut is learning how to open up to the experience in such a way that it's one in which you're metabolizing the experience as opposed to getting overwhelmed or re-traumatized.
Yeah. And it's hard for me not to make the connection between psychedelics and meditation, because I find that in using psychedelics, the only way to actually fully achieve the greatest benefit from the experience is to understand meditation, how to control your mind, how to control where your awareness goes and where your concentration is, and live in the here and now by aligning your mind with your breath and your body so that you are in the here and now. Most of the time when you have challenging or difficult experiences, it's because you're ruminating over something in the past or the future. And so that kind of takes you down that path. And I don't think that psychedelics are a shortcut for the Buddhist practice, because that practice really involves like every moment of your daily life. And having these peak experiences without an intention can cause more harm than good. But I believe that with the right set and setting and intention, I've found that firsthand, they can be very useful as therapeutic agents for health issues like anxiety and depression and addiction. But they also allow you to get a glimpse sometimes of what it's like to live in the present moment, because they pause that default mode network and that normal storytelling mode that you're in, which keeps most of the people in the past and future and not in the here and now.
Right. So I think this will be one of the topics that we'll discuss further with the panel. So I'll just put a flag there, and then we'll come back to that. So one general question I'm interested in is, so when I've had psychedelic trips, sometimes it's like seeing, like I'll be like laying down looking at the ceiling, and the ceiling has some kind of texture to it, and so then I'll start seeing colors and kind of like a kaleidoscope start coming out of the ceiling, right? Or I remember one time when I was in college and I was following the Grateful Dead, which is like this psychedelic rock band. And so during the Grateful Dead shows, they would have these really amazing light shows. And so you would see like, they'd have this kind of spiraling light thing going on. And then, so then my mind would start normally it's called tracers, like you see something and then you'll see like my hand goes by and then it's like there's like patterns of my hand going by afterwards, right? So a certain level of visual, I don't know if we call it hallucination, but some kind of visual enhancement or overlay of what's already happening. Then there were also times I remember when I was on psychedelics, and then I went to my bed to go to sleep, and then when I was sleeping I had a dream where I basically kind of went to like a shamanic underworld and had some experiences with various beings. But I haven't had an experience where I'm on psychedelics and then I would encounter what I would call another being, like an invisible being, like say a spirit that normally I wouldn't see, but now because I'm on psychedelics, I can see the spirit or have some interaction with some entity, basically. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So those are just kind of a range of different experiences I've had. So I'm just wondering if you, from your experience and also just your own research, are there different kind of categories of experience that you could talk about?
Yeah, most of the time, whether it's in my own journeys or with the clients that I work with, whatever it is that they're seeing, whether it's a vision, it's an entity, it's a person, it's a place, it's a type of animal, it's something in your subconscious that's trying to teach you something. So the most important piece of this journey is integration at the end of it and trying to make sense of that. So what was it trying to tell you? You know, what was the red dragon or the fairy tale like creature or the space you were in, and what does that mean, and what is your subconscious trying to tell you with it? Because every person you see or everything that you encounter in your journey is yourself playing a role that's trying to teach you something.
It's like it's a reflection of your consciousness in a way. It could be literally like, you know, you have a dream and the dream images are coming from your subconscious, or maybe you have an encounter with some spirit that's an actual entity out there, and somehow related to your consciousness because you've come in touch with, or you're interacting with that spirit. But at the end of the day, it's an experience you're having that you have to make meaning out of, or find some kind of lesson out of it, I guess.
Yeah, and for patient privacy, I won't name names or the demographic of this person, but one of my clients that I've been working with recently comes from a Jewish heritage, and he could not understand why he didn't trust the world and lived in fear. And we did a psychotherapy session where around 250 micrograms of LSD was used. And immediately he connected with a young Jewish boy in the basement of a home in Germany during the Holocaust movement. And he experienced the fear that the child was experiencing. And I don't quite understand the science of how someone can be carrying those feelings from generations passed down, but it was very profound and moving. And having had that experience and knowing that that is deep within him and bringing that to the surface, he's been able to work with that to understand what's motivating his behaviors and thoughts, and come to a place of acceptance, and be able to move forward from that and live a life that's more peaceful. And I believe you can get to these same places, perhaps with hypnotherapy and some other healing modalities. Not to say that psychedelics are the silver bullet, but if that had been done in a traditional therapy session, I don't believe we would have uncovered that deep-rooted ancestral trauma that had been governing his life.
Or maybe not as quickly, or right, that for whatever reason the conditions were such that it worked in that way, and a regular counseling session may not have gotten to it. Yeah. Okay. So I'm sure that'll be another lively topic of discussion that we can have. So yeah, I just want to shift into one kind of final topic, I guess I could say, is how has your journey moved from your own personal exploration as a psychonaut, and then helping other people, facilitating other people, like through doing sound baths or other kind of ceremonies or sessions, where you're supporting the person going through the experience, and or working with people before and or after such experiences. So could you speak just how did that transition happen over time from your own personal exploration to then helping others? And what has that been like?
I would say probably up until my late 30s, I had been working on my own well-being. And after doing that work myself, I started to be approached by like friends and family who were wondering what it is that I was doing. And also gathering with friends in a communal setting, and participating in that celebratory use of these compounds. I started guiding people through their journey by them kind of coming to me to ask how do you work with these medicines? How do you unlock them to their highest potential? And through my journeys, I found ancient instruments that are used for navigating your consciousness, such as Himalayan or Tibetan singing bowls, the gongs, the Australian didgeridoo, different chimes, drums. So these different instruments that are used in a shamanic setting from all over the world, and studying their impact on consciousness and your brainwave states, and how they sort of move you in different states. So I won't go into too much detail, but the 3 or 4 main brainwaves that we have are the gamma state, which is when we're highly concentrated, nervous, anxious. The lowest one is the beta state, which is when you're asleep. And the one in the middle is the theta state, which is deep relaxation and creativity. And most of the time, we're either asleep or we're problem solving and concentration. And so what these instruments do when you listen to them, they synchronize your brain waves to the theta state of meditation. So you can use them as a tool in your own meditative practice, but you can also use them in guiding journeys. And so I've created a framework of guiding journeys around 5 to 6 hours with using these instruments to help navigate their consciousness through these realms. And then slowly studying on my own and learning through certifications of how to do pre and post integration, of how to prepare someone for the journey. What are their goals? What are they trying to get out of it? Do they really need the psychedelic journey? Can this be done in a traditional healing method? And then how to facilitate the journey, and then do post integration of looking at what happened, what did it mean when you make these small daily changes in their life.
All right, sorry, we got some sound issues. I accidentally muted you and I didn't mean to.
Oh, that's okay. I think
there was some background noise from somewhere else. So
Oh,
Yeah.
that's okay. I think I was almost done.
Right.
Yeah, just stressing the importance of the pre and post integration. There's a saying in our industry that if you are not doing the integration, then you're just tripping and you're not really getting anything out of it. I've seen many people have the journeys and have these experiences that are very profound and awakening, but go right back to where they were. And so we like to say that the psychedelics don't necessarily heal you. It's not a silver bullet, but it'll shine the light on areas in your life that need work. And then you have to go and do that work.
Right. Okay, cool. So thank you very much for sharing your story, sharing your experience.
Thank you for having me.
So now maybe we can add Chris and Elaine into the discussion. Chris, can you make that happen?
Sure. Is that good, or you want me to spotlight before?
I don't know. I'm enjoying the spotlight thing because I haven't used it before.
Yeah.
I'm only doing it
All
with,
right.
I haven't done it with a group, so I'm curious of playing with it.
Yeah. Okay, we're in the spotlight.
Cool. Okay, so Ferris has been training with me in terms of becoming a Buddhist minister. So he obviously has way more experience than me as a psychonaut, and then I'm helping him grow into Buddhist practice, becoming a Buddhist minister. And Chris and Elaine are both long-term Buddhist practitioners. And so, again, as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm interested in exploring how do psychedelics relate to Buddhist practice, how would it relate to Buddhist ministry, and so I'm not asking for a well-developed, well-formulated position papers about these things, but more just an open conversation about the topic. So I'm wondering, Chris, just could you share some of your experience then of making use of psychedelics, and how have you related the psychedelics to your Buddhist practice? How have they overlapped? How have they diverged? How have they supported each other, or how have they maybe created a tension or been at odds with each other? So yeah, please, if you could share some about that.
Sure. It's probably a history of divergence. So I probably echo very much what Ferris described in his encounter of psychedelics. Young, I haven't used them in many, many years. And I've used them both recreationally and intentionally. And I think, you can hear stories about people experiencing psychedelics and being turned on to Buddhism or something like that. I'd already encountered Buddhism and stuff at that time, and honestly was already interested in psychedelic literature and stuff. So I kind of knew what I was getting into to some degree. And there's a certain amount of ability to play with perceptions on psychedelics that maybe opens your eyes when you're not on them, to see art in a different way, to see things unfold differently. That might be the sort of best example of how that would have interacted with Buddhist practice. I don't think it really had much to do overlap in terms of meditation or any kind of big realizations. But if psychedelics have the ability to crack an egg open, to create to open the door of perception, so to speak, so maybe you see that your inherent bias on views of consciousness or perceptions are not what they always seem to be, are not as solid as what they seem to be. So you can sort of identify with what you find in Buddhist thought and Buddhist philosophy. So this can sort of back up Buddhist belief or open you up to Buddhist belief or other worldviews that are different than the standard worldview. So in terms of Buddhism and psychedelics, for me, they didn't overlap a whole lot. I think probably the most prominent example would be using that book that was written by Leary and someone else, The Psychedelic Experience, based on the Tibetan Book of the Dead. I used that to guide someone through a bad trip, and it worked. At least the bad trip stopped. So that might be the most literal example of a psychedelic overlap. I was not on psychedelics at the time that came to me looking for help. So the kind of two circles, you know, my psychedelic ideas and my Buddhist ideas don't overlap a whole lot. I like the ideas that you can see in these kind of descriptions of Buddhist realms, echo psychedelic visions, and this kind of things. A lot of interesting things to think about. But if psychedelics have the ability to wean addiction and all these kind of wonderful things that they're purported to do, and there's plenty of evidence that they do so, this seems to mirror Buddhist process of weaning addictions.
So would you say then, like, two main things are, one is it kind of opens you up to a bigger perspective of reality, to where you're not so identified and attached to this kind of concrete body and mind as myself experience, that it can open you up to, oh, it seems like consciousness is not necessarily limited to the body, or that there are different dimensions that can be experienced. And so that supports you in Buddhism, and just insofar as Buddhism teaches that there's more than just you thinking you are just this one concrete thing.
Yeah, absolutely. To use a pop culture reference, you could look at The Matrix, right? Neo takes the red pill that blows him out of the water, cracks opens the door of perception, so to speak. But it takes a lot of work he does after that to actually wake up, so to speak, right? So the pill cracked the egg, but it took work to make the souffle.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, that's good. And then this idea of, like, if you have, I think, yeah, you know, again, we have to talk about different settings and different intentions, but if you're having an experience that is connecting you more deeply to nature, or you're part of a group and that gives you some connection to something deeper, it gives you a sense of meaning. It gives you a sense that, oh, there's something more to life than just what I thought. That can be an impetus towards helping someone get out of addiction, because of just getting in touch with some deeper sense of meaning or some deeper sense of purpose. It isn't to say that alone is what's going to fix it, and probably if people are selling the idea that it is going to be a miracle thing that'll fix it, that's not good. But what you're saying, though, just having some opening out of your normal frame, or connecting to some deeper sense of experience or purpose in combination with other things, could be useful for dealing with addictions.
Yeah, I think, you know, the psychedelic becomes an active part in the process, and your mind can often just be the passive part in the psychedelic experience, watching the magic show. And so the psychedelic isn't actually activating your inner qualities, the strengths of your mind, your virtues and things that you need to develop and work on outside of that experience. It might help you identify some things in those circumstances. Yeah.
Right. Okay, cool. So now we can shift to talking with Elaine. So a couple of questions that come to my mind. I don't know if we want to have it be me asking you a question, Elaine, or do you have a particular something that you want to say already and you don't necessarily...
There's so many things.
Right. So would you like me to give you some frames, or would you like to just go unframed? How would you like to do?
Let me go unframed for a few minutes and then let's see who wants to fit in. How about that?
Okay. Yeah.
I should say a little bit about my own background, which is that I've been a Vajrayana Buddhist for a very long time. Trungpa Rinpoche is my root guru and has been for a very long time. The one time in my life that anyone ever tried to administer me psychedelics, I had actually just come back from a 10-day Vajrasattva retreat and nothing happened. So I never pursued it because literally nothing happened. Yeah. And so I was like, well, I don't need to do that. Right. You know, kind of like the classic Ram Dass story, right? You know what I mean? So this is one of the reasons I never pursued psychedelics, is because that was the only experience I never had with them and nothing happened because I just got on a retreat at Trungpa. So, but I don't necessarily have anything against them per se. I even have a couple of San Pedro cactuses that are growing in my windowsill. I thought they were pretty. I didn't realize they were actually psychedelic. I had 3 of them, and then my dog ate one of them and went on a 6-hour journey that I sort of ended up trip sitting him on, and he's never been quite the same since. So that's been like very interesting to see like another being like go through like a 6-hour journey and then like become different, right? So I was like, oh, it's interesting, you know? And that's how I found out that the San Pedro cactus was actually hallucinogenic, because he ate it and went somewhere for 6 hours. So I feel like so far my journey has been a lot of watching beings do psychedelics and going, you know what's happening, like as an observer, right? I am a trauma therapist, and in terms of shamanism, most of my experience, I mean, I've had kind of a variety of experience, I think, like everybody who studies, a little bit with, you know, the Foundation for Shamanic Studies, of course, here in the States, but then a lot of experience with the Haitian Vodou shaman. And then in 2018, a month in the Kalahari with the Kalahari Jatwansi, the San people, which, as far as I know, is the oldest shamanic medicine that there is. And both of these forms do not use any type of plant medicine. They use actually percussive and rhythm and dance to induce very, very deep trance states, and also the ability to do healings. So I am a dancer also. And so those were the journeys that I went on personally, to just say a little bit about my background. But I wanted to say something about legality. In Texas, at least, you can order your own spores and grow your own psilocybin. You cannot buy or sell it, but it is perfectly legal to cultivate your own. And I do have clients that are trying to do that because they are microdosing with psilocybin and having great results. Like they're coming off all of their SSRIs. It didn't really work that well for them anyway, quite frankly. And so I have probably 5 clients right now that are doing microdosing protocols with psilocybin, and some of them are getting into cultivating their own, and that is legal in Texas. You can't buy and sell, but you can grow your own if you can figure it out. The biggest part with that seems to be the decontamination process, seems to be the most important part of that, to make sure that you don't have dangerous molds and stuff. But I have a client who's really gotten into it and is sending me pictures of grow bags like daily. Super excited person. So that's kind of great. So there is, you can actually legally grow it for yourself in Texas. You convert the spores, that's all fine. Yeah, I don't know where it is, what it's like for other places, but there's not a prohibition on that in Texas. And since the FDA just legalized MDMA for trauma treatment this year, that'll probably come out next year, I'm imagining that legalizing psilocybin is going to happen very soon, because MDMA is a much more controlled substance than psilocybin, and they just legalized that. So I think it's coming. You know, I think we're only a few years away from psilocybin being legal for everyone in terms of like therapeutic and medicinal use. I think that's very, very close. because of all the research that major universities have been doing on it. I work with holistic psychiatrists who do that stuff. And then I have clients who have asked me about being a trip sitter for them because they want to try to do like a slightly larger dose of psilocybin, and they would like me to sit with them while they do that. And since I have already a lot of training in shamanism, trauma therapy, and I'm a therapist, they're like, I'd like you to be my person. And so I have not done that yet, but tentatively I have said yes to doing that because I know these clients very well. We know we have a warm and very trusting relationship. And so I think I feel fine about that. Yeah. I don't know if at some point I feel called to sample some of this San Pedro I have growing in my house. I just think it's pretty or whatever. That's entirely possible. I might become curious about it. It's a slightly lesser known, but it seems to be the one that's showed up in my sphere that I enjoy its company or something, So that's sort of the background on my experience, right? And so out of all the psychedelics that people experiment with, I will say that it seems to me that psilocybin is the most human-friendly. I think this has a lot to do with the fact that our primate cousins in their natural environment eat a huge quantity of psychedelic mushrooms, that this is a pretty standard part of a normal diet for primates, non-human primates. So mushrooms in particular seem to work the best for people in terms of not having bad effects. I would say that bad effects from what I've seen, at least from microdosing, I haven't seen any yet. It seems like it either really works for people or nothing happens, right? The ceremony piece is maybe a little bit different, right? People can have bad experiences in terms of ceremony. And let me pause there and see if there's a question or something for the next part from somebody.
Okay, you mean from one of us or from the audience?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I had some bad trips. They sucked. And yeah, it felt like it was traumatizing. Like I was on acid, and then I was at a Grateful Dead show at the Madison Square Garden, and I ended up going down the stairs into Pennsylvania Station, and then ending up out on the street. And then at one point, I was just like a little dot floating in space. And then I had this fear that the dot would dissolve, and that would be my consciousness, like losing contact with reality. And it's interesting. So I just watched there's this series on Netflix, a 4-part series by Michael Pollan on psychedelics. And I think it's the one on LSD, but he basically describes, oh yeah, I had this experience where I dissolved to a dot, and then from a dot, I completely dissolved. And then after that, I came back as something new. But for him, that was a positive experience. So it seemed like because he had the right set and setting, he was able to allow that experience of his ego to get to a dot, and then even to have that experience of the dot dissolve. And it wasn't traumatizing for him because he was prepared for it. He had the right set and setting for it. Whereas in my experience, it just kind of freaked me out. And yeah, like it took me a while to get over that and to feel normal again, I guess you could say. So I guess that's
hence the importance of the trip sitter or the minister or the trusted person that you have like a warm and loving relationship with. I think this is essential. Personally, because I can say a little bit about where I've seen the problems come up, right? The biggest problems I've seen are with ayahuasca. I'm going to say that. And it has a lot to do with the way that the ayahuasca community, at least here where I live, kind of does their thing, which is they have sort of these traveling shamans who come through, take a bunch of money, do a whole weekend thing with 30 people, and then they leave. So there is not, the people doing the ceremony don't get to spend any time with this person either before or after the ceremony. They don't really know who this person is. They go in there and they do very powerful psychedelics for 2 or 3 nights, and then the person is just gone. And there's generally no aftercare. There's no support. There's not really any sort of meeting afterward for people to process their experience. And so in addition to it being questionable how qualified these people are, because you don't really know who they are, they're definitely not indigenous people, for sure, for the most part. But I have seen ayahuasca completely blow people up to the point of psychosis, dissociation, horrible relationship choices, breaking up marriages, families, established relationships because of something that happened in an ayahuasca retreat, just super destructive. I've also seen people come back with entities that were not very nice. The way that I got involved in all of that is that I had a lot of people showing up in my office post ayahuasca trying to get rid of things that glommed onto them while they were out there, and then came back with them, and they were not having a very good time. And that was actually one of the reasons that I stopped supporting people doing ayahuasca some years ago, because I was like, first of all, I wish these shamans would sort of have a discussion with like the local practitioners in any area about the fact that they're coming here and doing this work, because I was essentially getting their cleanup work because they were nowhere to be found. They had moved on to their next ceremony, wherever, right? And mostly the participants in these ceremonies had no idea how to get a hold of this person, or they were told to follow up with someone local, but the traveling shaman never made a relationship with anyone local. We didn't know who these people were, right? So unfortunately, in 2018, I decided to stop supporting people doing ayahuasca because I was like, these shamans need to be more responsible about having some kind of link, first of all, for their own participants. And then second of all, about the people in the community who are going to be asked to pick up the slack after they split and they move on, right? And keep in mind that traditionally, that's not how ayahuasca is done. Ayahuasca is done in a village setting with people who know each other, who live together. And it's done very, very sparingly. And everybody knows who the village shaman is. I mean, that's one of your people. They live right there. And not everybody does it, right? So the format for ayahuasca here in the States is more like EST or like Landmark Forum or something. I'm not a fan. I'm just not. Because people blow up and then I get a phone call, right? As like a trauma therapist at a shaman. And I'm like, wait a minute, who are these people? Where did you go? How do you know if what you drank is even the correct brew? There's no way to like double check any of this stuff. Because as you know, the compounds in ayahuasca can be very toxic. And if they are not properly mixed, they make people very sick, right? So I think there's stuff in that that's good, but the way that it's done in the States is very problematic. And I've also had more than one client get assaulted sexually at an ayahuasca retreat by either another participant or the shaman. So there's a lot of issues when you have kind of like a traveling salesman or saleswoman kind of doing the thing, and that doesn't really fit the indigenous setting anyway. That's more of like a thing that like a California 70s self-help groups that like turned into like psychedelic experience. This doesn't seem to be great, but I think that like if you have a trusted relationship, it's like someone that and you use it sparingly, and maybe you're not in a giant group of people that you don't know, that there's a lot of potential there, right? In terms of like you can have, because you're there, you have a container, just like when you're with your guru, that's the container. There's a lot of trust. You can relax and then be like, whoa, things don't exist. Oh no. And then the guru's like, yeah, how about that? It's like mirror, like you sort of like need the mirror, I guess, to like go deeper, because it's a way to touch in sort of like that spiritual friend or sort of grandmother or grandfather energy a little bit, right? Yeah. So that I think is like very powerful. Yeah. The other problem with the ayahuasca community in particular is that it is rife with people who are addicted to hard drugs and who have not sufficiently resolved their relationship with other types of drugs before trying ayahuasca. So what I saw a lot of when working with people from the ayahuasca community was polysubstance abuse that was going on, of alcohol, THC, basically people never being sober and then trying to solve all of that by doing ayahuasca, but actually that makes it worse. Because what ayahuasca does is it gives you a giant 10-day serotonin spike and then it drops you off a cliff. MDMA can also do that same thing. And so if someone has underlying depression or some other type of, disorder, they're using alcohol, drugs, they will use ayahuasca, they will feel great for 10 days. And that 12th day, they are in hell. And because some of these substances are not compatible with things like SSRIs, you have to taper people off and on. in terms of psychiatric meds. So if someone completely crashes, you cannot fix that right away. And that can actually leave that person in a very, very bad place. So the holistic psychiatrists I work with, they are pro-psychedelic, but we recognize that for people that, you know, maybe are severely depressed or something, there may need to be an integrated process of tapering off, having an experience, tapering back on, so that your people just don't drop off a cliff after that serotonin high like wears off. Yeah, it can be done. I've seen it done successfully, you know, but I think we need more conversations across the psychedelic and psychiatric and mental health communities about how to do this in a way that supports people from all of the elements, like the psychiatric piece, the plant medicine piece, the counseling piece, and the spiritual piece. I feel like it's a quad. And I have certainly been trying to get that dialogue going. I would say that there's resistance. I have felt resistance, at least from the psychedelic community here around that, because they kind of perceive us as being the man. But I'm like, well, but you're administering people very powerful substances. And then if you are not available to clean this up, we are the ones who get the phone call. So I think that we should be talking before, right? And just like have a network and be talking about how this can work, especially since people are starting to grow their own and they are going to be self-administering, you know? And if that goes well or badly, guess who's going to get the phone call? So, you know, I would like to be included in the dialogue about all of that, but there's kind of there's resistance, I think.
Right.
A little bit. You know what I mean? So, you know, so I hope I keep on kind of working on it to see if I can like soften that up, because I'm like, look, you can't just drop these people on us without us knowing what happened. Right? Because that's not helpful to us. And then it kind of puts us in the position of just trying to retroactively figure out what may have happened with this person. Like, were they on medicine? Were they drinking? Like, we don't know. We have no idea. And so that's not the situation we want for people who want to journey.
Right. Right.
You know? Yeah, we want a through line.
Right.
You know?
So just being mindful of time. So we're at 1:30 now. So I believe we have another half hour. So maybe we could open it up to the whole room, so to speak, everyone that's here with us, for a more open question and answer. But I just want to, before we do that, I just want to say, it feels like one issue is building trust between different traditions, right? So like you're saying, Elaine, that one is a tradition of psychotherapy that's just focusing on mental health. One is a tradition of taking psychedelics that could be more of a celebratory hippie phase, or it could be more part of an indigenous tradition, wisdom tradition. And then thinking about, I guess just the general feeling that it feels like this is something that human beings have been doing since we've been around. It seems like something we want to do and we keep re-engaging with. It seems like it's not necessarily the only way. We've talked about shamanic traditions that don't necessarily involve plant medicine, but have similar goals. And that's another interesting question of like, are those shamanic techniques activating different kind of brain chemistry things that are similar, or are we even talking about a question of chemistry, but just different spiritual dimensions and different subtle energies being activated and things like that. But I guess in general, my feeling of just human beings needing some kind of initiation ritual, like as part of being humans, and talking about those as like different life stages, and then also just different life situations. And then just the question of how can that be this more organic, holistic way of doing that. We don't want it to be where plant medicine gets taken over by the medical healthcare industry and becomes highly regulated and expensive and divorced from religious or spiritual realities. But we also don't want to have people in the name of being religious or spiritual doing things that are causing people to have blowouts and yeah, negative outcomes, I guess we would say. Okay, so Chris, can you make it to where we remove the spotlight and then it's just an open room?
John, I was hoping to piggyback off of what Elaine's concerns were.
Okay, so you can be the first one then
Okay,
to begin
cool.
this more open discussion.
Yeah, so I definitely agree with mostly everything that she said. We're seeing a lot of overnight shamans that do like a weekend course on, you know, how to guide a session or how to use healing instruments to do, you know, a sound meditation, and they're not trauma informed. And we'll see in ceremony when somebody is reliving some sort of trauma from the past, that they're not able to support them with that experience, and they end up leaving the ceremony more traumatized than when they did arrive. It's also very important for the facilitator to really understand why they are doing this. Is it still part of their ego where they want to be seen as this type of person? Is it a monetary or financial motivator to just bring in income? Or are you really doing it out of like a sincere, genuine interest to help alleviate the suffering of others? My hope is that if anything good does come from the psychedelic experience, it's that it helps people return to their practice so that they don't need it going in every day or every month. We see a lot of people hopping, you know, week to week, ceremony to ceremony to escape, and they're not actually integrating. So I hope that it helps turn them towards their practice and not need to use it without intention. So if it does serve some purpose, its purpose is kind of finite, and the goal is to like let go and be able to rely on their own resources. There's a quote by Alan Watts that talks about if you get the message, hang up the phone, because psychedelics are just instruments, and like the microscope, the biologist doesn't just sit with his eye permanently on the microscope. You know, he goes away and he works on what's been seen. So I just wanted to say that I resonate a lot with what Elaine said. And we don't often talk about the pitfalls and the downsides of the ceremonies and the psychedelic experience. There's a lot of excitement right now with the psychedelic renaissance, and they're just pushing forward full steam. And a lot of people aren't really bringing that to light. So I appreciate that.
Something I should also say that from the shamanic perspective, that all beings have an energetic sort of imprint associated with them. So any plant that you use has an entity. And one of the things that I think I see missing is people simply learning to administer these as though they are drugs without understanding how to work with the plant entity itself, because it is a non-human entity. And so some of these plants are used in Black magic in their indigenous setting. Mm-hmm. I don't see a lot of American shamans being aware of that. That is something they should be aware of, because it is part of the energetic imprint of the plant. Mm-hmm. It has been used that way. It is part of its history. So to understand that you are working with a being that is non-human in order to try to serve a human is a piece that I think could be investigated a little more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And the rituals and the intentions that come along with working with that being and setting the space and cleansing it and closing the space, protecting it during the ceremony, as well as cleansing afterward is a big piece of it too.
Yeah, I know when I've done some ceremonies with Ferris where that's one of the main teachings is you are having a relationship with this plant. And so yeah, you have to experience what you're going through as being in relationship with the plant, and you want a healthy relationship with the plant. Okay, are there other folks here in the audience that had some questions or comments or feedback, or as Lourdes says, also debates or protest?
Everybody's muted. So if you want to say anything, unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Right.
Of course, otherwise the four of us could keep on talking amongst ourselves.
Yeah. One question I had was like, there's some I know, like with the Native American church using peyote, they created a religious exception that allowed them to use peyote legally as a church. So I'm just curious if any of you know
On that
more
with
about.
ayahuasca. Yeah,
I know, yeah, one was peyote, and I guess there's another one for ayahuasca. But
there is. There is.
so the idea of religious organizations getting a religious exemption. So if they're in a state where it's illegal, they are given an exemption because they're using it as a religious ceremony. And again, we've talked about before, that you might have people using that in a way that is responsible and safe and it works out good, or you could have people using that in a way that it causes issues or causes problems. But I'm interested, well, as someone who's a Buddhist minister, and we have this Buddhist temple, and at some point we may want to have psychedelic ceremony be part of what we do as a Buddhist ministry. And so it seems like we would want to go down that route of the religious exception route, or just frame what we're doing is, okay, we are religious ministers doing religious ceremonies, basically. As opposed to, we are trained in Western mental health psychotherapy or psychiatry, and we are administering these medicines through Western healthcare, Western medicine. So I think that's a general theme of the conference in general, of like Buddhist ministers using Buddhist theory and practice to do Buddhist counseling, so they don't necessarily need a degree in psychology. We're not trying to be therapists, we're trying to be ministers doing religious work. And so we don't want to be regulated or controlled in the same way that someone who's a psychologist or psychiatrist is. But at the same time, we want to be doing things in a responsible way that is productive and helping people out and not causing problems. So I'm just wondering, what do people know about in terms of psychedelic, the exemption through being a religious ministry, and also what are the dynamics or the tensions between the religious side of it versus people approaching it from Western healthcare, medicine, psychiatry, or neuroscience?
I can speak to the Santo Daime, because there's a Santo Daime community here, which is the ayahuasca thing. They are not doing traditional ayahuasca ceremony like Amazonian style. What they're doing is taking ayahuasca and then doing some kind of amalgam of, like, I think Brazilian stuff. So it's kind of a syncretic, like a hybridized something that uses ayahuasca. Of course, I don't belong to Santo Daime, so I don't know how that works. I mean, the real thing is that, well, who's administering the substance? There are people who should not do psychedelics without medical oversight. That is just the bottom line. So the issue in a religious community is that you may not be screening people. And you may have those people in your church who absolutely are not candidates for using psychedelics. And if you are administering psychedelics to those people and something happens, I don't know what happens next. legally or otherwise, right? Because these are substances that can be very powerful or contraindicated for some people. So what I would think is that, that if an originalist organization wanted to have the ability for a substance to be administered or available, they should probably be working with a holistic psychiatrist on what are the guidelines around that. And how would you screen people for being appropriate candidates for the use? Because it's one of those things that if the Jack in the Box blows up, the church is probably not sufficiently equipped to really handle that. And then if you have somebody that you're working with, then you also have somewhere to send people if you miss something or like miss an assignment, but then they have somewhere to go. They're not just left stranded with like a bad experience, right? To me, that's just more of a perspective of just caring for the person, caring for the being, because, there are people who should not take psychedelics, or shouldn't take certain types of psychedelics that has to do with their brain chemistry. So I think having somebody who is receptive that you can be in dialogue with is very, very important, and who's interested in and wants this for like their clients, right? Because if their client or their patient has a church to go to where they can have these wonderful experiences, it actually makes their job easier. Because mental health professionals at this point in American society are astoundingly overburdened, right? So if people can have community, lovely experiences, things that are healing, the good psychiatrists that I work with are about that. They would be like, go for it. That's fantastic. You're making our job easier. And then, of course, they would feel wonderful knowing the people that were involved and knowing that the people involved were conscientious and reputable. I see it as like, it could be like a big win-win instead of a battle.
Right.
That's what I would like to work toward.
And then I think like similar with just Buddhist counseling in general about developing this field of Buddhist counseling where Buddhist theory and practice could be used to theorize what trauma is and how to respond to it. There may be a transition time where we need clinical wisdom from people that have a psychotherapy degree and clinical license to impart clinical wisdom. So there can be a transfer of clinical wisdom so that people using the Buddhist theory and practice over time, we could develop our own clinical wisdom based in Buddhist theory and practice. So it seems like a similar idea that right now there's an obvious way of screening using holistic psychiatry as a way to do it. But then we could also over time, for example, in the case of Buddhist ministers doing psychedelic rituals, that we would develop our own clinical wisdom and our own Buddhist theory and practice to have our own way of screening people, I guess. So that's whatever, that's me trying to develop a field of Buddhist counseling as a Buddhist minister and always being scared that it'll be taken away or we'll get stomped down on by the healthcare industry, as opposed to it being what you're saying, more of this win-win holistic collaboration, as opposed to like fighting for turf kind of thing.
I think it helps everyone to have the win-win, because I work with several holistic psychiatrists who are amazing, and they are all very supportive of people doing psychedelics. They also want their input to be valued when they say this person is not a candidate. Do not do this.
Yeah.
Right? For like whatever reason, that they need to be listened to about that, because they may have that person on a particular sort of regimen of medications for like bipolar disorder, or there may be other things going on with that person's genetics that it would be a really bad idea for like other reasons, right? So like, I think the thing is that there can be a loving dialogue back and forth of more like sharing knowledge, because honestly, we are so underwater with mental health care in this country at this point. Because of COVID, we are astoundingly short-staffed countrywide, just like with nurses and teachers. Because it takes 10 years to make a good counselor or a good doctor, we are not going to have a replacement rate on this stuff for quite a while. So anything that helps people needs to start rolling out soon. Yeah, because like we're just in a situation where we cannot do replacement on these trained professionals fast enough. And holistic psychiatrists are even fewer and further between because they've done even more training, looking at plant medicines or shamanism or these other things. And so these are rare and precious beings, right? And so I think forming networks to work with each other, I mean, I know the people that I work with would be profoundly supportive of such an effort, especially one that was being run by people who were conscientious and would make a phone call if they weren't sure. You know?
Right.
I think that they would be like, yeah,
yeah, exactly.
you know, like
Yeah.
please, because at this point, the mental health issues in this country are overwhelmingly large, and there's not enough of us. And I'm really hoping to put this on you, John. I'm really hoping that what you're doing is going to fill that gap. Thanks. Yeah. Let me just like say that I really want what you're doing to like fill that gap in because I see the need. The need is there, and you know, and because people are so desperate, they are starting to self-administer psychedelics, and I'm a little in dread about how that's gonna go, but it's happening anyway. So the sooner that we can get on board with some kind of plan, even one that's a sketch, the better off we're all going to be.
Agreed. Ferris, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was gonna talk a little bit about like what I'm seeing across the board for best practices with retreat centers right now, and the really successful ones, where they're screening their participants with the sort of biopsychosocial assessments that LCSWs or clinical therapists are using, and then also having a clinical therapist on site throughout the duration. Most of these are around a week long, and they start with a very low dose to see how their body reacts, and then maybe a medium one if they want to move there, and then a heavier one, instead of just doing the experience and kind of sending them off on their way. And then they work with sort of an LCSW or a social worker to help them find the resources that they need on their way out, but also making sure that they're connecting them with a trained integration coach afterwards to help process and make sense out of everything. So it seems like there needs to be a team of folks, not just the facilitator, that knows how to screen somebody and then how to work with them on the way out, while also having either an MD or a therapist on site for any difficulties that may arise during the session.
And I think community afterward, that's the part that I've been trying to get the ayahuasca community to address is, do you have anything where people who have gone through the journey together, can they meet and talk about it for like 4 weeks after or 6 weeks after, but that never happens. And I feel like that's the most important part, because when you're in the village and the shaman does something big, everybody talks about it and talks about it and talks about it. And it gets integrated not only into you, but into everybody in the village, right? And that's like a huge part of the integration. Like in the indigenous setting, it's not a solo thing. It's like a community thing where you talk and talk and talk and talk about the healing that happened that night, or you know. And I feel like that this is where I think that this model has a lot of strengths, John, is the community building. Mm-hmm. Because the community of a church could keep on talking about it.
Right.
And then get a bigger healing from other people integrating maybe even your journey. Right? Or it links to part of their journey. They go, oh, you know, or sometimes even shamanic work, you know, two people will see the same thing at the same point. This sometimes happens when I'm working shamanically with a client. We'll both see the same thing. And then we're like, oh, there was a black falcon. Did you see one? Yeah. So then we have to go into it together. We link our mind. Yeah. This is the really good stuff that I would love to. I'm putting a lot on you, John. I have so much hope. I'm a part of it. I'm here. You know?
I feel like the institution of the church has like collapsed, and there's a lot of good reasons for that to have happened in U.S. culture, but it's left a big gap in terms of people being able to come together in a congregational way. And then the other big thing I think is because our education system has been so dominated by settler colonial top-down scientific materialists way of doing education. That, yeah, most people's psychedelics is something they do in middle school or high school outside of the school, and as like a thing that's done as an act of rebellion or in secret or whatever. But so it's not, we're not making the school and making the education system be a holistic path where part of that path is doing psychedelics. And so I guess two institutions then of the church and the school needing to reimagine what the church and the school are. And so then how can that then be a space then where we're building community, and then we're making use of different traditions of theory and practice, that one of them being building a relationship with plants, and certain plants have certain ways of causing spiritual development or shamanic development. And so can't that become part of school and part of church? Those are like the old ways that we think about it. But if we reimagine what does the temple and what does the school mean, that then this could become integrated as to just what we're doing as a society, as opposed to the thing that's on the side or the thing that's hidden or it's suppressed. Okay, so we have about 5 minutes left. Our next panel is the end of life ministry. So we have some folks joining us that are going to be part of that next panel. So are there any kind of final concluding remarks or questions that someone may have about the psychedelic ministry panel?
I have something that I'd like to close with. In this psychedelic renaissance that we're in, please don't believe everything you hear and just swallow everything kind of flippantly. Be skeptical, not cynical, but question everything, and make sure that if you're going to use these medicines, that you honor them and respect them, because they're very powerful, and use them with the right intention, with the right people, and send you off with that.
Cool. Thank you very much, Ferris, for being a psychonaut and sharing your experience as a psychonaut. And
thank you for having me.
Thank you, Elaine and Chris, for bringing in your very useful perspectives. And again, this is what I said at the conference 2 years ago. I'm hoping this is just the beginning of conversations that can keep happening as we start building community and start manifesting beyond just the conference.
Thanks, John. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, Chris.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I will hit the stop record. Okay, so we have about 4 minutes until we're scheduled to start the end of life ministry panel. And so Lourdes, I believe you are moderating that panel, am I correct? I think you're still muted.
What?
There we go.
Yeah, Taylor and I have been working on this together, but she has asked me to moderate, and because she will be speaking as a panel member. So we'll just wait for a couple of more minutes and then we can start. Ken, let me ask you, how do you pronounce your last name?
We're having problems with people being able to mute.
There, my name is Gorsica.
Gorsica, okay. And let's see, Kira, how would you like to be introduced with your Dharma name?
Yeah, I go by my Dharma name, Baya.
Baya, okay.
And Deborah, you want to do a sound check?
Yes, I'm here. I'm present.
All right, great,
Thank
wonderful
you.
to have you.
Mm.
Cool. Just while we're waiting, I'll just share where we're at in the conference. So we had our postural practice this morning with Dustin. That was a mat practice. And then we had the anti-war peace education panel. And then now we just had the psychedelics ministry panel. Okay, and then so we were about to begin the end of life ministry. And then following that, we'll have another opportunity for posture practice that Taylor will lead. And then the final panel and the final event for the conference will be Buddhist chaplaincy. And that will be led by Nathan Michon. And that'll be at 4 p.m. since Nathan's in Japan. So he asked if he could be later in the day. So that it works out for his Japanese time frame. So yeah, so that is the schedule for the rest of today. And then we have begun to start looking at follow-up sessions for things that we didn't have time and space to fit into the conference, but a continued discussion from Dharma Voices for Animals, and also getting into end-of-life care and La Santa Muerte. And so these are things that we hope to continue through our YouTube channel and through our podcast.
The session in Spanish is a presenter from the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross Foundation in Mexico City that train end-of-life doulas with indigenous traditions. So
okay, great, cool. Okay, so now we're at 2 o'clock, so it's time.
Okay.
And go ahead and let me hit the record button here.
Okay, welcome to the End of Life Ministry panel. Very happy to see all of you here. And we have 4 panelists. The first panelist is going to be Deborah Rogers. Deborah is a recently retired long-time hospice worker. She is also a nurse, a registered nurse. And Deborah practices within the Thich Nhat Hanh tradition. Our second panelist is Abaya Kira Corrigan, who is an Akaria, and she is also a prison chaplain in Canada and also teaches various courses related to end of life in England. That's a very short summary of her long, biography. The third panelist is Ken Gorsica, Dr. Ken Gorsica, and he is a veterinarian in San Francisco. And Ken did a lot of work during the AIDS pandemic, trying to help by developing the human-animal bond and working to have people who were suffering from HIV/AIDS have a companion at the end of life or through their, illness. And so Ken is going to be speaking primarily from his experience as a teacher in a very interesting program, which is companion animal end-of-life doula training program at the University of Vermont. And then our fourth panelist is my friend Taylor Bell, who's a yoga teacher and many other things in Texas. And she is training, or have you completed your training already as a doula, an end-of-life doula, also in Texas? And she's going to talk about her training and some of the things she's liked about her training and some of the things she feels are missing in her training. So let us begin with Deborah.
You're still muted. Let's see here. Okay, let me, first I put you on spotlight and maybe that made it hard to, okay, hold on.
Wonderful, thank you. Actually, I was getting an error that said the host is not allowing you to unmute yourself.
Ah, well, I didn't mean that.
And I didn't know what to do about that, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you for such a wonderful introduction to me and to everyone, Lourdes. I have been asked to talk about the challenges and rewards in hospice. And first, I'd just like to tell you about my experience with hospice, which is probably not as great as you all seem to think it is. I have worked as a partner collaboratively with hospice for quite a few years. When I was working first as an oncology nurse and then in palliative care in the hospital. And I took the opportunity to sit in on some hospice interdisciplinary meetings, and I helped with the handoff between being in the hospital and going home with hospice. And I think what I learned in that experience was just about the amazing compassionate care that's given right from the very beginning, from the first moment when the intake nurse from hospice entered a patient's room in the hospital, just the love and the care and the kindness that was given. So that was really wonderful. I got to be exposed to a couple of different hospice models. There's the medical model, which is defined by the Medicare benefit, and where care is given by an interdisciplinary team that includes doctor, nurse, an aide, a chaplain or spiritual care provider, a social worker, and often or sometimes other disciplines like massage therapy or music therapy, art therapy. And so that's the medical model. The other model that I was exposed to is the social model, where the medical care is given by a medical hospice, but the non-medical hospice provides social work and spiritual care, and sometimes in the patient's own homes or wherever they live, and sometimes in a hospice house. So for example, in Santa Barbara, we had two hospice houses. One was the medical model, and the other one was Sarah House, which was started during the AIDS epidemic, and was specifically started to care for people who had AIDS who did not have any funding. And so it was a place where they could be cared for with love and cared for well. And then later it came to when there began to be good medical treatments for HIV/AIDS, the hospice house opened its doors more to anyone who didn't have health care and couldn't get the hospice benefit. So then when I did my CPE residency, that was a year-long residency at Gunderson Hospital in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Again, I worked on the palliative care team as the chaplain. And again, I worked very closely with palliative care and hospice. And I became very close friends with 2 physicians as well as other people. And so I got to learn a little bit more. And again, just of the amazing care that's given. Then when I moved to Iowa, I wasn't able to find a job as a chaplain or a spiritual care provider. There just isn't much need for Buddhist chaplains here in the Midwest. So I got a job as a nurse again, but my employer was very happy for me to provide care out of all of my training, which includes spiritual care training, my MDiv. And I worked as team director of a small hospice house in southwest rural Iowa, not too far from the border with the state of Missouri. And so there, I got to learn much more about the Medicare benefit, the regulations, and just, the ins and outs of hospice care, who's eligible, who's not. And then along with that, again, just the amazing care that's given. And I did that for 2.5 years. And then finally, this last year in 2021, I was living in California and taking care of my mother with, I would say she had mid-stage dementia. And I took care of her for 8 months, and I got to experience palliative care and hospice as a receiver of care. So it kind of came full circle for me. One of the things about hospice is that for someone with dementia to be eligible, it has to be very advanced, where they're not eating, they have lost quite a bit of functionality in things like being able to dress and bathe themselves. And that is, so the Medicare benefit requires that 2 physicians certify that the person, if their illness follows a normal course, will not live more than 6 months. And the really sad thing about that about dementia is that people need that full team service, that wraparound care for years. And it was very frustrating that I couldn't get it from my mother. But I did find a community palliative care service that provided a nurse and a social worker. And it was provided by a hospice organization. So I knew that if and when the time came, we would be able to enroll in hospice quickly with this organization because we were already enrolled in care, and we'd have the same nurses and social worker. So that's kind of my experience with hospice. And talking about challenges, I would say mostly the challenges in hospice stem from the Medicare regulations and financial constraints. The caseloads are can be high. And as a chaplain, spiritual care providers are required by Medicare to do initial assessment, to do periodic visits to provide care and reassess, and then to be present within the last 24 hours of care. And so when it becomes clear that someone is actively dying, the chaplain is required to go. So a chaplain might carry, 30, 40 or more people on their caseload. And there's no way that you can really get to know all those people. So chaplains tend to kind kind of assess who needs their care and their presence and their attention the most, and also rely on not only their own assessment, but the assessment of the nurses and the aides, those and the social workers, the other members of the team, as to when needs change. If they don't have a scheduled visit, they might get a call to go. And then I would say other challenges come from cultural perceptions and fears. A lot of people don't choose to receive hospice care until just a few days before they die. And it's sad because we're entitled to that care, and the care and support that can be given is just wonderful. And then I would say another challenge that I see in hospice is that, quite honestly, there are large groups in the community or in populations who just don't get hospice care. They don't get offered, or if offered, they have fears about it. And so we're not serving everyone we could. So I see that as a challenge. The rewards are many of the same rewards that all of us who care for people who are dying, or animals who are dying, experience. It's just an honor to be a part of the most intimate and sacred times in people's lives. And I'm just, kind of humbled by how people open up and allow me in at those times. Sometimes you get to witness healing and transformation, or even reconciliation, not always, but sometimes you do. And that's also very rewarding. And then just in the end, I would say our patients and families teach us so much. I think I'd just like to maybe share a couple of stories and a couple of more comments, and then just leave some time for questions or discussion later. I think, so I have been fortunate to sit at the bedside with a lot of people when they died. And they all touched me, but some of the ones that touched me the most were when I was called to be there when loved ones couldn't. And sometimes I would have had a relationship with them prior, and sometimes I just walked in. And I remember one man in particular, this was in the hospital, who the nurses, I got the referral when I was on palliative care to come and sit with this man. And he had had an accident and had been brought in, or been picked up and brought in, and they didn't even know his name, but he was dying. And so this was, in that moment, what I experienced was the most raw human connection. Here is a human being. We don't know a thing about him, but he's a human being like I am. And I just felt like, I felt very, I don't know, I can't even describe what I felt, but just to be able to sit and be a caring presence when he wouldn't have had that otherwise. At the hospice house, then on the opposite end of the spectrum, at the hospice house, we had a woman who was 97 years old come in, and she had had a heart attack, and she wasn't expected to live more than a couple of days. Well, she ended up living with us for a year, and we ended up having to graduate her from hospice because she no longer qualified for the benefit. But oh, did we come to love her, and she came to love us. And She had lived in rural Iowa on a farm with her husband. Her whole life had been in that area, and she had so many stories to tell, and it was just such joy. There was another person at the hospice house, a woman, and her family came in, and she was expected maybe to live a couple of weeks. And the thing she wanted most was to see her son, who was in prison. And again, this was, people who from that community had lived in the community their entire lives. And this man, so I'm just going to kind of talk around it because I need to observe confidentiality. So this man, something had happened in the community and it had torn the community apart, and he had ended up being convicted and was serving a prison sentence, and was serving in a high security prison because there was concern that he would be attacked. And when I first tried to arrange a visit, I called the prison, talked to the warden, wasn't there, talked to assistants, and had conversation over a number of days, and kept getting no, it's not safe, we can't do this. And finally, I did get a hold. The warden came back from his long weekend vacation, and I just shared with him my experience as a volunteer chaplain in the LA County jails, and just told him, one of the most painful things for people who are incarcerated is when a loved one dies and they can't be there. And excuse me, I'm going to take a drink of water. And he again told me he couldn't do it, that it wouldn't be safe. But then half an hour later, I got a call that they were going to show up in 2 hours, and would we be ready, and would we do this, that, and the other to secure his safety. And so that happened. And that's one of those moments that is just so incredibly rewarding that it ended up happening. I think my throat's telling me I need to finish up here. So I just jotted down, as I was thinking about this talk, a couple of things that I'd like to share from my experience. And the first one is advice you've probably heard before, and that is when you're with someone, with someone who's dying, sit down. When you're with them in their room or in the hospital or in their home, sit down. Don't stand over them. Sit down and take your time, even if you don't really have much time. And one example I'd like to tell of this is a man in the hospital in Wisconsin who had come in and out of the hospital during the year that I was there. And the last time he came in, it was clear that he wouldn't survive his condition, and he was told. And he was kind of a man who had lived kind of a rough life, had been had some struggles with addiction, and had some encounters with the law connected with that, and hadn't ever really wanted to talk. And honestly, there was kind of a big gap between his background and my background, which I felt something of a barrier there. So I just continued to visit. I was persistent all through that year. Every time he came in, I spent time with him. And we never really talked about what was going on with him or much of what was important. But that last time, one day I decided, I'm just going to sit down. He was watching a program about fishing on the television from his bed. And so I sat down in the chair, I turned it to face the television, and I didn't even look at him. And so I'm just sitting there watching, and all of it, and maybe 10 minutes into it, he starts talking about how he's concerned when he dies that God is going to be angry with him, because of the things he's done in his life. And I just listened. And he talked for quite a while. And so that just sitting down and watching fishing with him is what made it safe for him to talk, and not looking at him is what made it safe for him to talk. And I don't know that he had talked with anyone else. So that was for me, a very rewarding moment. Then I'd like to share a couple of questions that I ask people that are open-ended and allow them to talk. And one of them is, rather than asking, how are you or how are you doing, which is kind of the common greeting, I ask, how are you within yourself today? And people can either answer on a surface level or they can go deep. And so they can do whatever they are comfortable and safe with. And often it will open up very deep conversations. And then another question is, as you think about the days ahead, what is most on your mind? And amazing things come back from that question. And then the final one is, how has your relationship to spirituality changed since you've been sick? And if I know that they're Christian or Jewish or have a traditional faith, or if I know something about their beliefs, I might ask, how has your relationship to God changed since you've been sick? And that's another one that just opens up sometimes things, allows them to talk about things that they may not have been able to talk about to anybody else. And then just to end, I don't know if I've talked over my time, I'd just like to just confirm the value of chaplaincy and hospice by telling you a little bit about my mother's story. So at the very end, just as my mother was getting ready to move into a memory care facility, which she didn't want to do, she suddenly became very sick with a lot of chest pain. And we went to the emergency room, and she was diagnosed with pneumonia, which while we were there turned septic. And they did a lot to try to change the course of that, but none of it was successful. And really it was what she wanted. She had been praying for days and even weeks that God would take her and she would be reunited with my father. But it was really rough in the hospital. Her dementia was pretty bad at that point, and we think she had some underlying mental health conditions, and she was very quick to anger. And my mother, this little 80-pound, 5 foot, barely 5 foot woman, was fist fighting with the nurses and had to be sedated. And it was really, really painful for her and for us. And this went over the course of several hours. And finally, about 2 a.m, the doctors finally agreed to what I had been asking for, which was comfort care and palliative care. And this was on a Sunday. So in the wee hours of Monday morning, finally they agreed, and we were waiting. She was sedated, she was sleeping, and I was there alone with her, and just feeling exhausted and my own coping not there at all, let me just say that. And we were waiting for a bed up on the floor for her to be admitted and to start receiving comfort care. And at 3:30 in the morning, suddenly this young man walks in the room, 3:30 on a Sunday to Monday morning, and he introduced himself as the chaplain. And I looked at him and I said, I know what just happened. I know that you got a call, that you were sleeping in your bed, and you got a call at 2:30 in the morning, and you jumped up and put your clothes on and came in here to be with me. And I can't tell you how much it meant to me in that moment that he did that. And I was surprised, and even now you can see I'm tearing up about it. So the care that we give is meaningful beyond our understanding and our imaginations, really. So I think I will end with that. And thank you for whatever time I've taken.
Thank you, Deborah, and it's good seeing you. So we go to our next speaker, Abaya. She is someone who has a lot of experience in many things. She's a teacher, a retreat leader, and she has been doing a lot of things lately. But I think that we have invited her here because she is a prison chaplain in Canada. And I know at least that there is in the audience a Canadian friend of mine. So I would like to introduce her today and perhaps give you some time to tell you about your experiences in end-of-life care in the prisons, or at least what you know about end of life in the prisons.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll just say, Lourdes, I think you might have two bios there, because some of the things you gave me credit for, I can't take credit for. I never taught end-of-life classes in England. And
no, retreat. You led retreats in England, didn't you?
Oh, I have. Okay.
Yeah.
So much information. Yeah, so I am a prison chaplain, and that means that I work full-time, 40 hours a week inside prisons. And for 5.5, almost 6 years, my first 6 years as a chaplain, I was in the hospital prison in British Columbia. So this would be a federal prison for inmates doing time over 2 years, so for more serious crimes. And it had medical hospital, elder care for Western Canada, as well as brain injury clinic and psychiatric hospital, and then some other populations. But in that part of the prison, I, of course, had to do end-of-life care, because we had a dedicated wing of one building that was the elder care building. So I'll just talk a little bit about, in general, what is the reality of care provided for end of life. Although there are some very nice words written in policies, federal policies in Canada, about meaningfulness or care or qualities that one could associate with a good death, there's really nobody in the prison whose job is to care in a good way for people. No staff person. The staff are all pretty much tasked with emergency triage on whatever level you're assessing triage, people getting out soon, people bleeding, people having mental health crises. There is a inmate peer caregiver program here in Canada, or at least there was, but it's sort of been downgraded now to more of like more basic. But we had 40 elder inmates and then 40 inmate care, 25 inmate caregivers, and they do most of the end of life care right up until the very end, when someone's so sick they have to move to the hospital prison, and then, or the hospital wing. And then when they go to the hospital wing, in general, they lose all visitors. So the peer caregivers cannot continue to be given access. If an inmate's died or is dying and he's coming from a different place, especially a higher security setting, then that incarcerated person will probably not be visited by anybody at all, and won't even be allowed to be out in the hospital area with the other incarcerated people there, because their security setting makes them dangerous. So security settings relate to how aggressively and continuously you're fighting your own incarceration. It's not about your crime. You don't go to high security because you had a violent crime. You go to high security because you are fighting the system physically in your behavior. And so if you get to a high security rating and you get sick and you start to die, they don't bring down your security rating, even if you end up paralyzed or they probably wouldn't handcuff you to a bed if you were actually unconscious, but there's quite a bit of very inappropriate and unnecessary security measures taken. Yeah, so there is some care available from your peers if you're dying in prison. There's always going to be a couple nice staff. Once you get close to death, you'll go into more of an isolation. So I'd say that everyone in prison who dies slowly dies in isolation and in what it would be the functional equivalent of segregation. Chaplains were allowed to find out about some level of medical information, but if someone was close to death, they would tell me. But what I found was that there was very little helpful information in the modern death literature I could find for how to do end-of-life care for these fellows. Without exception, everyone was most afraid that if they died in prison, their spirits would stay imprisoned, that there was a kind of very intense shared, I hope it's superstition, that if you die in prison, you never leave prison. And so we would talk about that more than anything else. And we would talk about their case management and all the ways that staff in the prison had betrayed them and forced them to be where they were. Whether that was accurate or not, some of the time there was a lot of other mitigating factors, but I think unlike maybe places where death can take place slowly, surrounded by people who love you and are bringing meaning, in prison, the closer I saw fellows go to the end of their life, in general, less they were willing to address any complicated, unresolved emotional issues. They become, in general, but consistently, very panicked and very distraught and very shut down. And besides that, there was the sort of prison staff scornfulness. The attitude prison staff often have is that you shouldn't care for inmates too much. They don't deserve too much love. So the few staff who actually would support inmates as they died, except for me, all other staff were really putting at risk their reputation as professionals, but even more putting at risk sort of their social comfort with their coworkers. There was several efforts made before me and when I was there by chaplains to try and bring a death doula program into the prison. But it was very hard to figure out how to get a volunteer with no prison experience to be able to go into a prison setting to do that kind of work. Plus, it all only could happen during two or three little 2-hour periods in a weekday, and we never made any real headway. I guess I'll just say in general that I've been advocating for even the most basic kinds of adjustments to how we handle death in prison with people all the way to Ottawa, and I have never seen anything really be picked up by anyone, because either the person is so far away from the frontline experience that they feel like the words that are written down in policy that sound so nice must be being put into place because all the staff are there, or they're so much closer to managing staff, like the mid-level management, that they know that they're not going to get better behavior from the staff they have. They're getting probably the best they'll get, and this is the best the inmates will likely get, and it's just not as high a priority. And so the overall thing I'll say about death in prison is that it is the hardest thing, pretty much beyond just complete mental health breakdown that I dealt with, and there's a whole layer on top of it of medical malpractice and disregard by professionals that makes everything I read about death doulaship or death end-of-life care really feel like it's one of the few things that makes me bitter. I think, oh my God, how can some people have such good deaths and other people just 2 or 3 buildings away, let's say the people across the street in the prison, have such horrible deaths, and we all just act like it's so important, but it never ever seems to permeate the walls of prison. So it's an emotional topic for me because it's been one of the most painful parts of prison chaplaincy, and it's I find maximum security prison is easier to deal with, and the violence there than the end of life care and hospital care I was doing at my first prison. I think that's all I've got for you right now.
Oh, that's quite a bit. Let me ask you just a quick question. Is that true in all provinces? Or do you feel that in other provinces there's a little bit more leeway or more understanding or more compassion than in BC?
That's hard to answer because by the time you get sick enough to be close to that, you tend not to transfer from site to site as much. I know there are only 2 elder care centers in Canada, one in the East Coast, one in the West Coast, and they're fairly new. So I don't know. I think there are differences based on just the places where prisons are located higher, the people that are nearby, and the culture of those people nearby gives you different behavior. But I also know that chaplaincy seems to be really similar across the country. In fact, BC is sort of nice to do chaplaincy. So maybe it's better, maybe it's worse. Could be either way, unfortunately.
Well, thank you very, very much. So we're doing good in our time, so we'll have time for discussion, questions, answers. So Ken Gorsica is, as I may have mentioned, a veterinarian, and he does a lot of end-of-life care and teaches in the companion animal program for doulas at the University of Vermont.
Great. Well, thanks for inviting me to this lecture panel. We're going to move from people to animals, but in reality, every animal tends to have a human guardian. So we're going to be talking a lot about people as well. I live and work in San Francisco as a companion animal end-of-life euthanasia practitioner. I go into people's homes and euthanize their pet when it's ready in their own space. And it's a real privilege to do that. I'm also a veterinary facilitator at the University of Vermont Companion Animal End-of-Life Professional Doula Training Program. And I'll talk a little bit more about that course later on. My own experiences of being a death doula really started as I graduated from veterinary school and started to work in San Francisco at the edge of the Castro district. And I didn't really realize that as a veterinarian, a human disease was going to take over my career, but that was the beginning of the AIDS pandemic. And as a gay man that had a very large gay practice, I ended up losing probably over 300 clients over the next decade. And so I helped each one of them through their fears and angst move on. And of course, I also lost dozens of friends. So I didn't realize that what I was doing had a name. I didn't realize it was being a doula. But now that I look back through this lens, I see that's where I learned how to have that type of compassion. And I also had the privilege of helping my father die at home through hospice. And that really gave me some insights into the hospice movement that seemed to grow out of the AIDS pandemic as well. And so I just turned 65 and I was looking at trying to figure out what am I going to do for an encore career. And I was fortunate to have a friend, Ari Wozicki, who started a practice here in San Francisco at home pet euthanasia. And he invited me to shadow him. And I went out, I just immediately knew that this was my calling. I mean, it's one of these things that to do this type of work, you have to feel a calling. It's not for everybody, but I really felt empowered to help people and the animals during this precious moment of transition. And I do believe that my experiences in the AIDS pandemic really allowed me to have the skills and the knowledge to be able to work into this world. So let's just start out by describing what a companion animal end-of-life doula even means. And it's my belief and experience that all veterinarians and veterinary staff at some level are death doulas. We are working with people as we euthanize their pets. And so when I was in school, we didn't really have classes on that. We were taught the technical aspects of euthanizing a pet, and even that's changed over 35 years. But I look at the colleges now, and they are starting to teach students about this type of work, communication with clients, end of life work. And so I think it parallels society, which has also changed in how we look at death over the last 35 years. And as I said, veterinarians understand the technical aspects, but we are dealing with a human guardian, and the human animal bond is one of the more powerful entities that we find as humans. And so we are learning, we have to guide the humans through this very difficult moment. And I think that not only there's a growing movement of pet loss support group leaders, there's social workers in veterinary practice, there's now the veterinary death doulas that are out there trying. And I do believe that as the veterinary practice moves forward, that it'll behoove all of us to have a person that's dealing with death in the practice. So I'm really encouraged by that. And when I started to study veterinary medicine in the 1980s, the human animal bond was, although we all know the power of it and from history, and it was just starting to become a science of its own. And we now know that animal companionship is a very powerful medicine. This is true for the aging population when your relationships diminish. And so sometimes the animal is your primary companion. It's true for disabled people, for people with illness. And during COVID, we've learned that the whole population benefited from having animal companions during social isolation. And so it's not a surprise that when we look at the final bookend of a human-animal bond relationship, that we deal with a very powerful entity. And it's my belief that the ending of an animal's life is just as important as those years of unconditional love and companionship, and really how we as individuals or as veterinarians or as clients deal with those last moments really will be ingrained in who we are as people. And so one of the things that this movement of at-home euthanasia practitioners, this now a growing movement, is doing, it not only helps the animals, they can be in their own environment, they don't have to take a car ride to the hospital and sit on a steel cage or steel table in their final moments. It helps the clients, they can have their family members and other animals around during this process. And it's helping the veterinary community itself, because one of the big issues in the veterinary world right now is compassion fatigue. And my profession is undergoing a lot of mental stresses. It has a very high suicide rate. And so it's my belief that practices like my own are actually helping the profession in general, so they don't have to take on that extra euthanasia stress when they're there mostly to try to help animals survive. And I just want to move into some of the resources that are out there right now. And as I mentioned, the University of Vermont has a very interesting and innovative program. It's called the Companion Animal End of Life Doula Training Program. And what we're finding is that through their human doula program, which was for birth and death doulas, they created this program to help individuals try to learn how to be supportive during this ending of the human animal bond. And it's been in progress maybe for 2 or 3 years now. And there's a lot of individuals that really want to participate and help people in this type of ministry. And the ones that I've met there is no rules with this yet. So they're going into veterinary practices and trying to find a place for themselves. But there surely is a big issue in our society about pet loss. And a lot of people have a lot of difficulty with pet loss. There's pet loss support groups, there's pet loss counselors, therapists, and now there's pet loss doulas as well to help during that transition. And so for me, the class it's a 4-week online class, and I took it last summer. And not only does it help you understand about the different issues of trying to be non-judgmental and even having quietness during these death issues, but it helps you be a better person in relationship, you know, and that's what we find from, I think anyone that does a doula training, you become a better person in your own life. So again, this is where the animal world, I mean, the human world has come in and helped the animal world, but it's a dance, because this is called one health or one medicine. And so what happens in the human world also happens in the animal world. And so it's a never ending dance, and it's exciting to see. The other, I'm going to talk about two other programs. There's the companion animal euthanasia training program, and that's from the veterinary profession. And there's a woman, Dr. Kathy Cooney, and she created this organization to help train veterinarians to do better euthanasia practice. And then not only do they teach us the technical skills, but they're also now teaching us client communication around this issue. And so we're coming from the doula. They don't call it being a doula, but it's, I suspect that down the road, these two areas are going to coalesce. And I'm really excited that they have a lot of programs for the veterinary community. And then finally, there's the International Association of Animal Hospice and Palliative Care. And this is an organization that brings the new fledgling career paths of hospice and palliative care and euthanasia that's happening in the veterinary world. And again, this is coming directly from the human understanding. It's only been in the last 5 to 10 years that we even talk about veterinary hospice or veterinary palliative care. And there are clients that want to make sure that their aging pets are taken care of until the last moment. And so there's people that specialize in, or veterinarians that specialize in that. And so there's also other organizations, other workshops. It's again, I look at it as a new wave in veterinary medicine. I just want to talk a little bit about an appointment I had on Friday, and I get our hospital staff to speak with the clients, and they played the doula role as well to see where they are, what they need. And so I get the medical record, and I was going out to see Joker, who was a Australian Shepherd Golden Retriever mix. Joker was 14 years old, and I knew that he was no longer eating and he could no longer stand. So he was nearing death. And so I accepted the appointment, and I drove out to Nicasio Valley, which is in Western Marin County. It's about an hour from San Francisco. And I got to drive through the Golden Hills, and had some good music and did a little bit of meditation on the way. I try to get to the appointments in a very calm state so that it can be a vehicle for whatever's needed at that site. I have to listen to the people. I met the rancher. He was standing by his barn. He was wearing overalls and a cowboy hat, and we greeted each other. And of course, I told him I'm really sorry that I'm here for this day. And we walked up to his house, and on the porch was Joker sitting on a bed on the ground, and he was surrounded by the guy's 2 adult daughters and his future son-in-law. So that there was 4 of the family members were there for this event. And I immediately went up and greeted Joker. I petted him and looked in his eyes, and just to give him some connection to me so he could smell me and not be afraid. And I then let them know that this is going to be a life ceremony. We're going to use these moments together to celebrate Joker's life. And I asked, well, tell me, how did he get his name? And I start out with that a lot of times. And they told me that when they adopted him in Minnesota, when they went to visit their grandparents 14 years ago, this little puppy had black around his lips, and it looked like Joker on the film or something. And so they named him Joker. And they brought him back home to Marin County, where he lived on a ranch for the next 14 years, chasing deer and rabbits and just having a wonderful freedom never having to be fenced in. He was just there. And I then tell them I try to be very transparent during this process so that they understand what's going on. I always ask them if they've been through a euthanasia before. And at this time, both of the daughters have never been through this. This was their first dog. And so I know where I should go in trying to explain what's going to happen. And I tell them that the first thing we're going to do is give a strong sedative injection. And this is going to put Joker into a deep sleep. And it takes about 10 minutes. And at the end of the 10 minutes, he should be anesthetized so that when I come back and pinch his toes, he won't react. And so that I know that he is no longer feeling any pain. And during those 10 minutes, I move away so I can allow the family to be around Joker so that they can spend these minutes offering gratitude and love to him. His eyes, when I saw him, they were just full of spirit. I could see he was still there, but his body had given out. And so it was time. And then I come back and tell them that the next step is we're going to give him a very strong medicine for the final injection, and that has to go into their bloodstream because this medicine, it's a barbiturate, is what's going to cause his heart to stop, and it's going to have him pass on. And so I tell them that we're not going to. I'm just going to get the vein ready, and I won't give the injection until I let them know so that they're prepared that when this happens. And so I got the injection ready and I gave it, and Joker went into a deep sleep, and then he passed on within 2 minutes. And then I offer a final ceremony, and I asked them if they are interested or not. But I'm a trained shamanic practitioner, and I like to use a smudge stick and just to acknowledge his sacredness, his love and companionship. And in this case, they wanted me to proceed. So I go around his chakras and I just say, thank you, Joker, for sharing your life with these people. And it's okay now to go. I tell them that dogs are not afraid of death like humans, and they just need to be released. And then I tell them I'm going to move back to my car and allow you to have some time with the body. Joker, this is still a part of the processing, the mourning process. And if that's what they want. And sometimes I have clients that will want to keep the animal overnight, which is absolutely fine if they want to go through this process of being with their pet. I've done that myself, and it's very powerful to go through the dying process. I think it's something that we as humans have lost. And 50 years ago, we all had our grandparents die at home. And now all we have is perhaps our animals dying home that teach us, or especially young children or young adults, that's the first death that they've actually had to experience. So that's really one of the privileges that I have to guide them. And then I come back when they're ready, and we gently wrap the animal in a blanket. If it's a small animal, we'll put them into a basket, and then we will have a ceremony bringing them back to the vehicle, which I have white flowers in the back, and it gives some sense of finality, and it's sort of like a final way to say goodbye. In this case, with Joker, they lived out on a ranch, and so they had already dug a grave up in their pet cemetery. They had a lot of other pets that had passed, and so they were going to do this ceremony on their own. And so that's really the process that I, as a end of life veterinary doula, does. I say it's more about the humans than the animal. The technical aspect to me is very simple, and it's very gentle, and the animals there's no suffering whatsoever. It's much different than even when I was in school 35 years ago, where we didn't do the sedation aspect. We just went right to the final medicine, and that there was a lot of struggle. And if you brought them into the exam rooms, it was stressful for the veterinary staff. It was stressful for the animals. It was stressful for the owners. And so there's a movement now that even veterinary hospitals sometimes have a chapel room where they do this type of process. It's at-home vet euthanasia practice is a privilege for some. It's not for everybody. And so I'm glad to see that the veterinary profession is moving towards understanding how important this is. And when I'm done, I always tell people that their home is going to be empty, and that for me, what I find is taking walks in nature is healing, and I recommend that they do that for themselves. And of course, we offer clients resources for pet loss or grief counseling if necessary. I encourage children to be there during this process. Some parents are for it, some parents are against it, but I find that if the children are there, it's a very powerful experience, and they have some amazing questions, and they've never been harmed by it, as far as I can see. And of course, we also encourage other pets to be there if they would like. And so that's my sharing about animals and doulas and end of life issues. And I'll be glad to answer questions later if you have anything. But thanks for letting me share.
Thank you so very much, Ken. So let us have our last panelist, my friend Taylor, and telling us about her training as a doula and some of the things that were missing, some of the things you felt valuable, and so forth. And then we can open it for about 15 minutes for questions, comments, protests, concerns, etc. Go ahead, Taylor.
I say that. So yes, my name is Taylor. I'm from Fort Worth, Texas, and I'm just so grateful to listen to Ken and Abaya and Deborah, because it gives me so much inspiration of what to look towards, even though I hear how hard. But I'll get into that more later. And just, well, let me get into some context. So my intimate experience with death was spurred by my mom's death in 2013. And she died at home, and it was anticipated. She was on hospice. She had a good death. And that was so profound to me, of like, oh, this is, everybody should have this if it's possible. And that just sparked something in my mind. And so, but meanwhile, I was in the Western yoga world, of which I'm slowly leaving, and doing this end-of-life companionship work. And I finished my certification in April, although I was told like you don't have to have that, but I'm very grateful I did it because I learned a lot from the experience. And to answer your initial question, Lourdes, I don't really know, I don't have enough experience yet to really have any constructive feedback for the program, though I am just very grateful. It was a very good foundational care doula is what it's called. And the woman who runs it, she was a hospice nurse for 25 years and then just went into end-of-life companionship, and a lot of valuable base level knowledge. So I was really grateful for that. It is very secular on purpose. So now I'm learning more from like a Buddhist overlay to all of this. But something I find interesting, and as we're talking, and the question that Lourdes and I spoke about previously is how my experience perhaps in the yoga world, like what is that, how does that transfer, and also why are we seeing this movement towards death work? And I had a thought this morning, which is that, you know, when I got into yoga, which was 2008, obviously people have been doing trainings and stuff, but I feel like that's when it really started to level up, where a lot of yoga trainings came on and people could do it quicker and quicker. And then suddenly it was like, you could do a weekend and be a yoga teacher. And so I do wonder if those of us like in my age bracket, I'm about to turn 40, you know, we're aging and we're expanding out, anybody in the wellness world, of like what's next. And I wonder if that has a lot to do with it, of just seeing beyond what we've been doing and how we can support people and the things that we have found that are important. How can we parlay that in new ways? And so I wonder if that doesn't spur some of this, because it's being talked about more and more, the death work. And I'm just going to go into this because I find it interesting. So I'm purposely leaving the westernized yoga world because it's a westernized yoga industry. And, didn't know what I didn't know, but I know better now. So trying to do better and switch into end of life work. However, I see all the ways that this death work could go just exactly the same way the yoga world has gone. Commodified, appropriated, the person, like the doula, much like the yoga instructor, has all this power and knowledge that they can impart on you, and versus just like sharing information and creating communities that only those that are privileged can have what we have to offer. And like certifications mean a lot. Like the more you can get certified in different things, the better you are. Like, which is just some is good, but it gets a little wild. And so that's something I'm very cognizant of, and I'm very curious to see how the conversation goes as far as seeing more and more people get these trainings, whatever they might be, and go into these situations. And I feel very strongly about using what I've learned and what I know, and just watching it before my eyes kind of implode in the yoga world to be a warning of what could happen with death work and wanting that to not happen. And that's why I'm so inspired by, I look forward to working. I am working one-on-one with people who are terminal. But that's great. That's wonderful. And that can be for people who are privileged to, even if I'm not charging, definitely not charging as much as private yoga lessons where I'll tell you that much, right? Already learning, but still, even at a more modest, service, fee, some people can't afford that. So that's where I'm so interested in looking at how can information be shared so that people who are unhoused, so people who are incarcerated, where possible, can be supported, or staff being, share the information with the people who are there. Which I was curious if you had heard about, I think it's called Brother's Keeper. That's the inmates that help each other through the end of life process, which I watched a video and it was just one of the most moving things I've ever seen. But just that kind of thing, like these aren't new tools. These are just tools that have been lost, and to give them back to people and remind each other, I'm learning, let me share what I've learned and our experiences to do this all together, versus certain people just owning the information and can only have it at a certain price or something. So that's what's been interesting to me. And I'm looking at, as I'm brand new into this and just figuring some things out. So that's kind of where I stand right now.
We had talked before about your work in posture and doing that work with people at the end of life. Could you just mention that, because that was interesting?
Sure, yes. Which is actually what I'll be offering after this panel is, and I'm being mindful to not call it yoga. I'm not going to be talking about, the 8 limbs or any of the philosophy or anything like that. It really is a posture practice, or even better, what I've been calling it with clients is mindful movement. And what is really cool, in my opinion, is that so much of the asana, the physical yoga practice, not only can be adapted to be in a chair, but even supine, even lying down. And because what to me, what's the intention of the physical practice of yoga anyway? It's awareness of sensation, it's connection to breath, it's ways to be present to whatever is actually occurring. And so that has nothing to do with alignment or how you have to be on a mat and standing in $100 leggings. Like, none of that matters. It's just about the experience of it. And so I've been fortunate enough to work with somebody who is kind of trying this out with me for the first time, as she is terminal. And I was so pleased with her experience thus far, because she was like, this is something that just feels like a positive thing. It's not like, oh, you're dying, so let's talk about it, or like, what, let's make that the main focus. This gives me a chance to just do something for myself, to feel, to kind of process through, and breathe, and just feel like me for a little bit again. And that's that's gold right there. So yeah.
Thank you very, very much, Taylor. Any questions, any comments for any of the speakers? Well, as always, I have a question if nobody else has. Deborah, I've been reading quite a bit about the trend here in the United States of hospices that started as nonprofits, now being sold to for-profit corporations. And the services of those hospices are going down the tubes as the work of the people who are, the providers, increases exponentially in order to increase the profit margins. Is that something that you're seeing?
Thank you, John. I don't have data. I don't have that kind of information, but I believe it, that it may very well be happening. And I would just say that from my own perspective, I would never work for a for-profit hospice, and I would never enroll in a for-profit hospice. I believe that the care that is given is different, and that the staff in a for-profit hospice are under even more pressure. Their censuses are higher, and they're trying their best to give the compassionate care that called them to hospice work, but that it's just very, very difficult. So, not that there aren't some good ones. I believe there are, but as a rule, I myself would not go with for-profit hospices. When I was looking for work here in the Midwest, when I moved here, I specifically, that was a consideration, that I wouldn't even approach a hospice that was for profit. Not-for-profit hospices I can't speak in generalities, but the three that I've been closest to have been caring and mission have been really strong. And the one that I work for now, or that I'm just retiring from, the compassion and caring is so very important. It's valued. I mean, our CEO spends the first third of every meeting asking for mission stories. And he's willing to pay his staff to take a half hour out of every meeting to talk about the care that they've been giving, and the patients and the families who have touched them. So, and you would never see that in a for-profit hospice. So that's kind of my answer, I guess.
Yeah, it's a trend now. I believe now that more than 50% of all the hospices in the United States are for profit. That was
That's-
not the case.
That's
And it's a
sad.
very sad trend. Abaya, I was wondering if Chris is around, and maybe you dealt with this in the prison ministry panel, but I wonder, Chris, if the situation in the US prisons in terms of end-of-life care, I've heard you talk about that, is the same as the one that Abaya talked about.
I believe so. It sounds very similar, where there is a lot of isolation and people are separated. I know that as chaplains and volunteers, you are completely cut off from anyone. So I know they're cut off from the outside world, and they get cut off from their peers and support. Which actually, I do have a question for Abaya. What is the reality, and is it possible, would it be possible to have inmates trained as doulas, so a peer support network in-house, or is that too chaotic for the system to handle?
I think the most realistic thing is that that would be too emotionally charged for most inmates to handle. Not that they wouldn't think they could, but in general, the guys who are going to, and I only work at men's prisons, but the guys where I've worked who would have the emotional maturity and the length of time in prison to decide they wanted to be trained like that would be guys who were also likely to die in prison. And the impact of having lifers help lifers, it may be 1 or 2 stories you'll get every 100 would be filled with light and life, but a lot of them are, I think, filled with people looking at their future. And a couple of the suicides I have, guys I've known who killed themselves, they were lifers helping lifers die. And for them, it was just when they got their final parole, or their parole hearing where they knew they were really never getting out. They're just like, well, I'm just going to kill myself now because I don't know if I'll have someone like me. A lot of people do the work because they also think it'll help them get out of prison faster. So there's complicated things there. Like, I think the closer you get to needing genuine emotional balance and capacity, the harder it is to ask inmates to do that, because they're also going to be constrained by a whole bunch of things. And then they'll have no support emotionally to be taken care of. I've seen care workers who help a person towards death or even to death if they die in their cells, and then they get a day off and it's a favor from the staff, and then the next day they're assigned someone new. And they live with the guys that they're caring for. They're in cells next door, and even though the nurses are supposed to come at night if there's a problem, a lot of times the nursing staff won't come, or maybe didn't even show up for work. And so they're living with the clients they care for, and the clients they care for are just a few years ahead of them in their own life plan, in the sense of, oh, that's me. It's a very, I love the idea, Chris, and I shouldn't just be negative. I think there's ways maybe it would be amazing, but very few people would have the emotional capacity to handle that, I think.
I have a question for you also on prison work. You mentioned something that is very interesting to me because I've seen it in the context of refugee camps, and the feeling of some people who die in places they don't want to die, that their spirits get trapped there. Sometimes I even think of that because I always have wanted to go back to my country, and I feel, oh my God, I'm going to die here. And in spite of the fact that I'm a Buddhist and I shouldn't be thinking about that, sometimes the thought comes by. So do you work with them in some kind of, I don't know, tantric way of some sort, or so that to help them release the spirit prior to death, or talk about it?
I have done things like that. I have a small drum that an inmate made me to do the bedside work. I'm not a Tibetan practitioner, but we've certainly done guided meditations. I also have done work in cells and prison and hospital rooms. If they haven't already put a new inmate in, if someone dies in a place, I will do sort of my own made up ceremonial blessing and guidance. I offering guidance to the spirit of whoever's there. And I do it with enough noise so that the other guys around know what I'm doing, because I think it helps everybody come to resolution, thinking that there's a ceremonial release. But most of the men that I've worked with who died in the hospital in prison didn't wish to speak about the things from a Buddhist perspective or anything. They were very much Christian, so we would do prayers and
Right.
yeah.
Well, and that ties to what Ken was talking about, the kinds of shamanic practices he does with his work. And I think that all of us are, influenced by our own practices. And when we meet these kinds of challenges, then our practices can not only be a support for us, but give us some tools to address these issues, perhaps not even saying that where they come from. Because again, most of the people that I've worked with in these contexts, having to do with spirit release and everything, have not been Buddhist. And so you work in ways that are more secular even, so, or tying them to their own tradition. So anyway, any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I would like to say something. I want to thank you for bringing that up. And you, Ken, when you were talking about the honoring ceremony that you do, I was reminded that when I was working as an oncology nurse, we developed an honoring ceremony that we offered to families when their loved one died. And I can really attest to the power of honoring ceremonies and how beneficial they are after someone has died for, we don't know about the benefit to them, but certainly to their loved ones and their family. It's really immense. And Avaya, what you said about, your own made up ceremony, actually, those are the best kind. And research actually bears that out, that creating a ritual or a ceremony for that specific situation or those specific people has the most benefit. So, yeah.
At the same time, we need to be a little bit careful, even within the Buddhist tradition. For example, I did many retreats with Thich Nhat Hanh, and he always talked about when you were dying, people massaging the feet. He liked to do that. If you do that to a Tibetan Buddhist when you're dying, this is not good, because we're not supposed to, touch anybody from the waist down while the person is in the process of dying. So all these practices, which I think are tremendously powerful, need to be done with a knowledge of the dying person. So I think we need to also be very careful. I think Abaya was alluding to that, with Christian evangelicals and so forth. But even within the Buddhist tradition, you have to be careful. So we have a few more minutes, or we can leave and go to the other panel or have a break, or so let the boss say.
I had a, I guess just to the group in general. So I've done a couple of 10-day Goenka Vipassana courses, and there's mindfulness of breathing at the nose, and then body scan meditation. And then Goenka teaches, become aware of the sensation. Is it pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral? And if it's pleasant, is there a habit of grabbing on? Or if it's unpleasant, a habit of pushing it away? And then, so he talks about, okay, that's just the practice that you do when you're doing a meditation course, but then you also, over time, try to just be doing it all the time in your daily life. And then he's saying, okay, well, even at the moment of death, basically you're just doing the same practice, that you're trying to be aware of sensations. Are they pleasant, unpleasant, and neutral? is there a reaction to try to get rid of it? And if you can let go of the reaction and just stay with the sensation, then that just allows things to organically go forward. And so that may result in you leaving your body, but the point is just to be developing awareness and equanimity and then letting things take their course, basically. So I'm just curious, how does that work when helping animals pass away? And then from a Buddhist context, I know Lourdes, the Tibetan teachings on Pawa, where you're learning how to have your consciousness go out of the body. So I'm just wondering in general, like, I guess I feel for myself and whoever I'm supporting, like, if a person can have awareness and equanimity, there's some organic karmic process going on that's beneficial to support, to keep happening, versus if they feel overwhelmed and then it's becoming, they're just caught up in reaction and there's no equanimity. And then the question would be, is it better than at that point to do euthanasia? Or so I'm just curious about that general understanding and that way of seeing things about the dying process, and how does it show up, whether if you're working with animals or working with people or a combination.
Go ahead, Ken.
There's a dichotomy in animal death. There's a whole movement about natural death that parallels, I guess, human death in a way. And some people just believe that the animals should be supported to a final natural ending, and I don't have any problems with that, as long as the animal's not suffering, and that would mean that if they are going to go through a natural death, they should be supported with medications and painkillers and things that keep them from having difficulty, because sometimes animals do go into distress, and then it's, but that could be part of the natural process that they need to go through, versus the euthanasia movement, where you have a window of opportunity of and it's really hard for people to decide, well, when is the right moment? But I always tell people that if you're in that window of end of life, there's never a bad moment, because you don't know what the future is going to hold for that animal, and you're offering them a gentle, good death, So, yeah.
We had a panel this morning about nonviolence and pacifism. And there was a really interesting discussion, and Alan Sinoke, who's the head of the Berkeley Center, reminded us Buddhists that we live and have to realize that we live with moral ambiguity, that, the Buddha didn't teach things that were necessarily written in stone. And also there are many interpretations, like, for example, one of the panelists said that the Buddha never encouraged pacifism, just to do as good as possible and trying not to harm any living being. And so there is no right way. You have to assess the situation in the same way that there are various possibilities: natural death, euthanasia, whatever in the human condition. I think that is the same, like what you're talking about, Ken. In terms of, you mentioned POA. POA can be done individually by the person who is dying. Most of us in the Tibetan tradition train to do POA. Actually, one of the things that first you have to do in doing, practicing Tantra in particular, is to always have a feeling of having something on the crown of your head. So you have to be continuously aware of the crown of your head, more than, your breath at the crown of your head. So you're trained that at a certain point, when, there are certain processes that are taking place, it would take a lot of time to discuss those, that you can send, your subtle energy through the crown of your head and out of your body, and not have to go through the bardo process. Another way is to have somebody do it for you. And there are some people in that tradition. And so it's a very powerful tradition. Whether it works or not, I don't know. I haven't died as yet, so I'll figure it out. Like a lot of people ask me when I teach, do you really believe that? I said, yes, it's sort of kind of a faith, if you want to talk about it. I haven't died before, and if I can come back, I'll tell you all about it. So, but that's what the POA practice is.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, panelists, people who attended this session. It's been a pleasure, you know, listening to all of you, all your work, and it makes me proud to really have met you, talk to you, and be able to share this session with you. And I appreciate John and Chris, the techies in my life. And so we'll go from there. So John, if you want to
Oh, yeah, I'll stop the
cancel us.
recording. Yeah. But you have the coolest background, Lourdes, so just saying.
That was done by someone else. I don't get credit for that, John, as you know. Anyway,
Okay.
take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. So for those who would like to stay, Taylor's going to lead us in a 30-minute asana practice, posture practice. But we still have 1 or 2 minutes if people need to get some water.
Go to the bathroom. Everybody go to the bathroom.
Yeah, whatever you need to do. So I'll pause the screen for a moment. I'll share the schedule screen and then. Okay, I got your screen spotlighted, Taylor.
All right. Let's see those. Okay. How does it look? This makeshift room. Okay.
So this will be a chair or mat?
Yes, we'll be seated or
Okay.
whatever, chair or otherwise.
Okay.
Yes, I got John. Deborah, you stayed. I'm so glad. And Ferris, Nathan, good to see you again. And Monica, welcome. So yes, just in case you didn't hear this on the flip side or from the previous panel, my name.
There you go.
There we go. So my name is Taylor Bell. And we're going to go through a chair posture practice. And I actually mentioned earlier that you can think of it more of just mindful movement. The intention isn't to do anything super specific. The intention is to create sensation and be aware of that sensation as well as your breath. And with that in mind, if at any point something doesn't feel okay for you, just skip it. That's totally fine. So we'll start, I would just say wherever you're sitting, sit more toward the edge of your seat so your feet can be firmly planted on the floor. And you can just rest your hands wherever you'd like. And if it's comfortable for you, you can close your eyes. If you prefer to keep your eyes open, I just suggest look down towards the floor. We'll start with a few deep breaths in and out on your own. I like the image of a snow globe, like there's maybe been a lot going on, definitely with the conference and the different panels and all this. So it's like a snow globe being shaken. And right now you're just sitting, there's nothing more to do. And you get to just let everything settle like the snow in a snow globe. And that can also mean settling your shoulders down away from your ears. Notice that you're clenching your teeth, relax your jaw. Now all together, take a nice slow breath in. And an open mouth exhale. You can open your eyes if they're closed. Now just hands on your top of your knees, or maybe you're holding your knees. You can pull on your legs as you lift your chest up towards the ceiling, and you can let your head go back as well, just to get some space in your chest, still letting your shoulders drop back and down. Take a full breath here. And then come up and actually do the opposite, round forward. Drop your chin toward your chest, curl in, puffing out your upper back. And we'll do one more of each. So go back to lifting your chest up towards the ceiling, shoulders drop down and back, look up, giving space in your front half. And then once again, rounding in, chin to chest, getting some space in your upper back. And just come upright, sitting up tall. Take your arms overhead. And you'll take hold of your right wrist and side stretch to the left. And you'll see about all the space you can create in your side, through your ribs, armpit. Take a full breath here. Let it out. Come back up through center, take hold of your other wrist, side stretch the other way. And you have all the control too, like how far you bend to the side, just depending on what you feel and how much you want to feel. Another full breath in and out. Come back up, letting your arms down. Just go for an easy twist. So bring your right hand to your left knee, your left hand on the arm of your chair or your chair back, whatever you got, and twist to the left. Again, just like scanning your body for sensation. What do you feel? There's not a right or wrong. Doesn't even have to be good or bad. It's just whatever it is. And you breathe with whatever is arising. Come back through center so you can twist the other way. Back to center. From here, take your feet out wider. Just kind of however wide feels okay for you. You'll bring your right forearm to your right thigh and reach your left arm up. And you can stay like this, just reaching your top arm straight up with some space through your shoulders. Again, you can feel it anywhere though. That's perfectly fine. Another option is to make big, slow circles with your top arm. And you can make this as exaggerated or as small as what works for you. And just kind of see where sensation radiates out from like your shoulder, through your arm, your back. And at some point, change the direction you're circling. And like, for me, I'm hearing all kinds of pops and cracks and stuff. And then you'll eventually come back upright and just switch it out. So left forearm down, right arm up, and right away just kind of notice, pause here. What is this side like? Do you already feel or notice any differences in it? Might be a yes or no. It's fine either way. You stay here reaching straight up, or make your big slow circles on this side with your top arm. And be mindful of your breath. A lot of times we tend to hold our breath while we're doing stuff like this. Just keep breathing. You can change the direction you're circling your arm. And then come back upright. Once you're upright, bring your feet back together. So still sitting at the edge of your chair and sitting up nice and tall. You can bring your hands to your hips and lift your right knee up. So your right foot just hovers above the floor. And notice that the core engagement that requires to lift your leg and hold it in space. And let yourself breathe as you hold the shape. Take one more breath. And set your foot down. And just switch it out. Lift your other foot up. Again, the taller you sit, the more you can engage from your very center. So that'll be helpful to sit up tall and keep breathing as you hold the shape. Take an inhale. Set your foot down. And so do the same thing again with some options this time. So lift your right knee up once again. Make sure you still got a lot of length in your spine. You can stay here, or you can try out taking your leg out to the right. And just, where do you feel it differently? Is it more or less intense when you do this? More or less effort? Back to center. Set it down. One more round of this seated leg raise. Lift your left leg up. You can stay right where you are, or take your leg out to the side. Also notice if your shoulders like up in your ears. When you relax your shoulders down, they can't help you hold your leg up in the air. Yeah. As much as we try. And then bring it back to center and set it down. Okay, So taking your hands to the back of your hips, and I'm being very specific, not the small of your back. You want your hands down low, back of your hips, because you want to keep engaging in your center here as we go for a little bit of a back bend, really more of a chest opener. Okay, so you press into the back of your hips as you lift your chest up. So this is similar to what we did earlier, but it has a little more oomph this time. You can lift your chest up as high as you like. You can let your head go back. You could even lean back a little bit if that's okay. And just like really focus on space. You want to make all this space in your front half. And now slowly come back up. And once you're upright, just look straight ahead at one point, because that can make people feel dizzy. So looking at one point can help with that. Now, option to do this again, you can do it from seated, or if it would feel good to stand, you can do the exact same thing standing. I will do that. You can choose. It's still the same. Your hands to the backs of your hips. If you're standing, you might take your feet wide so you feel more stable. Okay, pull in on your center. Lift your chest up as you gently press your hips forward and just let yourself go back, kind of like you're stretching first thing in the morning. And just, feel what you feel and breathe along the way. And then you'll slowly help yourself upright. Once again, look straight ahead for a moment. Just let that settle. Kind of like a snow globe again. Just pause, let it settle. And then have a seat, once again, if you're standing. If you will, extend your right leg straight out in front of you with your heel on the floor, and your right toes are going to point straight up towards the ceiling. So this will be for a good stretch, hopefully for the back of your straight leg, which is nice because there's a lot of sitting during these conferences. So a key element here is to keep your spine nice and long. So right leg is long, spine is long, and you're just going to hinge from your hips to lean in with your long spine toward your right leg. It does not matter how far you fold. What matters is what you feel in the back of your right leg or elsewhere, right? Any feeling is welcome. The only thing you don't want to feel is pain. If you feel pain, back off. And give yourself 3 to 5 breaths here. You can always lean in more. Like I said, you can always back off. And just stay right where you are. Come on up. Switch it out. So as you extend your left leg forward, or whichever leg you didn't already do, heel down, toes up, long spine, and pause. What's this side like? Do you notice differences on this side? Because that will inform what you do. Maybe you stay sitting upright, or you lean in, however much this side allows. And just be, willing and available to it being completely different than the other side, if that's the case. Totally fine. I'm just gonna remind you to check in, shoulders drop away from your ears. If you're clenching your teeth, relax your jaw. Come back upright. Okay, so now with knees bent, feet planted, cross your right ankle above your left knee. And once you get your right ankle above your left knee, sit up tall once again. So that same principle applies here as it did for that single leg fold we just did. Just by sitting up tall, you might feel it in the target area, which is your right hip, right glute, inner thigh. You might feel it elsewhere too. That's okay. So you choose. Do you want to stay sitting upright because this is enough? Or with a long spine, do you want to hinge from your hips and lean in toward your shin? I'll say move slow because it can change pretty quick what you feel here when you start to lean in. And really, like, with your mind's eye, like, go to where you feel the sensation most, or the places where you feel sensations most, and where does that sensation like radiate out to? Kind of follow the path of feeling. And then also at the same time, feel the path of your breath continue, right, in and out. Stay here for one more full breath in. Let the breath out. And then as we come up, and stretch our legs out in front of us for a moment between sides. Just kind of feels nice, I think. And then as you're ready, here we go. Other side, left ankle, your right knee. Sitting up tall, get the information. What is this side like? And it might feel exactly the same as the other side too. Right on, just notice. And then make your choice to stay sitting upright, or to lean in towards your left shin, however much. Just reminding yourself, there's no extra points for how far you fold. There's no points at all. It's just feeling. Give yourself 3 to 5 more breaths on this side. And then come upright. Okay, so from here, we're just going to take a kind of passive forward fold. So you could take your feet out a bit wider, and you can either bring your forearms to your knees and drop your head, or you could reach down for the floor or your shoes and really round your spine. But the key here is drop your head like a weight and just see if you can get into some sensation along your spine, then to the back of your neck. You might notice with every exhale, you can let yourself drop a little more into the fold. Now, very slowly help yourself upright. Like, please take your time so you don't feel dizzy or too dizzy when you're finally upright. And again, looking straight ahead at one point might be helpful to just let things settle. And now sitting however is comfortable, whether that's still at the edge of your chair, feet planted. If you'd rather sit all the way back in your chair and feel the support of the chair along your spine, that's good too. Once again, resting your hands on your legs, however is comfortable. You can close your eyes at this point or just look down towards the floor. And from here, bring your right ear to your right shoulder. See if you can get a stretch on the left side of your neck. And drop your chin down to your chest. See where the sensation moves when you do that. Now your left ear to your left shoulder, or whichever side you didn't already do. Bring your head upright. You can keep your eyes still closed if they are. I'm just going to sit here just a little bit. And again, just like a body scan, mentally scan your physical body, starting with your feet, moving up your legs, up your torso, down your arms. What do you notice? What do you notice through your shoulders, your neck, your jaw, your face? And also notice, again, the path of the breath, like where do you feel it in your body? Like when you inhale, can you feel the breath move at the back of your throat and inflate your chest? And as you slowly exhale, can you feel your chest deflate? It might be you even feel your breath all the way down into your stomach. One final option would be to bring your left hand to your chest, your right hand to your stomach. And just feeling even more intimately your breath moving under your hands, your heartbeat. All together, take a full breath in. Open mouth, ha. Drop your hands and open your eyes. And that's your practice. So thank you all so much for joining. I really appreciate it.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Taylor, for that wonderful asana session.
And thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a lovely evening. Deborah, so nice to meet you. I hope we get to talk more. And thank you, Monica. Nathan, there you are. Thank you so much for joining. Victor, Sai, Alfredo, there's so many. Y'all have a great one. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, so we have about 4 minutes until our Buddhist chaplaincy panel starts. And do you pronounce it Ji Shin? Is it Ji Shin or Ji? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. It's Ji Shin.
Ji Shin. Okay, cool. So
It's
Reverend
like
Ji
long
Shin.
E sounds.
Okay. Reverend Dr. Ji Shin will be leading the Buddhist chaplaincy panel. So I can make you the host, and that will give you the godlike Zoom powers. Right. I'm just going to switch over to a different seat here. Um, and then, are you aware, Jishin, about making people, spotlighting people in the Zoom and stuff like that?
No.
Okay, so I can kind of help you in the background. Like,
Okay.
what we can do is, if one person is giving a presentation, then they can be spotlighted, and so then everyone else is seeing that person speaking. If you want it to be more conversation at some point where there's like 2 or 3 people talking to each other, then we can make it just be those people on the screen. Or it can be as it is now, where it's just open, everybody's screen is.
We have a shared PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
So we'll all be sort of going back and forth, speaking at different points during that one presentation.
Okay. Let's see.
So what might be the best way to handle that then?
I just switched microphones, so can everybody hear me now on this microphone?
It's a little quieter, but can still hear.
Okay, I'll hold it up closer. I think I can switch around fairly quick, depending on what's needed.
Can you spotlight and unmute the rest of the panelists?
Yeah.
Thanks, Monica.
Actually, let's see. Actually, maybe we should make Chris the host, because he did it. He just did that in the.
Okay.
So let's see. We have to unhost Jishin to make Chris host. So let's see. Jishin, I think you would have to go to the participants list, and then on your name, hit the little more button, and then I don't know if it's you unhost yourself, or either that, or you have to choose Chris to become the host.
Choose video filter. I'm not seeing the option to make somebody else a host where I usually would.
Right. Let's see. Chris, is it like from the participants list, or?
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
There we go. Okay, now Chris can obey your wishes. So you want to make it where it's the 4 of you being seen on the screen at the same time?
Sure.
Okay.
Is that right? Yep. I think that's good for now. So let's see. Oh, we'll need to have some kind of access to screen sharing though.
Okay, so then we would just make people co-hosts.
Oh, okay. I was just unable to unmute myself, or, okay, so I was just able to unmute myself. Can everybody else have that function now? Okay, just checking. All right. Now I'll try the presentation.
Okay, just so you know, I hit the record button, so now.
Okay.
Yep.
Can everybody see this now?
I can, yes.
Okay. Looks like we're set. And I want to invite just for a moment. So welcome everybody for the little audience we have, and really nice also to see the co-panelists here. Invite just for a moment, would you like to all give a brief introduction to yourselves? I'll just go down the list from my own view. Monica?
Thanks, Jishin. My name is Monica Sanford. I am the Assistant Dean for Multi-Religious Ministry at Harvard Divinity School, where I am also the chair of the Buddhist Ministry Initiative there.
Thank you. And Achala Xiaoxi?
Thank you, Jishin. Yeah, my name is Achala Xiaoxi Wang. Very happy to see everyone. I'm now in New York City. I'm a staff chaplain and also a ACPE certified educator candidate at New York Zen Center for Contemplative Care. Thank you.
Thank you. And our respondent who will speak closer to the end of the presentation is Victor Gabriel.
Hi everyone, so nice to see you all again. I enjoy all these meetings professionally, or and yeah, and it's so good to see all the good work that you have been doing and to hear about it. Yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, I am the chair of, or the co-chair of the Buddhist Chaplaincy Department at University of the West. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm Jishin, or Nathan Mishan, and I am currently at Ryukoku University in Kyoto, Japan, as the title I almost still have trouble saying, the JSPS, Japan Society for the Promotion of Sciences Visiting Scholar at Ryukoku University. It took me some practice to get those words in the right order. So anyways, we're here meeting today to talk about Buddhist chaplaincy. And I'll just enter into the full screen mode real quick here. So our basic agenda today is to talk about first becoming a Buddhist chaplain, then transition into what it means to be a Buddhist chaplain in different contexts, and then talking a little bit about the scope of that practice, especially, for example, compared to psychotherapy or similar disciplines that are heart-based caring. And then we'll have our respondent speak, and then a little time for questions. So becoming a Buddhist chaplain. Monica?
Thank you, Jishin. Let me know if for any reason you can't hear me, but I'm going to assume that you can. So from November 2020 to March 2021, I was part of a research team that conducted a survey to collect responses from 425 Buddhist chaplains in North America And from this, we found a variety of pathways into chaplaincy. Buddhist chaplains attended a variety of educational programs, from the 3-year Master of Divinity in Buddhist chaplaincy, which I know many of us here have gone through that program, to well-respected certificate programs. But we were surprised to see that around a third of the people who responded to our survey, which means they self-identified as Buddhist chaplains and many were working as Buddhist chaplains, did not attend any dedicated educational program for Buddhist chaplaincy itself. Of these, around 13% reported they had attended an MDiv program in a different religious tradition, 8% had a master's degree in religion, 25% had a master's degree in another field, and 9% had some kind of a doctoral degree. So it's not that they were uneducated, many of them had degrees in different areas. Several reported that their combination of graduate experience in another field and religious education received from their Sangha met equivalency guidelines set by the Association of Professional Chaplains. It seems many who did not attend a Buddhist chaplaincy program cobbled together their own training from a variety of academic and religious sources, and this was slightly more likely for chaplains who'd been practicing more than 5 years, and twice as likely for those who had been practicing spiritual care for more than 10 years. Newer chaplains, especially those with 5 years or less of practice, were more likely to attend the specialized education programs. That's not surprising given the age of many of these programs. We're still analyzing the data to learn more from these patterns, and we've moved into a second phase of research in addition to that. Now, most Buddhist chaplains complete or are currently enrolled in CPE, but a significant proportion rely on a combination of volunteer and religious training for their clinical skills. Some even completed clinical training in a related discipline, such as doing a practicum for psychology or social work. We saw a lot of overlap between Buddhist chaplaincy and the social sciences professions. The full results of this research have been published as the Mapping Buddhist Chaplains in North America report via the Chaplaincy Innovation Lab, and I'll mention them a couple of other times as we go through the presentation this evening. Can we go to the next slide, Nathan? Thank you. So here you can see some common professional tracks that chaplains take, starting with the education they choose through their stage of clinical training and into employment. Around a third of the respondents reported attending a graduate degree program in chaplaincy, and just under a third attended a certificate program, while a third did not attend a Buddhist chaplain educational program. Remember that many of those who did not attend a program for Buddhist chaplaincy did go to grad school and possess advanced degrees. This education no doubt helps them in their work, even if it was not specifically intended for Buddhist spiritual care. Those who attended CPE, regardless of their prior education, were far more likely to gain a position as a staff chaplain or still be in the pipeline as a CPE intern or resident. Those without this training still found volunteer opportunities. As you can see there from some of the percentages on the screen, going to grad school, then completing CPE, 56% of those who did so became employed as staff chaplains. Whereas doing a certificate program and then going to CPE, 51% of that population became staff chaplains. Whereas those who completed no program at all, as long as they still completed CPE, became either a staff chaplain or many were still in the pipeline as an intern or resident. You can see some of the other options there. This is not an exhaustive chart of the different options. The exhaustive chart, which we did create as part of our research, was much more complex than this. So this is a simplified depiction of who became staff chaplains. Can you go to the next slide?
There we go.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Monica. So for the standards of training chaplains, there are actually many lists of standards depending on the organization and the type of chaplaincy, but this is at least one common baseline list provided, and the Association of Professional Chaplains is one of the most common and popular organizations. And the Association for Clinical Pastoral Education especially is involved with the certification of those chaplains. And so just looking through this list, you can see there's a whole variety of standards where chaplains should understand religious history, teaching and tenets, sacred texts, morality and ethics, world religions, ethnic and cultural diversity, spiritual care of persons, spiritual counseling, communication, religious education, professional ethics, spiritual leadership, and have some kind of supervised internship, usually called CPE, or clinical pastoral education. And so again, this is just one set of standards, but especially most common in the United States and very influential in other areas of the world as well. So as far as how are those chaplains trained and educated to bear those standards? Again, there's a lot of variety overall. In terms of Buddhist chaplaincy, I really like the word bhavana as a kind of underlying theoretical basis. Bhavana is a Buddhist term meaning essentially cultivation or training of the heart mind. And so it's used often as a translation into meditation in English, but it has such a broad set of meanings for overall Buddhist training, but also I think encapsulates much of the heart of chaplaincy training as well, to cultivate the heart. So again, there's many different types of ways that chaplains train. Besides going through and observing parts of a couple US programs, I also, as part of research and training, went to 11 different chaplain trainings programs in Japan and interviewed people there and at other programs around the world. So seeing a variety of the different ways that Buddhist chaplains train. These are just three main categories that seem pretty common across the board. Role playing, so especially early on, to simulate conversations with others. And one style of or category of role playing could be training particular skills, like listening skills. You can, for example, do specific role playing training particular listening and responding skill categories, like to reframe a statement or summarize during reflective listening. You can train in mindful speaking. And so doing specific role-playing exercises just to cultivate certain response types. There's also role-playing to focus on particular responses to different conditions or care seeker scenarios, like a particular malady that someone might have or coming from a particular type of abuse. There's also different styles to lead role playing. So I found in particular, it seems just one-on-one, breaking people out into small one-on-one groups just to practice initially with one other person usually seemed best before then maybe practicing in front of a larger group where you perform in front of others and then get feedback from a larger set of people. There's another set of style I found a little more so in Japan. I just call the intensive workshop here, where people would listen, go to a space such as the Hiroshima atomic bombing site or a natural disaster site and listen to actual victims or survivors' stories at those sites, walk the grounds, and really get an intense picture of the suffering and stress that occurred there, and then go straight into the role playing and practice scenarios. And that created almost a 10 times more intensive, I felt, role playing atmosphere, where people really embodied that in a deeper way, but again, not really something for the beginning chaplaincy student, something that would be practiced more deeper along the lines. Another way of practice is verbatims, which often occurs more so once people are starting to practice in front of actual care seekers, and then you record almost in the style of a play, line by line with all the actions, and then perform that in front of your training group, and then get feedback from that process. The feedback can be varied depending on the leader in the group, sometimes a little more verbal, sometimes more about the physical aspects. But getting that feedback from your group is a very important aspect of it. And then reflection. This is kind of a broad category that encapsulates many others, but when chaplains are facing this deep suffering, it's important that they've previously processed much of their own suffering and different experiences and how they would relate to different experiences while sitting in front of others. So going through that deep reflective process in a number of ways is also very important. This, for Buddhist chaplains in particular, there can be a lot of meditations that help work through this. There's also different reflections on values and even how we prioritize our different values when facing certain situations. Also, death reflections, reflections on the dying process. One thing, speaking more from the Japanese perspective, I found more common here was actual simulations of death and funerals. So I've gone through, for example, my own funeral 3 times in Japan, where they simulate the whole dying process through visualization, and then there will be several monks or priests sitting around you chanting, and you go through, in a sense, a simulation of that whole death and dying process yourself before going through deeper reflection of that. So those are also very interesting experiences. And now I'll pass along to Achala to discuss more details of CPE, or Clinical Pastoral Education.
Thank you, Jishan. Myself, I'm trained under the ACPE's Clinical Pastoral Education. So today I'm going to talk about this CPE under ACPE accreditation. So what is, first of all, CPE? It is a form of clinical internship accredited by the Association of Clinical Pastoral Education or the Institute of Clinical Pastoral Training. in my understanding, the ACPE seems it's more commonly that people are taking those units under ACPE. But there are also people who are trained under ICPT as well. So the unit credit, sometimes and most of the times it's you can gain 1 unit at a time, but there are also some centers, it's more flexible, like you can get 0.5 unit at a time. It depends on how much clinical hours you take for each unit or half unit. So a full unit consists of 300 clinical hours, which you are going into, for example, hospital or senior home or prison, wherever. We're going to talk about the clinical placements a little bit later. So you actually go to see the care receivers. So, and then visiting them as a chaplain intern. So if 300 hour, it's 1 unit, or 150 hour is half unit. However, the education side, it's always for 1 unit is 100 hours. So it includes process of your own reflection and reflection dialogue with your peer group and with your supervisor to receive feedback from them. And there are also written assignments you will do aside from being in a room with your peers and supervisors. But those written hours are not included in your educational hour. It's where you do it after you go home. So a lot of times people take 1 unit of CPE or 2 unit of CPE, and they are able to find a place to be a staff chaplain. However, majority of the places, at least in my experience, require at least 4 units of CPE, and also 4 units. It's also a requirement for a board certification process. A lot of people choose to be board certified. That is after you gain 4 units of CPE, and then there are 2,000 additional clinical hours you need to fulfill, plus some other requirements in order to be board certified. And then you can have a probably a better position if you want to be a staff chaplain at the hospital. Usually a hospital has more requirements than hospice if you are to look for a job. Okay, so how does the CPE train people? So most CPE units take place in hospitals, but there are other options such as nursing homes and outplacement units where the students find their own clinical site. It really depends on the center. A lot of the CPE centers are located in hospitals. So you are not only a part of the CPE program when you're there, but also serve as an intern or serve as a contractor with the hospital. So in that sense, the students only go to the hospital for their clinical hours. But there are also other centers are located outside of a hospital setting. They might have their own educational center. And then in that case, they will be contracted with a lot of different local clinical sites. It can be many different options, which I will talk more about that in my next slides. So CPE units may be taken on a full-time basis, frequently during the summer, working 40 hours per week or 10 to 12 weeks, which means a full unit very often take place in 3 months. It's a 3-month training, but also on a part-time basis, it is over a longer period of time. Again, it depends on the center. Sometimes that might mean it's a 4-month training. You can have your own full-time study, full-time work, part-time work, but aside of that, maybe you will have 1 or 2 days that you will be with your peers and with your clinical sites. So it's very helpful for whom to work. And also there are other opportunities. You can even gain a unit over half a year. So that's an extremely extended units, depends on the center, what they offer. So usually the interns pay a few $100s for their first unit. So a lot of people are interested into going to the residency program, which consists of 3 to 4 units, but a lot of the centers that offers the residency require you take an internship of 1 unit CPE prior, and that is the fee is not covered. But once you are admitted to a residency position, which it's a full-time chaplain job contracted with the center in hospital or other clinical sites, last 9 to 12 months. And you can get a stipend. Usually that the rate of the stipend, it depends on the living cost of your local area. It won't be a lot, but it covers the basic livings. And many centers, even though they are giving you stipend, but you still have to pay the CPE fee for every unit. But there are also people who are choosing to go to different hospital or different centers to complete their 4 units of CPE, which means that you pay all out of your pocket. In that sense, you can gain more varied experiences from different centers rather than go deep with one center and your peers. So you can enroll in CPE at any time and don't need a graduate degree or other chaplaincy training, though this may be looked on favorably when units are selecting from among a pool of applicants for whom they have limited seats. So you can enroll anytime. I know a lot of people who don't have a degree in chaplaincy or religious study or something equivalent. However, even you can take CPE, but once you want to be board certified, a degree is needed. So some people choose to do a degree along with their CPE or afterwards, because a lot of those degrees, they require 1 unit of CPE to graduate. Okay, so both ACPE and ICPT have lists of training sites in your area and standardized application materials, which you can go to their website to check it out. So why do the chaplains wants to take CPE? Because CPE engage the interns in personal spiritual formation, helping them deepen their understanding of their own religious or spiritual tradition and integrate it with their caregiving work. This is often done through guided spiritual reflection with peer cohort and supervisor, in which they reflect on the deeper meaning of their clinical cases, while also learning clinical skills like Jishin talked about just now. So eventually the interns learn how to facilitate spiritual reflection among care seekers they serve, who may be struggling to make meaning of traumatic life events, crisis, and loss. Finally, chaplain interns practice and acquire skills for spiritual care, mastering competencies such as active listening, conflict mediation, ritual development, effective referral, etc. This all take place in a multicultural and multi-religious setting. While most Buddhist chaplain interns report being the only Buddhist in their cohort, and this isolation comes with particular challenges. They also reported that learning among a group of multi-religious peers and from supervisors of other religions tradition was invaluable. Buddhists can become CPE supervisors themselves, and a handful have been certified for this role in the last several years. Myself is on the path of becoming a CPE supervisor. So then let's talk more about Buddhist-based CPE. Jishin. Thank you. So there are a couple of centers that offers Buddhist-based CPE versus majority of the centers offers interfaith-based CPE or certain other religious-based CPE. So this is also accredited by acpe.edu. So in a Buddhist-based CPE, at least for a couple of centers that I know, they are not located in a particular hospital. Rather, they have their own education center. So students will be meet at the center maybe once a month or 2 times a month, depends on the center. And then they go to their contracted local clinical sites for their clinical work. So those Buddhist-based CPE centers, they offer internship, which we talk about is a 1 unit of CPE, or extended units. 1 extended unit is also 1 unit, but it's take a longer time. Again, so because of the pandemic, a lot of the centers offers online, but there are also centers that offers in-person training only. So which means you will have more limited choices of finding your clinical sites. But again, even the in-person training programs, the education part, it's in person, but the clinical part, you can choose maybe even some online work to do telehealth or to do hotline. It depends what your centers can have a contract with the particular site. So if a center is not based on a hospital, the cost might be higher than hospital-based CPE centers, because once you are in a hospital-based center, you are serving the hospital. So that's why there are a lot of resources are shared among the hospital and the center. So that saves a lot of the cost from the center. But if you are being in an educational center, doesn't have a clinical site, there might be very expensive. So it depends on the financial status. But there are also centers offering scholarship that you can check out with them if you are interested. So a lot of Buddhists, they are struggled during the CPE in a non-Buddhist based CPE center, because a lot of the educators, they have limited understanding about how Buddhists view their way of caring for themselves and others. So that's why a lot of Buddhists nowadays are seeking for a Buddhist-based center to help them forming a solid spiritual foundations. So now we are talking about the unique aspects of why some people prefer a Buddhist-based CPE. So in the education center, what the knowledge and discussion you received is based upon Buddhist values. Sometimes you hear those centers call themselves Buddhist-based CPE. You also hear terms like contemplative-based, compassion-based, Zen-based, etc. So the Buddhists, they are going to a deeper experience in their spiritual foundation. However, when they go to their clinical site to serve, their population of care seekers are multi-faith and multicultural. So that is another advance of having this type of CPE center you study from, because you can choose what kind of clinical placements at your local place. But because you know, they are contracted with somebody, you can talk to a center, like talk to a senior home and talk to a jail, a prison, who are not contracted with your center. And then it's very easy to contract with them and to pair with them. And then you can go to a place that you aspire. And then you can integrate your own Buddhist understanding with your interfaith and multicultural experience at your clinical sites. So the Buddhist center, they might have choices like you can serve in hospital, hospice, senior home, or hotline, or service, even the programs offered by your local center of certain Buddhist programs is also possible to mentor other people or become a chaplain intern for other people at your own Buddhist center. Okay, another unique aspect of it is that you not only have an educational supervisor, but at your clinical site, you will have an additional clinical supervisor that you can go to when you have questions. So there's advantage and disadvantage about it, because, you know, the two supervisors you have, it depends on their communication levels, so that how they understand your practice of this both education center and clinical center. And also you will have a dynamic community experience. If you are doing your CPE at a hospital-based CPE center, and then all your peers are together all the time, maybe all week long if you are full-time. But if your cohorts are assigned to different sites, and then there are limited time that you will be together to discuss your shared experience, but that can be an advantage and disadvantage as well. You can gain more perspectives from your peers by hearing their different, very unique experience, or you can form a closer community with the clinical sites people over there. So we have some centers that I repeatedly hear from the people who've been taking the Buddhist-based CPE. One is the one I'm currently working at is the New York Zen Center for Contemplative Care. And also there's Naropa University's Center for Contemplative Chaplaincy and the San Francisco Night Ministry. These are the 3 centers offering Buddhist-based CPE. Jishin, can you go to the next slide? Yeah. All right. Okay, I won't talk too much about the supervisory CPE training. So basically, if you decide to enter this ACPE educator certification process, now they use, they call it a new process. It takes less time. Usually, if you're have a really dedicated and also a commission that's very supportive, it can be done in 2 to 3 years. So you have basically 3 steps. First is you are admitted to a local ACP accredited center. And then once you are admitted, the center, sometimes they ask everything you need to finish like on the right side of these slides, which I'll briefly go through later, or you can first be admitted and then complete all of them while you are in that accredited center. So once you completed all the things on the right side, which is the application for this certification program, you have a college graduate degree, you have a graduate theological degree or equivalent, MDiv, Master of Divinity, and you are ordained and endorsed by a ACPE determined religious and spiritual authority. On their website, they have a list of their determined organizations. And you have a minimum of 4 units of CPE. And also you provide evidence and evaluation of certain outcomes and competencies, which is listed on the ACPE website. So once you have all that, you can have an admission interview with ACPE. And when you enter the process, there's phase 1 and phase 2. Each has its own core curriculum. And then once you finish the core curriculum, especially a big part of phase 1 is to have your own theory integration on multicultural personality and educational theories. You integrate those 3 areas of study. It can be a written form or a more creative form, and then you present it to the ACPE committee. Once they think, okay, you are great, and then you transition to phase 2, and then have a deepened understanding and integration of your competencies until you have your last step of integration interview to be certified as an ACPE educator. Okay. Thank you, Jishin. That's all.
Thank you. Now I'll just very briefly go through a couple characteristics about Buddhist chaplaincy occurring in Japan. Just to first note, there were some movements before a decade ago, but the main instigation for a lot of the Buddhist chaplaincy occurred due to the very large 2011 triple disaster in northern Japan. This was a really significant event. Over 18,000 people died in the tsunami in one day, with over 100-foot waves that reached more than 3 miles inland. And so a rather immense, far-reaching tragedy. But because of that, it inspired a whole lot of volunteers. And in short form, those volunteers all came really wanting to help, but then realizing how much they didn't know about how to help. And so early training programs started to form, and then people realized, wow, we really need longer term training programs. And so within a 10-year period, there were specifically even for Buddhist chaplains over, well, at least 11 programs, training programs that developed for training and certifying Buddhist chaplains, along with many what we call listening cafes, as well as institutional connections that take on still mostly volunteer people, but some trained chaplains. One interesting part, though, of the way that Buddhist chaplaincy differs in Japan versus chaplaincy overall in the US, there is this article in the Japanese Constitution that states freedom of religion is guaranteed to all, but with this subcategory of the state and its organs shall refrain from religious education or, oh, sorry, can't see that part of my screen because of the Zoom part, but or any other religious activity. So there's this very specific separation of religion and state, but because nearly all hospitals are, and the medical care system is socialized under the government, these hospitals and a lot of the institutions that would provide chaplaincy all essentially, they're limited in the way that they can provide spiritual care. And so it's often common in Japan to separate the phrases spiritual care and religious care into two categories, whereas in the US, most of what they call religious care here still comes under the umbrella of spiritual care. And so certain things like specific rituals and things you can't even do in a hospital with somebody dying, even if they request it, because it could be in danger of going against national law. And so there are a number of difficult factors with starting up and getting this field going in Japan, and people are still navigating how exactly to do some aspects of that, even though the presence with the patient and such is still very much done. So onto the section of becoming a being a Buddhist chaplain. We'll now talk about what that means within some different sectors of the work.
Thank you, Jishin. So again, I'm sharing some data that was collected from our survey of 425 Buddhist chaplains in North America that was conducted at the end of 2020 and the beginning of 2021. So an equal number of respondents were either employed as staff chaplains or volunteered. Several had overlapping roles. So for example, someone might be employed in one setting and volunteer in another, or be a teacher in one setting and work part-time in another. A significant portion are still in the pipeline as either students or CPE interns or residents. So that was about 20% all total. Only around a third of chaplains are employed full-time. Some responses to the open-ended questions indicated that finding full-time positions is a challenge, and that keeping jobs within a Christian hegemonic discipline is also a challenge. Sometimes chaplains feel isolated and unsupported as the only Buddhist at their site, and they find it difficult to meet employer expectations when what that employer expects is based on assumptions about Christian chaplains. We did see a trend wherein respondents 55 years of age and older were much more likely to serve as volunteers, indicating this vocation is one that many may take up in retirement. And on to a challenge.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about how a healthcare chaplaincy in hospital and hospice look like. So if you are working in a hospital, a typical day is a little different from if you are being on call, which means you are only called upon request. So usually if you are a hospital chaplain, you go there in the morning. A lot of the units, they have interdisciplinary rounds. You can join those rounds of your unit. A chaplain can be assigned to a couple of different hospital units. So once you learned from the rounds or you talk to the nurse supervisor to know which patients may have needs, and then you can prioritize and triage which patients you might need to support or their families first. So you go through your unit. It depends on the policy and scope of the hospital. Sometimes you visit every bed, every room. Sometimes you only visit, especially during the pandemic, only upon request. So you go to their room or visit them through Zoom or other type of telehealth platforms, depends on the policy. And again, so a typical day would be you just visit your patients and then you write chart notes. Some people decide to write that at the end of the day. Some people write it after each visit. It's up to them. And also there's a big part of the work, it's the staff support. Once the doctor or staff, they have their own crisis or they are experiencing burnout, or they just would like to have a regular support from the chaplain, you can also provide that throughout your day. So that is a typical day. But if you're on call, it depends on if you are during the day on call or night on call. Usually if a day on call, you will be at the actual hospital covering maybe entire hospital by yourself or another chaplain. You have a phone carried by yourself, and so you hear somewhere's needed, you can go there. And a lot of the patients, before they entering the operation room, they like to hear a prayer or they would like to hear the words of encouragement, etc. So you respond to that. And night on call, some hospital allow you to stay home unless you hear a phone call and then you need to be there within half an hour. But while other hospitals ask you to stay at the hospital's chaplaincy office so that you can be available as soon as possible to hear an on-call. A hospice is a little different because it can take place in many different places. Some hospital, they offer hospice service, and sometimes there's a hospice facility, and more often hospice means you receive the care and end of life care at your own home. So a lot of hospice chaplains, they are assigned to, I don't know, maybe 5 different families. So you drive to their own home and spend some hours with the patients and the family. You can arrange your own time. There's some flexibility. You can visit them all in one day or spread out the week. So a lot of the hospice chaplains, they enjoy that flexibilities of time. And then the rest of the time you can write your chart notes or do some other work that you are interested in. Thank you. Next slides, please. Okay. Also, I've volunteered as a prison before, and also now I've my mentees work as a prison chaplaincy system. We had a wonderful presentation yesterday on prison chaplaincy. So I'm just going to briefly talk a little other maybe aspects of it. So when I talk about prison chaplaincy, it means a chaplain can be a volunteer or employee at local, state prison or federal prison or jails or Department of Corrections. So different from the hospital's interfaith chaplaincy, the prison chaplaincy, also the military chaplaincy, it's religion-based. So if you are a Buddhist chaplain, only the inmates who are Buddhist or who are interested in Buddhism would register and come to ask you to go see them. So those visits usually are only, you go there upon request, especially for the both one-on-one and the group. So for the group ministry, you don't visit inmates at their cell, but rather that you can meet at the chapel, because now wonderfully, a lot of the prison chaplaincy, yeah, just a little bit more, okay. Yeah, you can earn maybe a graduate credit through the chaplaincy offered classes. That is wonderful. There are also many rules and restrictions. So if you are a monastic, it's a certain robe color you may not allow to wear. So that's to be aware of. And also it depends on the states. If your states is not recognize Buddhism as a religion, you may not get job opportunity as a staff chaplain there. You may also only have volunteer opportunity. So it varies, depends on where you are. Thank you.
Thank you. And Achala discussed a bit of Buddhist hospice already, but I'll just also mention that there, despite most of the Buddhist chaplaincy occurring in the past decade or so, there were Buddhist hospices that began before that. They call them over here vihara, which is a Japanese way of pronouncing vihara, actually. And they used this word, even though vihara in many senses in the Buddhist world refers to a temple, it literally means a place of rest, and they used this meaning to apply then to hospices, and particularly the Buddhist care within the hospices. And so the activity began as far back as 1985, especially through the efforts of Masahi Tamiya, but the first official building, just like in English where hospice can refer to the work itself or a physical structure building, vihara in Japanese can as well. So 1995 was when the first official Buddhist hospice building opened. And in Nagoya, or close to Nagoya, these are just some pictures of one of them called Amitabha, actually, and a name that many Buddhists will recognize. And a really nice, very modern facility. You can even see on the right some of the meditation or contemplative facilities there, but they also offer free coffee and tea for not just residents, but family members that come to visit. And they have volunteers serving the tea who are also trained in reflective listening and such. So they're available at any point to talk to both residents and family members when they need. Going on to more disaster care, in Japan, there's one movement that became popularized after the large 2011 disaster called Café de Monk, which is a little play on words because monku in Japanese means to complain. And of course, monk in English is monk. So it's a place where you can come and complain about the things in your life to the monks. And in practice, there are usually setups with larger tables where people can come, especially in these disaster zones, but now there's other places as well. But people can come and just relax with some free snacks and tea and coffee and just openly start with basic conversation. But there's volunteer chaplains at every table where if people want to talk about something deeper with the group, they're available to do that. Or if they want to step off to the side of the room with a more private conversation, there's also the ability to do that. But there's also activities there that promote kind of group bonding, music, as well as making little Jizo statues or Juzu rosary type beads, and free massages and other things to just help people relax in the space and open up a little bit more, and again, develop some more community bonds, because especially many of these people participating are displaced and coming into new unfamiliar communities. Another thing just to note about disaster care briefly, one thing with a lot of us in these chaplaincy and caring professions, are focused a lot on people's stories, on listening to stories. But a first priority, usually with people in disaster zones, especially in the immediate aftermath or coming out of the very immediate aftermath of crisis, is just to also check on basic needs before anything. So for example, a family coming out of a house that is just burned down in a larger fire in the community, maybe the parents have only focused on the safety of their children 100% and haven't realized that they haven't had a drink of water in 15 hours. Bringing people just back into the body a little bit to ask, are you hungry? Are you thirsty? Checking on those basic needs is a really important first priority. And even medicine as well, especially with different kinds of natural disasters and such. If people are escaping a home quickly, they might not take very necessary medications with them. And so making sure that they have access as soon as possible can be really important. So medicine included among these basic needs. And a silent presence also is often much more important in these earlier stages before people are really ready to get into their stories. So there's often a little more focus on that than the listening to people's right away. So it usually takes a little more time. Everybody is different, but usually can take a little more time for people to really settle down before getting into those other parts of chaplaincy and spiritual care. And now I'll shift to Monica for talking about colleges and universities.
Thank you. So the first thing to be aware of if you want to become a Buddhist chaplain on a college or university is that schools often do not hire their chaplains directly, but they rely on staff who are assigned and often paid by their religious traditions. So staff that are sent to the campus to serve as a chaplain, or the university relies on volunteers. So schools that do directly hire Buddhist chaplains are usually wealthier private universities, and even those positions are often part-time. There's a very small number of paid full-time positions for Buddhist chaplains, or Buddhist chaplains who've gained a paid full-time position by becoming a director of religious life. I know of 3 who've done that in the United States out of hundreds of schools. What's important for chaplains on college campuses is to have a basic understanding of the process of young adult spiritual, moral, and identity development. There is a body of academic research known as student development theory that can really help chaplains both understand what young adults are experiencing and to collaborate with their colleagues who often have been trained using student development theory. College chaplains spend a lot more time organizing events and activities. Basically, sometimes it feels like we're the activities director on a cruise ship instead of a chaplain. students, we can't just go visit their rooms like you do in a hospital to get to know them. Instead, we have to try to find ways to get students to come to us or get to know them by being in places that they already are. Often we do this by organizing programs for them to attend. It can be anything from a movie night to a religious ritual. Now, this is how we form relationships with students who, when they later experience trauma or crisis, may reach out to the chaplain for more individual spiritual care. College chaplains should also be prepared to support students from any and all of the Buddhist traditions, as it's likely you will be the only Buddhist chaplain on campus, and students may come from any Buddhist background or none, but may be interested in Buddhism or meditation or learning something about a different culture in college. Chaplains will also be asked to participate in interfaith programs, such as multi-faith services or dialogues on sensitive topics, such as various religious traditions' responses to racism. Chaplains should also be prepared to forge and maintain alliances with other disciplines and departments within their schools in order to serve the needs of students and staff. Many colleges don't really understand that chaplains are there also to serve the needs of staff. They're very student focused. So sometimes they're really encouraged when they learn that you're also there to support staff, and sometimes they're a little puzzled by that. But adaptations of Buddhist practices into forms such as secular mindfulness are really good avenues for reaching out and forming alliances with other departments, either offering a self-care mindfulness workshop for their staff or for their student workers, or through them to students directly under their kind of office's sponsorship is a good way to get in. But basically, chaplains spend most of their time planning parties and then going to parties. And by parties, I mean any kind of social activity at all, really, from trivia nights to very heartfelt grief circles, anything and everything. Those are the kind of activities that chaplains carry out on college campuses. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about the scope of practice, and this is our last section before we get to our respondent. So chaplains, as Jishin and Achala have so beautifully illustrated, we could really be said to be experts in meaning making. Now, as the authors of chapter 3 of this wonderful new volume on chaplaincy and spiritual care note, during life's transitions and moments of crisis, trauma, and loss, the struggle to make meaning can compound the experience of suffering. Chaplains help care seekers make meaning and reconnect with life in the face of suffering. That's one of the reasons why chaplains work where the suffering is, in hospitals, in hospices, in prisons, in colleges, at disaster sites. Now, chaplains do this primarily by cultivating 3 holistic competencies: presence, spiritual assessment, and spiritual care interventions. And we don't have time to fully explore all of these, but let us briefly touch on the differences between spiritual care provided by chaplains and other forms of counseling. So chaplaincy is distinct from other forms of counseling and mental health in several ways, both in its goals and in its techniques. First of all, chaplains practice a ministry of presence that brings us into contact with our care seekers that we serve at the moment of crisis or trauma by going to where the distress is occurring. Chaplains in the military, for example, are deployed with their units on ships, in helicopters and Humvees. Chaplains in hospitals go room to room and rarely see care seekers in their offices. Chaplains in universities, we show up at the big game, we eat in the dining halls, and we participate in the campus events where students are. This enables chaplains to accompany and bear witness to the suffering care seekers experience during moments of crisis and trauma, and assist them in making meaning of their situation in light of their spiritual, religious, or existential worldview. Crisis is often exacerbated by ruptures in that worldview in which care seekers can't understand why something terrible is happening to them. Rather than providing answers, chaplains facilitate spiritual reflection to empower the care seeker themselves to make their own meanings, integrate their new understandings with a coherent sense of identity and belonging, and if they can, reforge connections to that which is greater than themselves, either in a supernatural or a natural sense, such as seeking out the resources and support of their religious community. Identity and connection is often reforged through physical acts, such as prayer, ritual, or meditation, which chaplains often perform with or for care seekers, or when a specialist, such as a priest or a rabbi, is needed, chaplains seek to provide through coordinating referrals to get the proper person in the room. So chaplains, we receive interreligious training to ensure we can work across the boundaries of religious and spiritual worldviews, and also to become experts in code switching between different spiritual, existential, and psychological language to meet a care seeker within the care seeker's worldview. Finally, because we may only see a care seeker once, such as in a hospital emergency room, or maybe a very limited number of times, we focus on doing what we can to reduce the suffering now, rather than on a specific therapeutic regimen that may take weeks. Now, chaplains in prisons, schools, hospices, or the military can use additional techniques to create these relationships and may work with care seekers over much longer periods of time, while also remaining ready to be able to meet the suffering as it comes. When necessary, chaplains provide referrals to other specialists such as licensed therapists, social workers, and psychiatrists. And sometimes, such as in my context as a campus chaplain, we also receive referrals from students who come to see us because they went to the mental health center and they got referred to go talk to the chaplain. So there's a lot of different ways that we work with care seekers. And I think Jishin is going to expand just a little bit on this natural kind of overlap, but also the distinctiveness of different forms of counseling.
Yeah, in the interest of time, I'll just summarize these points up really briefly, but basically we want to say that despite some of these differences, there is a lot of overlap, almost like a very heavily overlapping Venn diagram between things like psychotherapy and chaplaincy. So it's not that they're completely different, but there are definitely their own realms of care, and some degree of psychological training is and can be really, really important for chaplains as well. But partly even just to be aware of the different times when we have to be referring out to a specific type of therapist and how to do that, and who exactly to go to, and how to connect with these different other resources that are available. And so now we'll turn it over for 5 to 10 minutes of responses from our Reverend Dr. Victor Gabriel. Oh, you're still muted. I don't, okay.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys for
We still
offering.
have the PowerPoint on the screen. Do we want to keep that or switch to?
Yeah, we can stop the share.
Okay, cool. Now we can see you better, Victor.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, thank you, everyone. It's great, as I say, it was great to meet you all again. Thank you for offering such a comprehensive and clear presentation of Buddhist chaplaincy, a very contemporary slice of chaplaincy in America or North America at this point in time, and in Japan, and also allowing us to make a comparison between spiritual care in these two areas. I see, as we ended on this integration of Buddhist chaplaincy with psychotherapy or psychology, and that again bears a lot of thought, discussion, integration of practice. But before all that, I want to acknowledge that we are in this particular moment in time in Buddhist chaplaincy, but also that Buddhist chaplaincy has roots, like Nathan has pointed out. We are still discovering its roots in Asia and elsewhere. For example, I don't think most of us easily recall that Buddhist chaplaincy, the earliest Buddhist chaplaincy, military Buddhist chaplaincy, was in French-occupied Vietnam, and the French colonial government was the first to appoint Buddhist chaplains because they had already Catholic chaplains for their troops. And that is just a recent discovery. So we are still recalling this past, and so I want us in our minds to at least acknowledge the history and change that has happened to Buddhist chaplaincy in the last many years, at least in the last 20 years, and that much of this change has come through activism and advocacy by the people here we see today, and also by our forebears, our forefathers and our foremothers in Buddhist chaplaincy, who have advocated or who have pushed for their own rights and spheres of influence. So that's also another thing. I also saw this dialogue, this continual dialogue and dialogue in practice between Asian forms of Buddhism, our received heritage, and our Western training and Buddhism growing in the West. This dialogue, again, there was such a slice, just a small taste given in this presentation, and also to see it develop, and maybe our presenters, Monica, Jishin, and Chala, would like to comment more on that. And also the role, I also see the role in deepening our education in Buddhist chaplaincy, and what sort of forms of knowledge do we need to move forward? Yeah. So I leave that with the presenters. And also, just one more small thing. A group of us Buddhist chaplains have decided to make a survey about discrimination in the workplace. As as they mentioned, as the presenters have mentioned, some challenges, and this is to note the challenges that still occur at the workplace. Discrimination that happens between the Buddhist chaplain and the patient, for example, between the Buddhist chaplain and their colleagues, or within the institutional contexts that Buddhist chaplains work. So please feel free, please enthusiastically support this survey that will be going out in later this year. Okay. And so I leave the presenters with some questions. How do you see this integration of Western and Asian forms of Buddhist chaplaincy? That's one question. What sort of knowledges that will continue to support us and move us forward into the next generation? And what sort of interfaith work that continues to be done or needs to be done? yeah, so I leave it to you guys to address those. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be with you. Okay.
Thank you. Well, I can jump on a couple of those points, unless Achala or Monica have some percolating thoughts you want to get out right away.
I have some thoughts, Jishin, but why don't you go ahead and start?
Sure. So hitting a couple parts of that. For one, a slight self-correction when I referred to this first Buddhist hospice building. I should have said the first modern Buddhist hospice in Japan, because there's actually a really long history that some of these Japanese Buddhists are stretching back to, referring back to now, and actually back in the 700s. So we're talking over 1,000 years ago, in the temple Shitenoji in modern Osaka. They essentially created a area for caring for the sick, and also an area that was essentially a pre-modern hospice, caring more for the dying in particular. And so way up until the very modern period around the just the turn into the 1900s, this tradition carried through, and most doctors and nurses, essentially in most of Japanese history, were Buddhist priests, monks, and nuns. And it was not just a physical care, but a type of spiritual care as well. And so, especially in Japan, they are dipping back into this history and tradition and trying to see, okay, what can we adapt from this long history into our modern practices? And so, especially from my own tradition in Shingon, which is a Japanese Vajrayana tradition, there are many contemplative and ritual forms that are being adapted, even the chanting combined with contemporary music therapy and visualizations in caring for patients in hospice and hospital care, and a whole variety of practices being adapted into modern times that are still being explored, and seeing how exactly we can operate with those in the modern settings.
Thank you, Jishin. Yeah, likewise, I think there's a real wonderful dialogue happening now between the historical tradition and the roots in Asia, and the Asian monastics and priests and nuns and lay people who carried it forward for thousands of years. And then the profession as it exists in the United States and Canada and Europe, which, as we all know, the profession of having a chaplain, having a religious person assigned to a non-religious setting as a spiritual advisor or a mentor in some sense, coming from the Christian tradition originally, and now expanding to be open to people of all faiths and none, including humanists and other secular folks. So there's a real wonderful history of these two things coming from these two parts of the world really meeting and now being in dialogue with each other and being mutually energizing, going back and forth, because it's not that spiritual care was in any sense absent from the Buddhist tradition prior to chaplaincy. The Buddha himself provided spiritual care to the members of the Sangha. There's the sutta in the Pali Canon of bathing the monk with dysentery, and then going back to the Sangha and giving them instructions for how you care for people who are ill, how you care for people in your midst, how you mentor people in a spiritual way and care for them physically at the same time. So, these are very deeply rooted in the history. We're just, recontextualizing them in the modern world. And there is a wonderful sense of mutual respect and fertilization going back and forth. There are genuine critiques as well and genuine questions, and I think those are really helpful. But you know, we're also starting to talk now, not just to places in Japan, but one of our other alumni from University of the West, Venerable Guanzin, has been leading a wonderful program to train spiritual care volunteers in China, especially for hospice. They call it life care. And because China is the size that it is, they've trained thousands of volunteers within just the last few years alone. Organizations like Tzu Chi, which is a charitable foundation out of Taiwan, are training other spiritual care volunteers for work in hospitals, hospices, disaster care. So they're looking to the United States, to what we know about professional chaplaincy, but they're also working within their context to to develop something that works for them within their legal, within their cultural, within their religious framework. And then we here in the United States in professional chaplaincy, and especially in chaplaincy education, are also looking at what they're doing. And how can we learn from that? And what resources do they have that we've maybe neglected here because of our own cultural history and biases? So it's a really wonderful mutual cross-fertilization. And I think it's only going to grow in the coming years. And I'm really hoping we see some more like international conversations and conferences coming out of this.
I also want to make sure if there's any questions from audience and people listening in, if you want to voice those and make your voices heard. Otherwise, I'll make one other point on these questions from Victor as far as looking ahead. And I think one of the interesting little movements occurring in Japan here is there's a certifying program on, it translates basically to clinical meditation teacher or clinical meditation specialist, and a particular training program for that. And I think the way it reaches back into the tradition is really interesting. I not to harp too much on some of the Western mindfulness training, but at times, I think it's getting better, but at times the scope of the mindfulness can be a little narrow in the way it's applied in studies and such. And comparatively, I rather like the way that this Japanese program is very diverse in the different meditation practices it brings into the clinical settings and programs overtly. And the main leader of that program, Oshita Dayan, has particularly categorized 4 different categories or areas of meditation practices, and trains people in those different areas and how those apply, and you taking methods from those different areas into different situations, and kind of referring back to the history as well a little, because we have, like I mentioned, this, and like Monica mentioned, this immense Buddhist history of practices being used. And we also have documents that say things like, hey, this practice was really good in this particular situation. And we have more than 1,000 years of these kind of records. And so accessing some of those and that history as well, and saying, okay, also here are some of the problems that can occur with using this practice with this particular person and setting. Of course, this is a little different from a modern scientific study, but at the same time, over 1,000 years of records of these practices being applied, why not learn a little from that as well?
Thank you, Jishin and Monica. Just hearing of what you both of you just responded, I feel really echoing with what you both shared, that it's a mutual fertilizing between the Western and Eastern chaplaincy. I am also on the team of the training Chinese chaplains. And then what I see over there, it's very interestingly, because it was rooted, like this spiritual care is rooted on the Buddhist monastics in the Asian country. So actually, it's the concept before it's slightly different from what we have in the United States, is that as a spiritual guide, a monk or a nun, usually they're how they present themselves is slightly higher than the patient or the care seeker. But in our the US chaplaincy, we really emphasize on patient-centered and the chaplain being stand on the same level with the patient. So now the Chinese chaplaincy, the monastic already see, okay, it's great to be able to offer a lot of precious advice to the people who are seeking for care, but it's also important to develop that compassionate listening skills so that the people who are receiving care can better be heard and seen. So that's what we bring from US to China right now. And also that concept of giving interface care is important, because in China and Japan, I believe the situation is a little reversed, because Buddhist is a major religion. So other religions in those countries are marginalized. And the monastics, usually they don't know how to provide care to Christian, Catholic, Muslim, etc. So now we are bringing this interface competencies back to the Asian countries, so that not only monastic, but because there are so many needs in the Asian countries, and there is a decreasing number, as happened to anywhere, to people who are religious. So there are more maybe atheist or spiritual but not religious people. So we are training more interfaith lay chaplains in the Asian countries, so that we can cover more areas in the care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Atala. And I just want to say, in relation to Victor's second question, kind of about, what kind of education is necessary. We do, obviously the Buddhist chaplaincy MDiv programs at all of our institutions are thriving. There have been several that have been added just in the last 10 years, and several other seminaries like Hartford and Union Theological Seminary in New York, who are taking more and more Buddhist students and gaining Buddhist faculty in order to serve those needs. But at the same time, I see a lot of Buddhists who have been practicing for a long time and maybe even had careers already, and they want to go into chaplaincy, but they don't necessarily want to quit their full-time job and take on a bunch of student loans in order to get into a profession that frankly doesn't pay. So, and they have families to support, and they can't just up and move to wherever there's a residency available. So I think there is some need for some alternative training tracks for these groups, either lighter certificate programs that they can take up while they're remaining employed in their primary career, or supplementary work. I responded to an email just the other day from someone who was in this situation, and I said, well, first, take a spiritual care class somewhere, just online, hybrid, certificate, whatever. Take a spiritual care class, and then get thee to CPE, because that is really where you get a lot of the main on the ground, hands-on training, in addition to other forms of education that you can cobble together. But I think it's really important to keep in mind that because people have these different options, it's important for us to come up with some standard guidance. I mean, ACPE has its standards of what kind of competencies you need. APC has its standards of what kind of equivalencies you need, which interacts deeply with what the Association of Theological Schools says has to be contained within an MDiv degree. So basically, the APC standards for the education of chaplains are based on the ATS standards for the MDiv degree. And ATS is an organization which will not accredit any schools that are not Christian or Jewish. And by Jewish, there's like one school that's accredited through the ATS. The others are all Christian. They will not accredit Buddhist or Muslim or Hindu schools. So essentially, you've got a system that's designed to limit the options of Buddhist chaplains. Now, the Buddhist chaplaincy programs that have been created, they'll meet ATS standards because that's the standard for the discipline, and their graduates need to meet those standards to meet the APC equivalencies, to be board certified, to be employable, etc. It's this whole cascade. But because ATS won't accredit Buddhist programs are not eligible for membership and then can't affect those standards. So it's a whole chicken and an egg problem. I think there are standards, there need to be standards, but we as Buddhists need to be more seriously in this conversation, both on our own grounds, like we don't have to perfectly mimic, I don't think, the ATS or the APC standards, but at the same time, we have to try to understand why they exist in the profession and what good they have served for patients and care seekers for a really long time. So as you can tell, I have a lot of opinions about this matter. I'm being sent on behalf of my institution to the ATS training workshop for reaccreditation. And at the same time, I'm really asking myself, do we want to be accredited by an organization that religiously discriminates? So it's really quite a conundrum and a paradox that I find myself living in. And I could go on about this for a long time, but I'll just leave it right there.
Thank you. I see we're at time, so I want to hand over to John for any closing comments.
Yeah, that's been my longtime feeling is we don't have the Buddhist equivalent of the Association of Theological Schools. So therefore we don't have Buddhists coming together to develop the curriculum for Buddhist MDiv programs. And so I think that's one main thing that needs to be developed. And then the other is that I think chaplaincy is like a way for lay Buddhist ministers to get a foothold in being able to make a living as a Buddhist. But if we look at MDiv programs in general, of course, they were originally designed to train ministers at churches. And so I feel like we need our own version of the Association of Theological Schools, and then we need to create our own Buddhist MDiv programs, and then chaplaincy would be one track. But then I feel like we need to develop a whole lay Buddhist ministry in the US, in which you have Buddhist temples with Buddhist ministers doing things not the same, but a similar kind of way of building a congregational life and experience as Buddhists. And so I feel like that would be the way. I feel like the chaplaincy has been our way of getting a foothold into the system, but then like we're saying, we're seeing the limitations because we haven't yet developed our own association. So that's one dream I have, is that this current Association of Buddhist Care and Counseling can be one of these Buddhist organizations that develops standards for training for Buddhist ministers that could be adopted by MDiv programs, and then also a way of creating some kind of alliance between different Buddhist traditions to create our own Buddhist seminary, so to speak, that may not be enrolling in graduate school and taking out student loans, but is providing some kind of solid training that leads to a livelihood and leads to the development or a flourishing of more Buddhist congregational life in the US. and at the same time maintaining. I feel like there needs to be a way of connecting to the existing monastic traditions. And then I feel like there's a role for lay Buddhist ministers to kind of be a bridge also between secular lay life and monastic life, that I feel like that's another important need that needs to be filled.
Yeah, those are really important needs, and I do believe we need some kind of a member-based association to address them. The only thing I'll say is at the same time we're talking about creating Buddhist forms of these, a lot of seminaries are doing a hard pivot away from ministry training and towards chaplaincy training, because more and more of the students coming in are interested in chaplaincy rather than, straight up religious community, what we sometimes hear called pulpit ministry. So it's an interesting dynamic that's happening across the board, across religious traditions right now. And then there's this whole other third stream of people who go to div school and then go into really entrepreneurial type professions, like professions that we can't they start div school and they pop out 3 years later to go into a profession that hadn't been invented when they began, and maybe they're the ones inventing it. So, div school's doing a lot of things that it didn't used to do, even 20 years ago, let alone 30 or 50 years ago when these organizations first formed.
Cool. All right. So thank you everybody for this panel. I really appreciate the hard work and effort that you put into it. And thank you, Victor, for being the respondent. Many of your former students here. So we just want to express our gratitude to you for being our teacher and continuing to accompany us on our journey. And just thank you everyone who has come to the conference. And so the audio recordings are going to be put out on the Down with the Dharma podcast. So if you just Google Down with the Dharma podcast, if you're not already subscribing, you can subscribe, and then you'll get the audio recordings of the conference. And then the video will be on the Dhamma Sila Parisa YouTube channel. And so if you want, those are the two ways you can get the recordings of the conference, basically. Yeah. Okay, so thank you again, everybody. Have a good rest of your day or morning or evening, wherever you're at. And I hope to keep interacting with you in one way or another, and that we don't have to wait till next year's conference to interact. That this is just another threshold that we're crossing, and hopefully that we'll keep interacting with each other and developing as Buddhists. Okay, cool. So the conference now is, we've concluded. If anyone wants to stay to ask questions or further comments, feel free. I'll hang out for a few more minutes, but otherwise, this concludes this panel.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, John, for organizing all this.
Sure, yeah, it's been me and Corey and other people with Dhamma Sila Parisa. We're the ones that, after the conference 2 years ago, there's kind of a core group that gelled, and the ones that would come to the weekly meetings. So, yeah, so right now I guess it's about 8 people now that is the Dhamma Sila Parisa. So it's been a team of about 8 of us that helped organize.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank
John.
you for doing that. I was watching some of the sessions today and they were really interesting.
Cool. Good, glad you could attend them.
Yes, we really like the psychedelic assisted chaplaincy, and that is another field of development in Buddhist assisted psychedelic chaplaincy. Is not like beginning or growing interest in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, send me an email if you're interested and I can get you connected. It happens about every month and a half in the Claremont area. So if you're interested in getting your Buddhist psychedelic on, let me know. So Monica, are you living in Cambridge now?
I'm in Boston, so
Mhm.
just south of the river, but yeah, pretty much.
Right.
We've decided we don't want to move again, so it's Boston or nothing.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Corey
Well,
has
we'll
something
buy
to
a, we'll try to buy a house at some point, but the prices are crazy here. But we're not leaving. We don't want to leave the city.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Corey, did you want to share?
No, I just wanted to thank you for all the effort you put into organizing this. You and Chris Johnson, and in particular, I know have put a lot of effort into this, and the product has been delightful this year, and lots of great faces and speakers, and it's a delight to see some old familiar faces and some new ones. So. Just thank you for all of your work that you put into this, and into Dhamma Sila Parisa, the continued growth of that organization. So we're hoping to use our powers to convince you all to join us.
Right. Yeah. The idea that Dhamma Sila Parisa is one religious nonprofit that's been formed, but then the idea that the Association of Buddhist Care and Counseling can be people from different traditions, that we could form an association, as the name would suggest. And also, yeah, if people are interested in connecting with us to work as Buddhist ministers, doing Buddhist spiritual care, we have the idea that we're training our own ministers, so we've created our own order, the Dhamma Vinaya order. But then the idea is also people who are already established in other lineages. We could figure out a way of giving them ministerial standing, but then that we could share resources in terms of our platform of offering spiritual care. And that would be another research question I'm interested in too, is it sounds like there's two streams. One is young people becoming chaplains, and then another stream is older people as like a second career or sort of semi-retirement. So then I'm just curious of like, how long do people work as chaplains, and then what do they do after they're done working as chaplains? So I guess that would be more for the younger people group, where you would think, I guess, the people who are older and are retired would stay working longer as chaplains. And so I'm just curious, just what are people's trajectories, and like, and then what happens? Do they do a horizontal move into something different, or do they do a vertical move into something different, or do they stay at a staff position, and how long do they stay? And
Yeah, I think the chaplain life cycle is a really interesting question and something we'd like to get into in future research. Right now, we've moved into a phase where we're inquiring with chaplains about their relationships to their religious communities, specifically whether they're affiliated with a Buddhist community, if they're endorsed, if they're ordained, if they're endorsed or ordained by a different group, which some are. So that's what our current research is focusing on. But life cycle questions, I mean, we've got the whole data set from the original one, and 290 of those chaplains opted in for follow-up research. So you can bet we have already followed up on the Sangha survey, and we will be following up again with further questions. And I think life cycle is going to be a really interesting one to see how that's working out in, 5 to 10 years. We might push out a survey asking the same questions, or asking the same group of chaplains what they're doing now compared to where they were 5 or 10 years ago.
right. And then I'm interested in how progressive Christians there's a movement, as you've said, towards chaplaincy and moving away from the pulpit type ministry. But then what I'm personally interested in is building Buddhist congregations where it would not replicate the Protestant form of a church and a Protestant form of ministry. So it would be a new thing that we would have to create as we go along. But how there could be demand for that, and then that could create a greater ecosystem of ministers doing congregational work, and then chaplains who are ministers doing chaplaincy work. And then, so I'm interested in that becoming like a greater ecosystem, and people could move around within that ecosystem.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. I think there will always be religious communities, and there will always be room for religious communities and institutions, but the younger generations are really distrusting. And I'm not even talking that young, I'm talking like people like 2 years younger than me, are really distrusting of institutional authority just across the board. If you look at the Pew survey, trust for any form of institution, banks, hospitals, government is like lower than it's ever been since they started asking this question, which was like back in the 60s or something. And religious institutions are on the bottom of that. Religious institutions are the least trusted amongst institutions. And there's a lot of sociological theories about why that is. But, so we've got people coming in and they have beliefs, they have practices, they have spiritual life, they have existential questions, but they don't think that the religious institution, the church, the Sangha, for lack of a better term, is the place to go to see those answered. So that's one of the reasons why chaplains nowadays might be the only religious professional that a lot of people interact with at a significant point in their life. So it's just a really interesting dynamic to see how that plays out. And I'm really interested, Victor, I think you mentioned someone who's doing a survey about discrimination in the workplace. Who's doing that?
The Association of Jewish Chaplains. So they have asked us, so I'm the Buddhist chaplain representative. They also have the Hindus and the Muslim. So we are going to do a ACPE. It's under the auspices of ACPE, and we're going to make this survey. It's one of the side projects or side conversations from the Chaplaincy Innovation Lab.
Wonderful. I'm so happy that they're doing that, and that it's the Jewish chaplains and the ACPE involved. That makes me, feel better about like the rigor and integrity of the survey and the number of people they'll get to respond to it.
Yeah, and then there's been two kinds of response already, right? The liberal Christians are like, oh, you guys got invited to the table. What kind of discrimination you're talking about? And, so there's this shock and horror that discrimination still happens, to Buddhist chaplains. So
we had tons of reports of it in the mapping survey.
Right. So that needs to be included. Those voices, those experiences need to be included. So like that.
Yeah, that's great.
And so that's one kind of feedback. And then the other feedback is that, because of the sense of victimization of Christians or something like that, then they don't want us to, there's also another pushback. They don't want people who, so I got this from Singapore. I went to see my aunt. So I was in Singapore. I saw my aunt and my mother, and they are like so shocked. You mean you guys use the word chaplains? Y'all are Buddhist chaplains? Chaplains, this word is only for people who accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. Can you imagine? So that's for my mom and my uncle's wife, my mom's brother's wife. So then So you see that there's these two kinds of dynamic. And we are of course the middle way, right?
Yeah, I've heard that a lot from both Buddhist chaplains and from Muslim and Jewish chaplains. Report people say that to them.
Debbie had a hand raised. I think you're muted still.
Can she unmute herself, or does she need to be made a?
There you go.
Oh,
Thank you.
there we go. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So I think it's interesting how the research will define discrimination. There's discrimination in terms of not having equal opportunities or equal pay and those kinds of discrimination, but there's also just unfriendly environments. In my organization that I work for, which is a wonderful organization in so many ways, I was asked to make a presentation. I had been there about a year, about the spiritual care needs of Buddhists at end of life. And so I put together a little PowerPoint and made my presentation. And first of all, I'm the only woman in the room, and I'm the only non-Christian in the room, and I'm actually only one of two people who've taken any CPE. And one of the spiritual care providers on staff with our organization raised his hand and he asked me a question, and then he said, "Oh, so you Buddhists worship idols, don't you?" And like, that reception to my presentation caused me to not apply for a chaplain position in my organization the whole 5 years I've been there. I just didn't feel, I felt so isolated, and I didn't feel I had the personal strength to forge the way. So yes, it was terrible.
Yeah, you got to pick your battles.
Yeah, you have to pick your battles, and certainly not, that wasn't a winnable one for me anyway here.
My dog is asking me to take him for a walk. He's very
Yeah, we've gone almost a half hour over. Well, I would just also like to say that I'm feeling so much appreciative joy for the work that you all are doing and for the quality of the presentation you've put together. And I certainly hope that there will be other audiences for this presentation, because it was just extremely well organized and packed full of information and just very, very professional. So good work, everyone.
Yeah, thanks. And that is the next question of, yeah, we've got the material, and then how much will it take on a life of its own? Yeah. So yeah, we're curious to see what happens. Yeah. But thank you for that feedback. Cool. All right. Great seeing everybody. Love to everybody.
You too.
And yeah, we'll keep connecting one way or another. Yeah, I'm not good with the final word stuff. I'm not. Maybe
Thank
Nathan,
you,
do
John, and everybody. It's been lovely seeing so many familiar faces. I miss all of you terribly.
Yes, we miss everyone. Yeah. Yeah. Some we haven't seen for years, like Tori, Xiaoxi.
Cool. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
take care,
miss
everybody.
you West a lot. No. Okay,
All right.
take care.
Thank you for your presentation.
Bye.